rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawn. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one Chief Rock and Knicks Universe, main man, Uncle Freezy. And welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly. Right? Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it, party people in the place to be. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to all my people in the chat. Man, it's going to be a crazy conversation tonight. Quite frankly, Hoodie Kev wants to talk Karl-Anthony Towns. I think he has some valid points. I don't know if I have the stamina to deal with this. Right? Kareem is in the building. What's goody? What's good? DSJ is in the house. Big Reem is in the house. Adam is in the house. BT is in the house. Andrew K is in the house. Kerry Cox is in the house. Zanja is in the house. Everybody is in the house. What's good, party people? What's good? I talked to Hoodie Kev earlier, right? I spoke with Hoodie Kev earlier. I spoke with Hoodie Kev at about 6 o'clock. I was like, bruh, 11 o'clock. He was like, yeah, okay. I was like, at 8 o'clock, I was like, bruh, 11 o'clock, come on. He's like, 11 o'clock? Yeah, that give me time to write notes. Right? Talked to him a few minutes ago. 11 o'clock. Hoodie Kev was like, all right. And it's like 11 something. And finally, The Rock has come back to Blorange Tears. Hoodie Kev is in the building. What's good?
Hello, everyone.
Should we just start this off? Do you want to gentlemanly and respectfully get into this Karl-Anthony Towns conversation? Or would you like to, or would you like for me to do it my way?
I mean, this is your kingdom.
That's right. Yep. Okay. So why is it that you like soft centers? Do you like yo for Shizza? Hey, Karl-Anthony Towns is a Rolo. He's a Rolo. He is a soft center.
Before we
no, he's a Rolo, bro. He's a center that's soft on the inside. Miguel P is in the building.
Before we begin, and this because I want a definitive answer so I can answer the question of what is soft?
Your pillow at night
Mm-hmm.
is soft.
Yes.
That
Mine are
that
hotel quality pillows.
right.
I'm not
That's
gonna say how I got these pillows
Carl
because I
Anthony
might lose my
Towns
job.
is Carl Anthony Towns is a hotel quality pillow.
Mm. With some very plush pillows, mind you.
Right? He is that. Bronx Mel says Carl Anthony Towns has that light skin game at center. He got that Devin Booker game at center.
You know, the funny thing is, you talk about Devin Booker and Karl Anthony Towns together,
Carl Anthony
and
Towns is a 7-foot Devin Booker.
the funny thing is, so I want to delve into not a soft issue, but perception, right? Like, what is the perception of Karl Anthony Towns? And you could say that Karl Anthony Towns before Chris Paul got to Phoenix had the same perception that Devin Booker had. The same perception that a lot of people have when they're on bad teams, right? Oh, they're out there, they're stat padding, they're playing, they're putting up big points in unmeaningful games, right? But once the circumstance or situation changes and you see that player putting up the same numbers, like when Devin Booker was putting up the same numbers when Chris Paul got there and they went to the finals, the narrative around Devin Booker completely changed, right?
Shotgunner says he was the first to predict getting Cat. Come on, Uncle Freezy. Her from the Bricks, New Jersey. He meant to say he in that thing. He meant to say he. That's a misspell right there. But he's saying that Karl Anthony Towns is from the Bricks. Actually, Karl Anthony Towns is not from Newark. He's from a place, I don't want to say suburbs because that might make people think he's soft. I don't want to say that. He's from a GI is in the building. Listen, when I speak to GI, when I talk to the ghetto intellect, see the ghetto intellect is from Newark. That's the Bricks. And when GI hear me talk, he know I'm from Jersey City, right? And he know where that is too, right? Karl Anthony Towns is not from Jersey City. Karl Anthony Towns is not from Newark. Karl Anthony Towns didn't go to Weequahic High School or no place like that. You know what I'm saying? Karl Anthony Towns is from Piscataway.
Because I don't know anything about New Jersey, is that a nicer area? Is that what you're trying to say? He's from the suburbs? Is that what you're trying to say? And
What
being
I'm
polite
saying,
about it?
No. What I'm saying is I don't know about Piscataway. I've never been there. But I do know it's not Passaic. It ain't Patterson. It ain't Trenton. It ain't Jersey City. It ain't Newark. Right? That's what I am saying. Like for instance, I would say if it was a New York comparison, I would say that Karl Anthony Towns would be from the Poconos. How about that?
So
Sherwin is in the building.
I am from a small city in the grand scheme of cities, known as Wilmington, North Carolina. Some of you all may have heard of Wilmington, North Carolina, because we helped produce the greatest competitor in modern sports history.
Who is it?
Michael Jeffrey
Oh boy.
is from Wilmington, North Carolina. Everywhere you look, they reference that he is from Wilmington, North. The new movie Air. Have you seen the new movie Air?
No.
It's a very good movie. Viola Davis is a fantastic actress.
Hey, let me shout out Brooklyn, New York. Shout out to East New York, right? Shout out to East New York. Shout out to Red Hook. Shout out to Coney Island. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to Bronx River. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Queens. Queens, get the money. Southside Jamaica. If you in the building, represent. Shout out to Edgewood. Shout out to the island, CI, all them places out there, Hempstead. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to shout out to East New York in the building. Flatbush is in the building. Shout out to Flatbush, New York. Shout out to Crown Heights. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to all the spots in Brooklyn. But Hoodie Kev, I'm sorry. I just want to shout out my people in the chat. Can you carry on about Wilmington? That's where Michael Jordan's from. And that's where you from.
He is from,
and a lot of great athletes come from there. In the grand scheme of things, a lot of great athletes come from New York.
Sugar Ray Leonard came from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Right.
You know, the great Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray Leonard, yeah.
Hoodie Kev also.
Steph Curry.
He's not from Wilmington.
He's from North Carolina, though.
He's from North Carolina, yes. But the point is, I don't know if it's where you from defines a person of who
it's where you
are.
at.
Yeah. Like Wilmington ain't, you know, the grittiest of places in the world, but we tend to produce competitors, champions. Trot Nixon, also from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Great Boston Red Sox player.
Yes. So, you know, it's all about, you know, you take where you're from with you, you know, but it doesn't define you as a person.
Okay.
But with Karl-Anthony Towns, I think the notion of him being soft is used as an escape because people want to tag something because they don't like something, right? When you don't like something, you just like, you throw something out there like, I don't like this. But you say, why? He's soft. Okay, what exactly about him is soft? And I keep asking people, what about Karl-Anthony Towns is soft? And I've never gotten an answer. I've never gotten a definitive.
So why don't you just come to grips with, if thousands of people are saying it, why can't you, one person,
cool?
believe it?
My bed lights up. That's so awesome. I love this bed. I can't find a button.
You look comfortable. Is that Jets blue, green?
Not really. I don't think. See. Oh wow.
Okay. All right.
I might keep it like this for a little bit. Here's the thing.
Karl-Anthony Towns.
Karl-Anthony Towns. And I want to ask the chat, what is soft?
His mentality.
His mentality.
Right.
Just are you saying you know him personally?
No, I judge his actions.
What about his actions that you think?
I'm not on the witness stand.
Well,
this ain't Law and Order.
You said it, and so like I said, I just want a clear.
What about you? If you disagree, how about you furnish evidence to the contrary?
Okay, 2 years ago,
can we do that? That seems to make more sense because thousands of us, we don't want to change our minds. You want to change our minds.
2 years ago, well, not
a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rhymes, so I said this rhyme I'm about to say. The rhyme was deaf, and it went this way. That's what you're about to say? No. So you don't like hip hop? You like R&B?
Yes. You know, you can play some Monifa. Monifa. But anyways, so 2 years ago, the Minnesota Timberwolves played the number 1 defense in the league, number 2 seed Memphis Grizzlies. Karl-Anthony Towns, I want to say in game 3 of that series, had a total of 8 points. He took 4 shots in 32 minutes. The team lost. It was pretty bad. It was awful. I believe they went down.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
3-1. And I'm pretty sure people were talking all types of negative things about Karl-Anthony Towns. Like, he didn't show up when it mattered. He let his team down. He was awful. How can you only do that with 4 points?
Right.
Whatever. The very next game, instead of listening to the pundits, instead of getting down on himself, he probably had the best game in the series where he scored 33 points and got 14 rebounds.
Ooh.
So instead of listening to the pundits, instead of getting down, he turned that around. He turned that negativity around and had the best game of his series while leading his team to a Game 5 win.
Okay.
And that's the mentality that you want to have, because we've seen our superstar big in two playoff series, or playoff runs, that is, excuse me. And Uncle Freezy and I saw one of these games live in person.
Okay.
In person.
All right.
We were standing side by side.
The Reggie Bullock game. Yeah. I want to get to the Josh Hart thing in a little while, but Reggie Bullock, Josh Hart, Alec Burks, they all the same.
Karl-Anthony Towns rose to the occasion to help lead his team. Now, sometimes you can say, well, why hasn't he been out the first round? Sometimes the obstacles...
They called him Karl-Anthony Towns. His name is Karl-Anthony Towns. Oh, my God.
Sometimes
this is hilarious.
The obstacles can be against the player. It took Michael Jordan 7 seasons before he won a championship.
Okay.
The greatest Knick of my life never won a championship. Kevin Garnett in 12 seasons in Minnesota went out the first round 1 time. Once. While in Minnesota.
All right.
You have to surround, because I wrote an article, and in the article I said a cornerstone is only one stone in the foundation. You have to have other stones around that cornerstone.
Okay.
It's just a piece. And if you don't have the right pieces, then you won't have a foundation to build upon. Remember, a cornerstone is just one stone.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say after that. Well, good night, everybody. Right there. I don't know. BT is right. He's like, what is Hoodie Kev talking about?
Because the narrative that some people are going to say that Karl-Anthony Towns hasn't been out the first round, and I can say because he hasn't been surrounded with the right pieces to do that.
Okay.
A wise man once told me,
everybody needs help in order to be successful.
Yes. And they also said when you are a great center, you need a dynamic backcourt duo.
Yep.
Duo. To take the pressure off you.
Or trio or group.
Yes. To take the pressure off of you so you are able to do your thing. So the team doesn't just focus on you. And I would like to say that the Knicks have a dynamic point guard.
But they don't have a duo.
I would argue that they do.
I would say you're crazy.
Because I believe
And yesterday,
in Rowan Barrett Jr.
you believe that okay, so a duo or group, right, is what I'm saying. Like guys being equally as good is what I'm saying. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about the future. Don't talk to me about potential. I'm talking about at this moment. Is there anybody on the roster, a guard, just as good as Jalen Brunson?
Just as good as Jalen Brunson?
You heard me.
It depends how good you think Jalen Brunson is.
I think Jalen Brunson is a megastar.
Jalen Brunson.
Ed Winning said Hoodie Kev is pure comedy. And before you start diminishing how good Jalen Brunson is, think about the repercussions first.
I'm not going to diminish.
Before you say RJ Barrett is just as good as Jalen Brunson, think about the repercussions.
I'm not going to say that RJ Barrett is just as good as what Jalen Brunson has become with the Knicks. Because Jalen Brunson didn't start out that good. It took time in his career to mature into
Easy. So you said RJ Barrett, right? And Jalen Brunson's fourth year, guess what he was doing for the Dallas Mavericks?
What is that?
He was helping them get to the Western Conference Finals. And RJ Barrett's fourth year, guess what he was doing?
Helping the Knicks get to the semifinals?
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah. What are we talking about?
So if you say that RJ Barrett in his fourth year can't get any better than what he has been now, because he's a career 18 point per game player already, and some could say he still has a lot of development.
Is RJ Barrett a megastar?
I don't think he has to be a megastar.
Right, that's your opinion. My opinion is that every great big man needs a dynamic backcourt. You're not going to see the very best of a big without a dynamic backcourt.
Was Derek Fisher dynamic?
And I know, here we go. Instead of making our own points, we try to disprove others. Make up your own point.
You said
make up your own point.
And I'm going to say
make up your own point.
That's a false
point. Make up your own point. Because it's not a false point.
I can name great big men who have not had dynamic duos in the backcourt, a la Shaquille O'Neal.
Right, but you can't prove to me that Cat is not soft and Cat can't get to another level. But you could take what I say and try to disprove it instead of you coming up with your own original thought about this guy you are passionately pounding the table for.
I have made
what it sounds like to me is that the
Towns.
Clip is empty. Your clip is empty. You don't have anything, and you want to disprove what I am saying, right?
Definitely
Before
not.
I could even elaborate on what I said, you immediately switch. You're like, hey, well, my clip is empty. I'm just going to jump over here and try to disprove what he said. If you got a full clip, use it. Or you can hear me out on what I was about to say. That's all. That's if we being reasonable, right? Because when you were talking, when you was taking us down the dirt road, I didn't say a thing. I sat here patiently. And the chat was like, where's Hoodie Kev going with this? And I sat here. Do you have
with your point? I'm sorry.
No, I'm ceding the floor to you. Go ahead and prove to us that Karl-Anthony Towns has another gear to get to, and he's not soft.
We can look around the league today, and we can look at some of the centers that we have. The Bam Adebayos, the DeAndre Aytons, the Steven Adams, the Mobleys, the Zubaks. There aren't that many people on the planet Earth the size of Karl-Anthony Towns that can do the things of a basketball that Karl-Anthony Towns can do. He is a special generational talent. He is the greatest three-point shooting center in the history of the NBA. And in his 7th season that he just got finished in, which is probably the worst season that he's had in his entire career, he was still able to be more productive than most people who've ever suited up in a Knicks jersey. At his height, he has been an all-NBA center. At his height, there was a time in his career where he was considered to be the best center in basketball. Now, some say, and which is probably true, that he's been eclipsed in that by a gentleman that most of us saw play tonight, and now the new reigning league MVP. But I like to think that if Karl-Anthony Towns came to the Knicks and was not shackled and handcuffed by the ineptitude of the Minnesota Timberwolves organization and put at the numbers that we are similar to, he could be in the MVP race. I think coming to New York, where he's a fan of, being close to home, being close to his family, where he has a support group, he can take it up to another gear. Most superstars who get traded tend to have chips on their shoulders in their new destinations because they feel they have something to prove to justify them being moved. And that's just the history of most stars has been traded. And I think the complementary play that he can have with Jalen Brunson, who is a megastar, I think works perfectly. Because most people will say that the Knicks' biggest problem this offseason was spacing on the floor. And so what you're doing is you're bringing in the greatest three-point shooting center of all time and implementing the other pieces around him so he can get off and let other people get off and do what they do best. You're not going to have crowded lanes. He's an excellent passer, one of the best, the second best, in my opinion, the second best passing center in the league behind Jokic. He's a tremendous rebounder, and that's never something that's really waned about his game, is the fact that he is a fantastic rebounder. And I believe that he wants to play defense. Do I think that he needs to clean things up defensively? Yes. Doesn't mean he can't. A lot about defense is about positioning, I think, about having the awareness to know where you are. And does he have to be the Kembe Mutombo or Patrick Ewing or Alonzo Mourning on defense? No, he doesn't. He just has to be adequate enough to protect the paint. This ain't the 90s style basketball we're playing, right? We're not keeping teams to 80 points a game.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry I rambled.
No, man. I'm still not convinced. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just not convinced. And I'm not convinced in a way that I want to be adversarial and turn into the Cat at Night podcast. Nah. Where I am with it is, if he can't win where he's at, what makes you think he's, and I'm talking general, not Hoodie Kev, if he can't win where he is, when they have done everything to try to help this fella, and this fella ain't done nothing to get better. His numbers stay in the same range, 23-11 for his entire career. And while those numbers are impressive, most players get better. This dude come out the gate 23-11 And 7 years later, he's 23-11. And so while I get it, you know what I'm saying? 23-11 from the center position is impressive. I'm not buying that in today's NBA. In today's NBA, where the league had 50 people score 20 points. 50! The NBA, y'all listen, the NBA had 50 people score 20 points a game. 20 points a game is not what it used to be. So when you hear numbers like 23-11, it's not 23-11 like it used to be. Numbers don't impress no more in this new offensive league, man. You know, when you hear these fantastic numbers, oh, he was 23 and 11. Oh my God, these numbers are so impressive. No, they're not. Right? No, they're not. The NBA this past season had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players average 30 points a game. 6 average 30 points a game. That's crazy. That's crazy. The NBA had 6 players average 30 points a game. And we up here talking about 23-11. Now, with that said, is 23-11 better than Mitchell Robinson's 8-8? Yes. Offensively. Right? But what about defensively? Is Karl-Anthony Towns a better defender than Mitch? No. Right. Julian Blum is in the building. When JB says like Randle 24-10. Yep. Those numbers too. Those numbers too. Inflation.
Do you know how many centers average 20 points a game? Out of those 50, how many of them were centers? 4. 30 NBA teams have starting centers.
Right.
4 of them average 20 or more.
Right.
One of them is a league MVP.
Okay.
The other one
okay,
is a runner-up and is in the finals now.
So why wouldn't the Knicks consider those other 4?
Well, I doubt that one of them is being traded. Very much so. I don't think Jokic is going to be traded from the Nuggets.
Paris Duggar, thank you for the gent's contribution. Paris Duggar says, would you trust Julius Randle in a wall foxhole with you? I don't really. I'm a veteran, so I don't compare sports and war together. That's a question for somebody else. I don't really think about it like that. Right? When I think about war, I think about some of my homeboys right now dealing with PTSD, like they can't even sleep at night and stuff like that because they've seen stuff like people's arms get blown off by roadside bombs and all that stuff. I don't equate stuff like that to free throws. I mean, that's just my personal thing now. Now others, I get it. I get it. If y'all do that, that's on y'all. But personally, you know what I'm saying? I have a friend and she watched the Humvee in front of her blow up right in front of her eyes while she was driving. And she deal with that every day. And she can't, and I don't either, kind of see that and 3-point shots go together. I mean, but that's just me. I'm not trying to bag on nobody else. Live how you live. But you know, it is what it is. Let me bring in Dre real quick.
What's up, Kev? What up, Freezy? What up to the
What's
chat?
up, boss?
Well,
Hey, welcome to the Cat at Night podcast.
I'm aware, and I'm here to be devil's advocate.
Hey, man.
I think Uncle Freezy already has you beat on that.
Me? Nah, man. I don't. Nah, man. I don't.
So we gonna do you like Iron Man in Winter Soldier?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, did you expect Captain America to lose a fight in his own movie?
Yeah,
This wasn't an Iron Man movie.
yeah.
This was a Captain America movie. Now, as if that fight had taken place in an Iron Man movie, who would have won?
Right. Hey, Hey, so Paris Duggar. Hey, thank you for the response, man. Listen, it's not about that. It's when all I'm saying is when I hear those two together, I don't think about it like that, man. I don't think about it like that. I've been saying this for like 3 years. Like I don't think about stuff like that in that way. Can you be valiant in an arena? Yes. Right. But when it comes to certain sayings and things like that, no, that's just what I think. You asked me a question, I answered it. I respect veterans and people that have been through stuff. I'm one of them. Right. I respect that. Now, you know what I'm saying? If you say, would you trust Randle in a game such and such? I'm like, maybe not. No. Because even though I love Randle, I don't know. My main thing of consternation with Randle is I don't know what his motivations are. Right? Because every year after the All-Star break, you see that man's rebound numbers go in the toilet. You see his 3-point shot, those numbers go in the toilet. It makes me think that he values the All-Star game. He's a first half performer. After the All-Star break, I don't know what Randle I'm gonna get. I said that about a month ago. Like, what Randle are we getting? Right? Is Randle consumed with winning, or is he consumed with getting to the All-Star game? Right? That's my stance on Randle. Like, I don't know what Randle I'm gonna get after the All-Star break. And quite frankly, it concerns me a lot. It makes me think he's not totally dedicated to team basketball. Right? I question that, right? As a Randle fan, like how I question, like how I question Dre about Tom Thibodeau. Like I honestly, in my heart, think Tibbs has got to go in Dre's mind, right? It's the same thing with Hoodie Kev. Like even though I'm cool with Dre and respect the way he thinks about stuff, I think he want Tibbs out of here. And the same thing with Hoodie Kev. I respect Hoodie Kev mind on sports and all that stuff, but I think Hoodie Kev will throw all of this stuff into the ditch if we can get Karl-Anthony Towns. That's just my belief on it, right? And I may be wrong. It's just the way I perceive the information that I'm given. Dre, if Tibbs was to slip on a banana peel and was to go, would you be mad that he left?
No.
Okay, so I'm right. All right. And Hoodie Kev, if we wake up in the morning to a Bleacher Report notification on our phone that said the Knicks had Karl-Anthony Towns and we only gave away minimum resources to get him, would you be excited?
I'll be ecstatic.
So okay, all right.
Like I'm not necessarily like Kev already got like my opinion about Karl Towns. Like I'm not against him being on the Knicks because ultimately that archetype of player would make Brunson thrive, right?
Right.
But it's necessarily, are you getting the right amount of juice for the squeeze in terms of what you're sending out to bring him in? That's my whole thing. Because without a doubt, he's absolutely talented.
Right.
To what extent will he take us to, if he'll make us get to the finals or anything like that? That's to be seen.
Right.
But depending on what goes out and what comes back, that's my whole hang up. Because if we bring him in and we don't like, just like the Nuggets, we bring him in and then we don't have a means to surround him with an Aaron Gordon type or a multiple 6'10" wings that can do multiple things to help him out in his game, then it would be for naught. It wouldn't really take us to the next level. It would just be like replacing production and us taking a step back defensively by throwing him at the center. So it's a level. Like it's a level. I think he's very talented.
Yeah, I think
But
so too.
I think he's very, very talented. But it's how will you be able to field a team that can mitigate his flaws because he is a flawed player.
Every megastar, I don't care what player you had, every megastar that has ever existed has flaws.
Yeah.
Every player, every NBA player, I don't care who it is. Now, some people's flaws may be more slight than others.
Mhm.
Like in today's NBA, Michael Jordan, I think, scores 27 a game. Right? And the reason is not because he's not a superior athlete, but I think when you put Mike on the floor, teams will zone up and not let Mike beat them off the first step. Mike will have to shoot over the top of a zone in order to get his points. Right? And I know people will say, well, Mike will learn how to, and those same defenses will also learn. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying Mike is the GOAT, right? And so a lot of people say Mike is the GOAT, right? But what I'm saying is every player is going to have flaws, and we have to learn how to deal with the flaws that they have.
And to that point, like if we're gonna do this thing where we're relying on Brunson, your secondary player and his flaws, you're gonna have to hide him and Brunson at the same time. So you need to be able to get the premium 3-and-D players, the ones that cost $20 million.
Yep.
You see,
The ones that if you have to trade for, you have to give up multiple firsts.
And you know what else? If you trade away Randle in that trade, and you slide Obi into the starting lineup,
oh god, that defense is horrendous.
Now you have now offensively.
Oh yeah, we be
you are dynamic, bro.
we scoring 125
a game easy on off nights, right? But defensively, you're gonna have to have. Defensively, you have to have Lou Dort and somebody else on the floor.
and to that point, like we can harp on how great the Nuggets offense is, but ultimately you need to be able to get some stops.
Yeah.
And they got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on that team. They got Bruce Brown on that team.
Yep.
Michael Porter Jr. improved his defense by a ton compared to what he used to be. Aaron Gordon is on that team.
Right.
So,
And those are multiple guys that are used to hide Jokic's flaw on defense.
so
And those guys, hold on, Kev. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope makes $15 million. Bruce Brown is on a cheap contract.
Yep.
Aaron Gordon makes near $20 million. Those are premium players that you have to figure out a way to acquire. And they're not always easily on the market, because if you look at who's on the free agency right now, those types of players are not on the free agency list right now, as far as being able to just give them money, and then they can end up here. Like they're usually locked into contracts, or teams give up multiple assets to acquire them, just like they gave up assets to get Aaron Gordon to begin with.
Right.
is
Or you could just bring in Kevin Knox.
are the Knicks a good defensive team?
Yeah, but that's partly to do with Mitchell Robinson really being one of the best defensive centers in the league.
If you go statistically,
We're
no.
mediocre this year.
Yeah,
We're like middle of the pack
this year because the Knicks had to figure out personnel and switch up lineups and things of that sort. But once they found a lineup that works, they became a good defensive unit.
Yeah.
So everything in life is relative. I've always believed that. And if you say the Knicks are a good to mediocre,
I would say they're like fringe top 10
defense,
at this moment.
as currently constructed, right? As currently constructed with
Yeah.
Mitchell Robinson,
but we won't be currently
Quentin Grimes.
But the current construction doesn't apply in the offseason.
No, we're still in the season.
You're talking. No, we are not in this. We played tonight.
No, the 2022-23 season is still going on.
But the
So I
Knicks play
can
tonight.
talk about present.
The Knicks
tense
play
because-
tonight?
No, we
Because
didn't.
last I checked, the Knicks were working out draft picks as we speak.
Yes, but this league year is still going on, correct? That's all I'm saying. The league year, I can't talk about next year being this year because this year is still this year because the league year.
But the
is still
next
going
time the
on.
Knicks play, it will be the 2023
It's the Knicks. The Knicks
2024
are
season.
in their offseason. The Knicks are in their offseason.
Yeah, we're at full tamper mode right
But
now.
if I still speak in present tense,
Okay.
in general, I can only talk about this league year. So when I say as presently constituted, this team, because everyone is still on the books, even the free agents that we have are still in the books for this season.
Okay.
So as presently constituted, this team was mediocre to okay. And yet we were only 1 point away off statistically.
This team was mediocre to okay in what?
Defense. That's what you guys just said, right?
No, that's
over the course of the 82 game season. But once we found a lineup that worked, we became
I'm saying
a really good defense.
Yeah, no, you missed my because I said during the regular season in the playoffs, our defense was elite. We were probably the best defensive team in the playoffs. We just couldn't score. I don't understand how you didn't understand. You saw the games, right? You saw the games. You didn't see a Cleveland team scoring 120 points on us. You didn't see that, right? This team is a good defensive team right now. If you're going by what we are at the moment, yes, we are a good defensive team. And I don't want to bash our players because we lost. And to me, that's lame. I don't want to do that. Just because we're not in the playoffs don't mean we don't have a good roster.
That's what I was trying to figure. I mean, that's my whole question from the beginning. Is this a good defensive team?
Yeah. All right, get to the point.
Yeah. Y'all the one who said no and then changed it. And I asked. I said, "Are the Knicks a good?"
You said good. You said good to mediocre.
That's what you said.
He said that we were by the regular season statistics, but when we figured out our rotation and what players worked together, we became a good defensive team, and then in the playoffs, we became elite.
The best. Yep. That's what I said. So I know what I said. I'm here. And so, wait a minute, Hoodie Kev, let me tell you this. I'm here. This is not AI that you're looking at. It's not artificial intelligence. I'm a person. I know what I said.
Knicks played 93 games this season. 93 basketball games. And in 93 basketball games, they went from mediocre to good to elite. In 93 games, with the same players minus one, technically, in Josh Hart as Cam Reddish. But the same collective group went from mediocre to good to elite.
Well, you can put it this way. Look at RJ's individual defense from the start of the year to the end of the season. And you can if you say he did not improve defensively across the board, then I don't know what to say to you. Like everyone, a lot of players got better. And also when you're playing a defense that's based on a scheme and principles and knowing where to rotate and this, that, and third, when you're building upon that, you're building good habits, teams get better. Usually good teams get better as the year gets along in terms of their strengths or what they're trying to focus in on. We didn't figure that out until we got rid of Cam Reddish and Fournier out of the rotation.
Right.
And then they started building up the muscle memory for their defense. And you don't go from mediocre to good to great in one night or 2 nights or 2 weeks or 2 months. These things take time to grow. Like Hartenstein defensively was night and day compared to the beginning of the year. His assertiveness on the boards is night and day compared to the beginning of the year. And it coincided with him being healthy. So when we talk about these things, like there can be improvements. It's not black and white. Teams improve over the course of the season. That's what you're aiming to do. That's what every team aims to do. Improve.
Right.
So why you just made that whole diatribe
I
about
was
You know,
trying
you
to.
sound like
being
you sound
able?
like Hank Hill when you said that just now. You sound like you ever seen that show King of the Hill?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
amazing show.
Um.
So Hoodie Kev, here's your answer, right? Number one by field goal percentage and points per game was Cleveland. Right behind them, and Cleveland did it in 5 games. They did that against us. Right behind them is the Knicks at 43 and a half. We did it in 11 games. And in the first column where you see 99.6, that's the amount of points that they gave up, right? The Knicks gave up 99.7 in 11 games. That's why I say our defense was better.
It's
Okay.
just we couldn't get a bucket.
Yeah, we just couldn't get a bucket. That's
Okay.
all. I mean, it is what it is, man. You know. Your point though is your point is from what I gather is all you have to do is add Cat to this and we can kind of maintain the same level of defense.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you are saying that, and I believe that with Tom Thibodeau's teams, like Belichick, right? It's a system, and you can't just throw anyone into the system, but you can throw. Jalen Brunson's not a good defensive player, right?
Yeah,
I don't think anyone would have sit here and say Jalen Brunson is a elite defensive player. He's not. But yet he was on a team, a main part of a team that was an elite defensive team in the playoffs.
right.
Julius Randle, I don't think is a good defensive player. But yet he was a part of a unit that was an elite defensive team.
Here we go.
But
So
Here we go.
but
you
listen,
can
Kev.
take
But Kev.
you
But
yes.
Kev. Part of the reason that unit was great defensively is because Mitchell Robinson played the lion's share of those minutes. And you keep calling Towns a center, right?
Yes.
So we're not going to have Mitch Robinson in that drop. We're not going to be funneling guys into Karl Towns.
So-
That's just not going to happen. That's just not his game. That's not his ability. So when we talk about this defense, you're pulling out different parts and trying to make it fit the same. Now, if you were to say if we replace Karl Towns with Randle, then cool. But we're saying replacing Karl Towns with Mitchell Robinson. That's essentially what you're saying. Because you're saying he's a center and that's his best position, which I agree, that's his best position. But our defense will not be the same if Karl Towns in that drop. If we're funneling defenders, put it this way, if a team started running 1-5 pick and roll with the point guard and they're bringing up Karl Towns and it's Karl Towns and Jalen Brunson in the action, they're gonna get an easy look. That's just it is what it is at that point.
Right.
It's not the same look that you're getting when you're running a 1-5 with Jalen Brunson and Mitchell Robinson. And Mitchell Robinson can protect against the lob and protect against the drive. That's just not Karl Towns' game. Now, if you're plugging in these different parts, obviously our offense would be more efficient just by the nature of his skill set. But it's a give and take. It's not just straight linear. If I plug in Karl Towns, we're going to play a similar brand of defense and we're going to have a better offense. He's just never been that kind of defender as he's been throughout the league. Like, as he's been, even at his athletic peak, he's just never been.
Do you know
that type
what
of defender.
Mitchell Robinson's defensive rating was this season?
I do know, and a lot of it had to do
It
with
was 106.
yeah. Okay.
He had a 106 defensive rating this season.
Right.
You know what Karl-Anthony Towns' defensive rating this season was?
He was playing with Rudy Gobert.
Oh, no.
But continue.
Hey, Jay, can you tell me? Dre, Jay, go ahead. What was it, Cat? What was it? Dre, because it's gonna be he's gonna shoot. It's Elmer Fudd. Go ahead, Cap.
It was 109.
Right.
Now, and this is what I wanted to also. When Tom Thibodeau was his head coach, do you know what Mr. Robinson? Karl-Anthony Towns' defensive rating was at
Yes.
center with
Yes.
Tom Thibodeau as his head coach.
Yes.
106.
Right.
You know they had multiple premium defensive wings on their team, right?
Right.
So
Are
it's
we
not-
gonna
so hold on.
pretend? Are we gonna pretend like Jimmy
Hold
Butler
on,
wasn't
hold on.
there?
When you say
Are we gonna pretend that Jimmy
multiple-
Butler wasn't there?
Jimmy Butler was only there for like a season. In 2
Oh,
seasons.
but you saw the defensive rating spike when he got there, and then compared to when he left. Let's
Yes.
call a spade a spade.
Let's be real, Hoodie Kev. Let's not be make believe.
So you just said that RJ Barrett became a very good
He-
defender. I'm not saying RJ Barrett is Jimmy Butler.
No. He
saying RJ Barrett is
ain't
Jimmy Butler.
that. He ain't that.
saying that.
No.
Dre,
No.
you notice
Hold on,
how
hold on.
every time you prove something about Karl-Anthony Towns,
How
Hoodie
y'all
Kev brings up
proving
another
something?
player.
He brought up somebody
This is
else.
debating. So you ever you ever been in
No,
Manhattan
no.
and
Because
saw
you
three
can't
card
sit here
Monty?
and say that I
Cats
did
out there with
that
the card
when
table.
He just did the same
And my
thing.
son was like, "Yo, they giving away money over here, pops." I'm like, "Man, come on, man.
Okay, so
I'll shoot everybody on Times Square for this dude take my $20."
if I
You know what I'm saying? He three card. This is what you doing. You notice how you brought up 3 separate points, and then we were like, well, that was because of that. When it's disproved, then you like, oh shoot, they keep disproving my point. So now I gotta bring up
because
RJ Barrett.
how come when I try to disprove your points, all I'm doing is reaching for stuff? Because I brought up hold on. I brought up a defensive rating.
You just asked me a question. You said, how come every time this is what you just said? Dre, didn't he just ask me a question?
Yeah.
Hoodie
I
Kev
didn't even finish the question. Before you started
how many?
answer
Well, damn,
it.
how long is the question? Was this the SAT? If here's the thing, if you got a point, get to it. That's the reason I keep telling you. That's the reason why rhetorical questions don't work
It's
on the
not a
live
rhetorical
stream.
question because I made a point, right? I made a point.
See how you
And
just
the
asked another
first
question?
thing-
Right was a question. You said, I made a point. Right was a question.
I made a point. And the first thing that Dre said was, well, they had Jimmy Butler. It's the exact same thing you're accusing me of doing. It is.
What did I accuse you? What did I accuse you of doing?
Defensive rating was this, and then the first thing that came out of Dre's mouth was, "Well, they had Jimmy Butler."
No.
Yes, it was.
No, listen.
It's the exact same thing you just accused me of doing.
That's what he said. What I'm saying is this: when I have a point, man, I just speak to that point, and then pass the mic. That's what I try to do.
Win. Because if you're going to get on me about doing the exact same thing that somebody else is doing, then you're basically saying that I'm not going to win.
That's not true, because I tell Dre, how many times I tell you to relax during the week? What, maybe 30, 40 times? I'm like, easy, Dre, relax. How many times I do that during the week?
Couple dozen times.
Right.
I'm just saying,
and it's not out of disrespect
something
to
that
him.
was just done to me.
Hoodie Kev, I'm saying I'll do that to Dre because I know because Dre has a full clip, and if gone unchecked, Dre will spray up everything. That's why I'm like, easy, relax, big fella, relax. Let them get they, you know what I'm saying? And so with your point, what I'm saying to you is I want to listen to you say the whole thing and let you rock about your point. But when you ask me a question, you're drawing me off the sideline back into what it is that you're saying. If you don't
I
want
just
me to
want to say the chat is agreeing with me.
Okay.
Look at the chat. They are agreeing with me.
Okay.
That's all I got to say is I've made my point, and y'all are trying to double team me and accusing me of doing the exact same thing that y'all are doing. Thank you, chat. This is why I love y'all. I love y'all.
The chat loves Hoodie
so
Kev.
much.
Hoodie Kev loves
because
the chat.
they know what's going on.
Hey, can you tell the chat you love them back?
I just said I love them. I love
Okay.
the chat because they know what's going on right now.
Okay.
Thank you, chat. To No Cap, Julian Blum, Parrish Duggar, Nice, all of y'all. Yeah, everybody in the chat. Because it's like, wait a minute. I've made my point, and y'all are doing everything under the sun to disprove it. And when I try to come back, oh no, you can't do this, Hoodie Kev.
What's your point?
What are we doing? Clearly, y'all don't want Cat because everything I say, I basically said the man had the exact same defensive rating that Mitchell Robinson has. And the first thing y'all say is, oh, he had this player, and this player. But if you take it in that same context, if the players that Mitchell Robinson has to work with aren't as good as Jimmy Butler, what is that saying? Because they play the exact same level of defense.
Hey, you remember when we had the conversation? I brought this up earlier. You remember when Nerlens Noel was starting at center for us, and you and I got on the Knicks at Night podcast every night at 11:30 and pounded the table for Karl-Anthony Towns. Remember that? Maybe you don't.
Things never change.
Maybe you don't, right? But I have changed over the years because I think, the cat that was 25 and 11 and had the 106 defensive rating, I think that cat is gone. I think one of those, Dre, dare I say it, cat is running out of lives.
I mean, how many seasons? He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, he only got one more life left if you're going by seasons.
Yeah. And are we gonna get the Karl-Anthony Towns on his 8th life? It looks like it because his scoring average has plummeted. His rebounds have plummeted. He can't stay healthy. The young cat that used to play in Minnesota is not there anymore. I don't know if we gonna which cat are we trading for the cat that only has 2 lives left? And then when he's out of lives, we're paying him $57 million. This is my concern. All the stuff that you're mentioning, Hoodie Kev, I don't have a problem with that. Remember, you think I'm the adversary on Cat. I'm an adversary on the trade. So right? You don't remember you and City for real?
Freezy, what if I told you, my bad, Kev, but Freezy, what if I told you Karl Towns had stem cell treatments on his knees, wrists, and ankle last year? He did that last summer, by the way.
That means he done.
So Karl-Anthony Towns' career, I'm gonna read out his numbers. 18, 25, 21, 24, 26.
Bingo. 24, what is this? Bingo?
24, 20 this past season.
Oh, right? You know what? It's that Busta Rhymes song. He's gonna do.
So I
dropped that link for you.
Okay. His last 4 years are 26, 24, 24, and 20. And you're saying he is falling off a cliff for some odd reason when his numbers have pretty much been the same, other than this year where he only played a quarter of the season and didn't get in any kind of groove or rhythm at all because he's playing next to a person out of position. That's what you're saying. When he was just an all-star and all-NBA player the season before last.
That is not what I'm saying.
You just said he fell off a cliff.
No, I didn't. I said, again, listening is fundamental. What I said is I don't want to trade for the cat that has 2 lives left. That's what I said. Does that sound familiar? That does sound familiar, right?
I'll read this off, Kev. This was as of May 15, 2022, last year. Minnesota Timberwolves star center Karl-Anthony Towns underwent stem cell treatment and platelet-rich plasma injections in both knees, his left ankle, left wrist, and right finger on Friday, sources told ESPN. Towns played through his injuries during the Timberwolves' run to the Western Conference playoffs and decided to get these treatments in the offseason with hopes of avoiding surgery and making a full recovery by training camp. Towns, according to sources, was dealing in pain in both knees, especially his right knee. He wore a sleeve on during the playoffs.
Right.
And then I can post you a photo of Karl Towns being laid up with like with braces and sleeves on his legs after surgery. And he's how old is Karl Towns? 29?
27?
I thought he was 29.
28?
So if I told you that Steph Curry has also had stem cell plasma transplants
On his ankle, not his knees.
Who had that? Who had that? I'm sorry.
Steph Curry
Yeah.
had that also. And
Steph Curry's not a big man, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
Steph
different.
Curry's
so
190.
it's only big men. Okay, so it's not the fact he
That-
had it.
that's no, no.
Okay, so thank you for moving the goalposts again.
No,
Because every time
you
I
know
bring
what?
something up,
I
it's
saw-
only because
I
it's a
saw-
big man.
Did you see the Ariel H and Porzingis interview today? Ariel Helwana and Porzingis. Porzingis admitted as much. He was like, "Yo, big men, we just don't heal like the little 6'5" guys do." He said that today. I just watched it.
And this is the thing. When you mention that, Steph Curry had an MCL sprain in the playoffs, and he wanted to return back quickly, so that's why he did it. Karl Towns was doing it as maintenance to even stop it from getting worse.
So Kobe Bryant also had PRP.
And he was on the backside. He was on the back nine of his career. Karl Towns
That
was in
was
the front nine.
after a torn Achilles, right? Was that before the torn?
It was
Achilles?
before, but he was already on
It
his
was
back
before.
nine. He was like 33 years old.
He was
wait.
averaging like 30 points a game.
He
Yeah,
was
so the
still
back nine
on
is
his
Kobe
back
Bryant.
nine. He was still on his back nine, not his front
Okay.
nine like Cal.
Y'all see that chat? Y'all see how easy this is? So okay. So he got it. He got that treatment, and then he tore his Achilles. Okay.
Karl
No,
Towns
that's
got that
exactly
treatment.
what I want for Cat.
No. This wasn't a one time. Kobe Bryant had gotten that more than once,
Multiple times, yeah.
multiple times.
Right.
But
And
this is the
throughout
thing.
his career. So
No,
he
it
had
wasn't.
No,
one
no,
time.
no, no,
No,
no,
it
no,
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
no,
No,
no.
it wasn't.
No,
it wasn't.
Okay, I'll put it like this. Through multiple seasons. He got
Multiple
it done through the
seasons,
off
yeah.
seasons.
Yeah,
multiple
two
times.
seasons. I remember him going to Germany to get it done the first time, and the Lakers didn't like him doing it. And that was the same season when he was like, "Well, trade me to the Chicago Bulls." Then
This
that
happened
was that
on
season.
October.
And
The
then
first
he went
article
back
about
and then,
that.
mind you, had won an NBA championship.
Okay, first off, the first article that's ever been written about it was October 4th, 2013. Them championship days, winning days were already over.
Oh, thank you.
It just won a championship like a year before.
3 years before.
3, yeah.
2.
The last one they won was
11.
in 2010.
Yeah.
2010,
9 and
2011.
Yeah, they
11.
lost in 2011. Remember?
To who?
I don't
Well,
know.
Boston?
No, they won
Boston,
in
maybe?
2011.
No, they won 2 and they lost.
They got
What's the
swept.
time? No,
They got
Boston-
swept. They got
No.
swept after that. And they
won
got
the
swept
championship in
because they were going to.
2011.
Yeah, they were going for a three-peat and they got swept by the Mavericks in 2011.
Yeah.
And he had the surgery in 2013. Kobe was 34 at the time.
Yeah.
Karl Towns, it was 20. Hold on, let me check.
25?
Hold on.
27.
He was 26 at the time of the surgery.
26? Okay. All
That's
right.
not good.
So let's be honest. Also, let's be clear. It's not a surgery, really.
It's an injection.
It's
But-
not a surgery.
But
It's
that
a
means
it's a procedure.
It's a procedure, but it's not a surgery. It's a
Okay.
yeah,
procedure.
but it's meant to halt the process of your ligaments and your cartilage from deteriorating.
Yeah, by giving you stem cells from something else that it puts platelet
It's
blood
it's
cells
like blank
back in
blank
the system.
I mean,
cells.
I
with-
know what I know
Yeah.
what it is. I'm just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
if the surgery is not the
But
right word to
again,
use.
it's not just about you. We can explain this to the chat too, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
Yeah, so it's basically platelet rich blood cells injected into an area to help that area regenerate faster.
I think you
That's
have a super
basically
chat
what it is.
also, Uncle Freezy.
I'm sorry.
I think you have a super chat also.
Yeah, I see it. I got it.
Mhm.
So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Cat's mom's sudden death is why he has struggled. Yeah, I think, man, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, Freezy, when you said that Kobe had the Achilles, and I think part of that was to do he was overcompensated.
That's what I want to talk about that separately. Let me just do this thing from Jay Boogie.
Yeah.
Jay Boogie says, shout out to the chat and the panel. Blessings, health, and happiness. Wow, Hoodie Kev is back. We flashing back to the Kevin Knox Day. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's. Love and prosperity. You know, so from the bike, the hip hop
Jay
legend Jay
Boogie.
Boogie is in the building.
Shout out to Jay Boogie.
Yeah, man.
But Kobe's body was deteriorating and breaking down at a rate where he had to get the surgery.
Yeah.
It was experimental at the time, which is why Karl Towns, I think they've been better at the whole process, which is why Karl Towns got it at age 26. But man, if you're there's a different level of stress on your joints
Right.
when you're a 7-footer that weighs 250 to 260 to 270 at any point.
I've seen Patrick Ewing in rubber tires.
Yes. On
And
his
he was
knees.
broken down.
He was broken down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but Hoodie Kev, here's the thing though that I think we kind of dodged a little bit. I also saw a guy get that microfracture surgery, which is separate. I'm not saying Cat had that, but we saw him 3 years later have to try to come out of retirement and get this same platelet-rich injection to have him come back so that he can at least be an NFL player. And it didn't help him. You know who that player was?
McDice?
Andre Wadsworth.
Oh,
Yeah, that name sound familiar?
nah, not
The
to me.
NFL and the NBA are two different.
I mean, but we Knicks fans, we saw McDice.
Yeah. And the reason why Hoodie Kev said that is because Andre Wadsworth was trying to come back with the Jets.
Oh, okay. Because I was
Yeah.
going to say, we got 2 examples.
Yeah.
Amari had the microfracture too.
Again,
and
Karl-Anthony Towns has never broken anything.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
No.
Broken bones are better than ligament tears, for the record, if you're an NBA player.
Yeah.
Well, technically, he's never had a ligament tear either.
No.
Well, sprains. Well, he was out for a sprain, and do you know what a sprain is? A sprain is
I mean,
micro
essentially.
tears.
How-
Yeah.
do you know how many players are out for sprains?
Well,
Hey,
I don't.
90% of the league misses games for sprains.
Well, I don't know very many.
Now you're just making.
Kev,
So he's
listen.
never had any
Listen,
kind of tear.
Kev,
He's
Kev.
never had any kind of break. He went and
Kev.
had a cosmetic procedure.
Cosmetic.
Which is normal, I think,
It's
is
not cosmetic. That was for his career to last longer. Stop it.
I don't think it's for his career. Okay.
His
If anyone
what you're
is
getting.
Hey,
you're-
you know, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Joel Embiid did it.
yeah,
The
100%. Yeah.
platelet thing to me, kind of like what Julian Blum is saying, the y'all being doctors thing. Now that's not that part. You know, ain't nobody doctors. We just reading the record. Thing. You know, facts are facts. But the platelets part, I don't really have an issue with the platelets part. But the thing is that my concern is why the platelet thing is happening in the first place.
26.
That's my concern. If Karl-Anthony Towns is going through this stuff and he's going to be okay, I would rather that happen in Minnesota. What I don't want to have happen is us take the risk, regardless of what the percentage of risk is, and he comes here, and then something bad happens, and we're on the book for a asset that we can't trade, that is diminishing, that also can't play. I'm not saying that Cat is there now, right? But I don't want to take the chance of that. That's about when Cat was when Cat was 23, 24, me and Hoodie Kev was up here every night. taking on all comers about go get Cat. Hoodie Kev, you remember that? Every night, me and Hoodie Kev taking on all comers, go get Cat. But now that Cat is starting to get that big man wear and tear, I'm not on board for that, right? And at the same time, Karl-Anthony Towns has to dial his game back some so that he can stay healthy, and it still didn't work. How I know this is he changed positions. Because there's no way that somebody can explain to me that Minnesota didn't talk to Karl-Anthony Towns about changing positions before they traded for Rudy Gobert.
They definitely had to okay that trade.
You definitely had to talk to him like, Cat, you okay with us getting Gobert? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Cat had to be okay with it. As a matter of fact,
No, Cat was no. I don't think that's true at all because all the interviews Cat ever had afterwards was he was shocked of the trade.
right?
Like you're not going to come out and say you're shocked and yet you have full knowledge of it.
Right.
But I don't think they talked to Karl-Anthony Towns about that because Karl-Anthony Towns has stated numerous times he had no idea they were getting Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
That shocked him completely that they went out and got Rudy Gobert. So we can't sit here and say he knew and was okay with it.
Okay, to that point.
That was my opinion.
To that point, Kev, you say like these injuries are not anything. How many big men you know missed 52 games to a calf strain?
I mean,
He literally missed 4 months of NBA action to a calf strain.
Yes. When he originally was said to be out 2 to 3 weeks. And it turned into 4 months.
Turns out it was a lot more severe than they thought.
Yeah, Hoodie Kev, right. I just saw something and it says Cat said he was surprised he was in London and all of that. But that speaks to the trade itself, right? It didn't speak to him not knowing that the Timberwolves would actually do it. Right?
Or like move him from center. Like
yeah. I mean, it's like you know Christmas is coming, but then you shocked that the missus bought you what you wanted for Christmas, right? Yeah, I think they talked to Cat about him maybe moving the power forward and bringing in somebody. It is what it is.
Hey Freezy, look at that photo I had just posted of him at 26. Nah, I can't.
So now,
oh nah,
y'all
man.
want to be like
I'm risk averse to knee injuries on big men at 20 in their mid 20s.
Has he had a knee injury?
He is literally. I literally just read to you the reason why he took these precautionary surgeries.
He took a precautionary, so he hasn't had a knee injury yet.
I'll tell you this. He actually has had surgeries to clean up debris within his knee.
How many times do we see an athlete every single off season?
Not at 25, 26 years old.
Oh, yes, we do. We see athletes all the time get surgeries in the off season. Every single
maintenance.
sport,
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro. I'm good on that.
The majority of athletes have some type of surgery in the off season. So for you to sit here and say, "Oh, it's only Karl-Anthony Towns does it," that's nonsense. And you're just making up stuff.
Easy. I was with Hoodie Kev until he said making up stuff. I ain't making up stuff. I was with you with the surgeries.
You blown up a point that he had surgery in the off season.
But it's the type of surgery. It's knee surgeries, bro.
Athletes
you don't play with knee surgeries
in the off season. If that's the case, there shouldn't even be professional sports.
I was with Hoodie Kev with that until. Yeah, I think, man, athletes probably do these things as maintenance all the time, right? But what Dre is saying too, and I'm kind of there with him some. When it comes to bigs though, that you constantly like have to do like these things, it makes me think like I don't know if I want to spend our assets on that, man. Hoodie Kev, is there an alternative? Is there another big out there that we can look at getting that doesn't have all these injuries?
Towns.
Huh?
And it's not like, okay, people are sitting here making it seem like Karl-Anthony Towns is Mr. Glass.
You keep
He's
comparing
not.
him to his first 3 years in the league, and he's no
I'm
longer
not
that
comparing
healthy.
him to his first 3 years in the league. Where did you get me saying he's I didn't say that. I think his career in totality is what we need in New York.
Well, as we've seen, history would dictate guys don't become more healthy as they get older.
Yeah, cats don't get healthier as they get older.
I'm not sitting here saying that he's going to be play 82 games a season and get 35 minutes a game under Tom Thibodeau. No. Will he miss games? Yes, probably.
Everybody's gonna miss
More than
games.
likely,
Everybody.
everyone's going to miss games. So where are we get if he's doing the things now necessary to prolong take pain off him so he can be productive? Why are we? I can see if he wasn't doing anything at all. I can see if he was sitting here having pain, like, you know what? I ain't doing nothing about it. I'm just letting my body break down. When clearly he's trying to do everything he can to put himself in position to be there for his team.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you can do everything you can, and it's still not going to work.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about guys getting calf injuries and a lot of there is a chain reaction. The human body is a chain reaction. And when you already seen the writing on the wall in terms of him doing maintenance and getting stem cell surgeries at 26 years old, and then he comes back the next year and gets a calf injury and misses 4 months of basketball, you're not about to sit here and tell me there's zero correlation, there is no causation.
Mm-hmm.
Historically speaking, when guys, you just mentioned Kobe, right? Kobe had to go get that platelet surgery, and literally the next year he tore his Achilles. The next season,
Yeah,
and
that's
compensation injuries definitely happen in the NBA.
yeah.
So, do you want Luka Doncic? Would you like Luka? Because Luka had a
Sure,
calf strain too.
sure. Has
You,
Luca
you
had?
gonna bring him
Has
his
Luca?
calf strain that he
Has
cost him? That cost him how many games last season?
he ain't missed no 53 games?
We have to find out how many games Luka missed from his calf injury.
It wasn't no 53 games. I'll tell you that much.
No, I don't think it was 53. Smoke was
Also,
good,
Luca
boss.
never had any knee injuries to that extent.
He didn't
Where
have
he
it.
had to-
Karl-Anthony Towns hasn't had a knee injury. Stop saying he had a knee injury. He has not had a knee injury.
I literally just told you he was playing through knee injuries. That's why he even got the surgery to begin with.
Knee pain or knee injury?
No, the
Oh,
the,
here
the,
we
the,
go.
Can't we
the cleanup
all just
surgery.
get along and agree to disagree? Hold on. Can we all just get along and agree to
Towns,
disagree?
according to sources, was dealing
Right.
with pain in both knees, especially his right knee, which he wore a sleeve on during the playoffs. Now, do you get maintenance if you don't believe that pain won't let you get into a situation where you get worse?
Yes. Then we just sit here and say that all athletes have surgeries because they deal with pain
My
throughout
bad, Smoke.
seasons.
My bad, Smoke, if you did.
Literally, we just sat here and said all athletes have surgeries. So if you have pain, yes, get a surgeon to do it. Why is that so hard to believe? Like only Karl-Anthony Towns has had pain and got a surgery.
I didn't say that.
Dre's basically saying it.
It's not shocking that he has
Do,
it.
do players have
It's
pain
the fact
in
that
the
he's
offseason and have
26 years.
surgeries? Yes.
It's the
At
fact that
at
he's
all
26
ages.
years old
At
and that
all
you're.
ages, they do it. It's not whatever.
Oh my god, man! You're trying to diminish it. If it was a
I'm
player
not
that you,
diminishing it.
if it was a player that you
act
didn't
like
care
he
for,
just had reconstructive knee surgery or something. He didn't.
he's trying to stop it from getting to that point to begin with.
Right. Preventive maintenance. Yeah.
That
Why
is
And
is
he's
it a bad thing?
26.
Nah, preventative maintenance, Hoodie Kev, is a problem. Is you changing your alternator before it goes?
That is literally the purpose of almost all surgeries.
I'll tell you this much, Kev. I haven't heard of very many players getting stem cell surgeries at 26 years old.
So now
That's
it's
just
back
me.
to the stem cell procedure because it's not a surgery.
A procedure is surgery, dog.
No, it's not. There's a difference. It's a procedure and it's a surgery.
Hold
You can
on.
have all
Hold on.
types of procedures and not have a surgery.
Is he getting sliced?
Yeah.
No, he's
Is
getting
it a-
injected.
Injection, yeah.
So he's not getting cut at all.
So
Hey,
what
Hoodie
is he,
Kev.
cortisone shot straight to the knee?
Ooh, yeah, cortisone shots is life, bro. Cortisone shots is life, bro.
Straight to the knee?
Yes.
Yo,
I
Hoodie
don't
Kev,
always get them. I don't always get them there. I like get some in the hip.
Yeah.
But when I get that cortisone shot, bro, I be feeling like boxing, bro. Shannon Briggs, if you watching.
Oh no, leave him alone, champ. Leave him alone, champ.
Yeah,
But,
because
yo,
I ain't want
Hoodie Kev,
to retire him for real.
A preventative procedure is definitely it might not be a red flag, but it's a caution flag, which would be a yellow flag. So you have to take some caution because those procedures. I don't know why you rubbing your head and being so frustrated. Caution sign means to slow down or speed up. You know what I mean? And if you don't make the right decision, it's a problem, right or wrong.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
East Blue Drew. I'm an ex-athlete, bro. And I'm not saying at a high level, but man, yo, my body is so banged up, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Some of this stuff, you got to have it, bro. Like I legit like some of. I don't want to get into all that stuff, but yeah, the older you get, the more assistant you might need for some stuff.
I just don't understand what we're talking about players
And
having.
Nixon Knight says Freezy runs the summer. Thank you for the generous contribution. I'm sorry, go ahead, Hoodie Kev.
I just don't understand what we're talking about a player having off-season preventive maintenance procedures. Like that's not a common thing. Like I'm so befuddled that y'all are nitpicking at something that multitude of players do.
How was it all
you
y'all?
nitpick too, Hoodie Kev? So why would you turn
What
around?
am I nitpicking on?
You're not
Exactly.
nitpicking at this particular moment, but I've
You
spoken
do it
to
a
you
lot.
for about 3 years on these pods, not consistently, but enough to know that you nitpick as well.
Yeah, he nitpicked.
I nitpick about
you
relevant
just
things.
mentioned Julius Randle defensive rating.
It's only relevant when you think it's
I
relevant.
didn't mention Julius Randle's defensive rating. I
hold
didn't
on,
mention Julius
skip over
Randle's
that.
defensive rating at all.
Wait
You
a minute,
said
Hoodie
you-
Kev. Did you just say that you didn't mention? Wait, let me see if I can
No,
rewind this.
I didn't. No. I didn't bring up Julius Randle's at all. I compared Mitchell Robinson.
Wait a minute,
to
you didn't bring
Towns,
up Julius Randle at all?
his defensive metrics.
Oh my.
I never mentioned Julius Randle's defensive metrics at all. I mentioned Mitchell Robinson's and Karl-Anthony Towns.
You might need
Okay.
to
But not
do a
Julius
replay
Randle.
on some of these cats, Freezy.
Yeah,
so
I
they
gotta get this
remind
instant
them of what
replay
they be
working.
saying, and I'm not telling you what to do on your show. I'm just
Nah,
you know.
you right. I gotta get the instant replay up and running.
Please rewind the tape because I never mentioned
Some of
Julius
these
Randle's
cats be
mention.
trolling for
All
real.
I said was Mitchell Robinson and
Trolling.
Karl-Anthony Towns under Tom Thibodeau had the same exact defensive metric. I never mentioned Julius Randle's.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not. I never
Yes, you
mentioned
did.
Julius. I don't even know what Julius Randle's defensive metrics is.
You
How could I
asked.
know what it is?
You asked, but that's okay.
This was never about Julius Randle to me, so I didn't bring him up.
You know who was the last Knicks to get stem cell research?
We still on the stem cell research?
Amari Stoudemire.
No, Kemba.
Kemba?
He got it multiple times actually.
Oh,
Still,
man.
it didn't really work out for him. But,
That didn't
but yeah.
really work. But we have to trade 6 first-round picks, 4 players, and an all-star starter or all-star player
Fool.
for Karl-Anthony Towns.
Shut the
In
fuck
the
up.
opinion of Hoodie Kev.
I'm so
Y'all
sorry.
do know
It's
that
smoke.
I'm
you
so
realize
sorry.
that he's
I swear to God,
being-
I'm so sorry.
he's being
That
facetious.
was-
You know that, right?
Well, what is
I'll say it like that.
what is the
That's
offer?
6 players for him
No,
when he's
no, it's
soft
not.
and weak.
It's not
Come
6
on,
players,
bruh.
bro.
Hoodie Kev,
It's
you
like
gotta stop
11
it, bruh.
players.
I hope this ain't your narrative for the summer, bro. because
This is
I'm not
this
going to be
is the
happy.
summer narrative.
You do realize
Not you,
like
not you,
you-
Freezy. I'm talking to him because his name on the title, his
Mm.
name on that, right? So I'm holding him accountable for talking this scenario.
Oh, boy, Hoodie Kev.
specifically.
So
like
let
the
me
smoke
ask
is
you.
coming for you,
Let me
Hoodie
ask you
Kev.
a question. Have you heard me say anything like that?
Well, I'm calling
No,
the
you
names
have
of
not
names
heard
that
that. So you just went off on a whole tirade and did
Hold
not
on.
hear
I didn't even
any
go on a
kind of
tirade.
trade package from me whatsoever.
Relax,
I-
Hoodie
I
Kev.
didn't-
Hoodie Kev, relax. This dude Lyons can debate, bro. He a good debater. Relax.
He can't because he literally just jumped off a cliff to hear
I'll-
Uncle Freezy say
I'll
something.
say this,
and I
Kev.
didn't say anything.
Kev, like, hold on,
What?
Kev. There's two different reasons you would get stem cells
Are we
injected.
still on stem cell research?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm not letting it go either. There's two different reasons. There's two different reasons. You either have a ligament injury or you have general like inflammation within your knees. Right?
or just,
I have
or just
inflammation
regular
in my knees
deprivation
right
where your
now.
knees is
But
just
I haven't played
degenerative.
basketball in years.
But this
That's
is
because
the,
you eat. That's because Hoodie Kev eat gas station donuts, though.
but I'm
That's why he
talking
got
about
it.
like if you have a cartilage problem.
And you don't look like you don't look like you got a body for basketball, Hoodie Kev. No offense.
Listen, you were talking to the only person on this panel who has beaten an NBA legend.
A legend.
A legend.
Hold on.
Of all time.
We gotta stop right here. Pump the brakes.
Yeah,
I need names.
Steph Curry.
You ain't beat no Curry. Stop it, bro.
Oh,
I believe that in my next life.
Hoodie Kev broke Steph Curry all-time three-pointer record in high school.
First off,
You talking about when he was 160 Steph Curry before the muscles and the ankle injury? Stop.
Listen. Regardless of when it was,
I respect that though. If you did that out of
regardless of
school,
when it was, I can say that I have beat Steph Curry.
If that's how you're jacking, I'm jacking that. Real talk. If that's how you're jacking, I'm jacking that. But come on, man.
It happened.
Body shape now, and y'all around the same age right now.
Whatever
That's
happened
all I'm
now,
saying.
whatever happened.
That's all I'm saying.
Just
man.
know that
This happened in 2005.
And I'm not body shaming. I'm just saying, if you was a hooper like that, you should have kept it together.
It was 2003. 2004.
Yeah. How many years are you older than Curry, man?
2.
Sniper Kev. That's what we should call him.
I was.
Hoodie Kev out here in the orange and black. Let's go orange and black.
They know the orange and black.
He's not Hoodie Kev no more. He is Sniper Kev.
Yeah.
How you gonna be Hoodie Kev when he never got a hoodie on?
You don't want to see the hoodie, trust me. You ain't ready for that.
So all I'm saying,
you're not ready for that.
All I'm saying is he's actually Kev W. But when he get in debate mode, like when he eat lions up in a debate, he gonna have that hoodie on.
That would never happen.
So I don't know if you know, but the resume is I was a multiple time Blorange Tears debate league champion. I am also the 4-way debate league champion.
Okay.
Those
accolades are nice, but did you compete against me at all at the time period you speaking of?
This here is young Thundercat. Okay.
He ain't old, that's man. Yo, you know what lion stand for, right? You out here, yo, this dude's a lion. You call him a Thundercat?
We in the same age bracket, Hoodie Kev. I ain't no Thundercat, bro.
I did what I had to do.
Against them,
Hoodie Kev, don't
people that you competed against.
I got my phone
They
right
might
here. Don't
be
make
very
me call.
knowledgeable, but they was not lie on.
The people who I debated with have shows of their own, are reputable.
Some people know how to create a production better than others. That don't mean that they know how to debate. You feel me? Just because you can create a production, make it look pretty and make it look nice, that's one thing. But actually having the knowledge and being serviceable out here, that's another. You know what I mean? You're talking to somebody actually.
Well, the chat thought that I was clearly the best.
Hoodie Kev, should I call? I'll call Hardwell right now. I'll call Hardwell right now, Hoodie Kev.
Look. So that's another.
I noticed how everybody got quiet at Hardwell name.
No, that's another.
All I'm saying, I'll call Hardwell right now.
That's a little different. That's a little different.
You can call Chuck. You can call Rob.
Them dudes, man, they don't. Them dudes. It's a new generation, bro.
No, I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you can call whoever.
I agree with Hoodie Kev right there. Call whoever you want, man.
It's
and smoke for everybody. You know what I mean? That's why it's the smoking nigga. You feel me? I got smoke for everybody.
And respect to our man Hardwell.
The chimney?
Respectfully.
Respect to Hardwell, man. That's my dude for real. Right? But Hardwell though, Hoodie Kev, I think if you don't come real with it, if you don't come real with it, it's gonna be like F Free World 313. You know what I'm saying? A man can go. That's what I'm saying. I know Hoodie Kev
community for sure.
Hoodie Kev has the demeanor of Adonis Creed. You know what I'm saying? Like Hoodie Kev might be Adonis Creed. You know what I'm saying? But we might have to see it.
You Bob Ross, how you paint these pictures, my guy.
You talking about with Hoodie Kev?
I'm talking about you in general, how you paint people.
Ross. Yeah, I'm just saying my guy is like.
That's all I'm saying.
I've seen Hoodie Kev back in the day. Now, I'm talking about back in the days when we used to all have black hair on our heads and black hair on our face. Okay. Back in the day, Hoodie Kev used to eat people at night. All comers. He would just walk up. He did something one night to one of the panelists, and I had to call Kev on the phone. Like, man, sit your ass down. Stop. You can't be doing people like that.
Nah, right? I've seen it in action. I was back here in the back. I was in the back channels. I remember them.
Man. So I had to call Kev I was live right here, and then I had to call. Hey, Kev, slow down, relax.
I've had numerous calls from numerous people telling me I need to chill out, stop going to people so hard.
Chill. Yeah,
I used to make people quit the channel.
Hoodie Kev, the one or two times that we actually did get to speak before he, took his hiatus, for whatever reason, respectfully. We had a couple of good debates, man. You feel me? I was a young pup right then, just still getting my feet wet with talking to random strangers all the time. But now
Lyons is saying them dudes that used to roar real loud, now they mane got a whole lot of black in it. You know what I'm saying? They got black mane and some silver around their mouth.
There he goes.
Now they looking like Scar. They looking like Scar now. They ain't looking like Simba. You know what I'm saying? They not young Simbas no more. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of my favorite basketball commercials of all time.
Be a Bob Ross again.
Oh boy.
It was the Jordan versus
I like how
Jordan.
You paint the picture, and every mistake is a happy mistake, Freezy. I like that.
Oh yeah, every mistake is a happy mistake. Yeah.
The Jordan versus Jordan commercial is my favorite commercial of all time. You had old Jordan against young Chicago Bulls.
I screen relevance and origin.
Yeah.
And old Jordan won that ball game.
Right.
In real life, younger Jordan would have cooked old Jordan, but still
roasted.
I don't know.
But
when you become more seasoned, when you start using this more, it goes a long way.
Old Jordan was a great team player. Young Jordan would have put up 79.
Ferocious.
Yeah.
He was a killer.
Yeah.
But you don't win until you start outsmarting people.
It becomes a 5-on-5 game.
Nah, but they got all the energy and athleticism, but they don't know how to manipulate. They don't know how to intimidate. They don't know how to use all these facets that you have to your discretion. They don't know how to make it available to them. So, you know what I mean? You could get caught in one spectrum. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of using everything you have against the person. That's what you're supposed to do, man. Play the game. It's chess, not checkers.
Right.
I like the LeBron's commercial when it was like old man LeBron, baby LeBron, suave white suit, Afro LeBron jumping in the pool.
Nah, man, you're supposed to be talking about the old school Sprite commercials with Kobe and LeBron as puppets.
The puppet. I mean, that was before that one. The puppets one was like 09, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that was back in the day, 09, 08.
Yep.
Hey, Hoodie Kev, I just put a link to your article, The Curious Case of Karl-Anthony Towns.
Oh, yeah. Everyone, please, if you have the time, Read the article.
The
I
Benjamin
think
Button
it's
story.
very, very. I mean, I would say it's
It-
well written.
It was
but
a well written article. I did like
you
it, but
write it, Hoodie Kev?
I also disagree with it. But I did like the article.
Did
Thank
you
you
write?
so
Did
very
you
much.
write it, Hoodie Kev?
I did write it.
What's the link? Put it in the private chat.
It's
I'll
in
go
it's in
read
the
it right
chat.
now.
It's in the chat right now.
It's in the chat. All right, I'm gonna go read it real quick.
Well, the chat, the YouTube chat.
Yeah. So we pinned it. So I got it pinned up in the thing.
It's a 7-minute read.
Yeah.
It was definitely a good article.
It better be good because I'm coming for you, Hoodie.
It
Kev.
was better than mine. I wrote the cat's meow
I'm joking.
in response to it because we had both.
Y'all got a
articles.
forum where we writing articles?
Yes,
I don't know about the forum where we writing articles.
bro. We moving at light speed, bro.
It's a Substack, man.
I'm always
Yeah,
the
we-
last person to
Man,
find
good
out
one,
things, man. I'm legible.
Yeah, man, and credible. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
My credibility, I'm working on. Legibility, different thing.
Yeah, and so the thing is I wasn't writing a response to that, but even though we kind of sometimes disagree on screen, behind the scenes we work together.
I don't know
You know what I'm saying?
Don't see this.
That's a fact.
So I told Hoodie Kev about the article. He told me he wanted to write one, so we wrote one because we come off the back of Nev the Disruptor writing the Obi-Wan Kenobi article, and me writing the
The
Game
Hoodie
of
Kev
Thrones
merch.
article.
Yes.
Hoodie
take it.
Kev is telling everyone he got his own clothing line on Blorange Tears.
The
That's
Hoodie
goat.
Kev line.
That's goat status.
Okay. The
That's
Hoodie
goat
Kev clothing line. Get it.
Yeah, he on goat status.
But how is it a hoodie cap on the front, but it ain't a hoodie?
It don't gotta be a hoodie.
Nah, yeah, it's personality. It's, you know.
Who do the proofreading?
We Grammarly.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't even be asking that.
No, we send it through Grammarly. If it don't come out like 99, we don't use it.
That's smart. See?
Yeah.
Get a program publisher. That's smart. For sure.
Yeah, man. It's yeah.
All right, let me read it real quick. All right, you continue. Sorry, my bad.
So it's a couple out here. So it's the Cat's Meow and the Curious Case of Karl-Anthony Towns.
Shout out to Nev too.
Yeah, shout out to Nev the Disruptor. So we put out like 5 articles within the last week. We generally don't go that quickly, but for the sake of whatever it is, you know what I'm saying, we just, you know, when you get in grind mode, you know what I'm saying, you just start grinding. So yeah, man. So Hoodie Kev, you didn't answer my question.
What's the question?
And the question was, if we're not going to get Cat because he's injury prone, is there an alternative that solved the offensive center question?
It's Cat or nothing.
You're not interested in KP?
So basically,
No, I'm not interested in. No.
So basically, there is no issue. You just want Cat.
Because Cat is the answer.
Wait. So there is no issue. You just want Cat.
What issue? What do you mean there is no issue?
You talked about offense.
Yes. Because what?
But if we don't get Cat, then we okay.
Hold on. Nikola Vucevic is a great offensive center, right? He's a very good above average offensive
They calling
center.
you Hoodie Cat.
But that does not mean that his offense translate in making other people's offense around him better. What Karl-Anthony Towns will do, because his presence on the court will make the RJ Barretts of the world better, will make the Jalen Brunsons of the world better, will make the Emmanuel Quickleys of the world better, will make the Obi Toppins of the world better, because his presence alone makes them better because of how he would fit into the system. Nikola Vucevic, Nurkic, whatever other center you want to put will not have that same impact that Karl-Anthony Towns will have. That's why he and he alone is the answer.
I think Kristaps is a better player than Cat in 2023.
Oh my God.
I mean, the numbers back it up.
The numbers back it up. His numbers.
You don't want to do that, Kev.
So
And this
Kristaps
year, and the
Porzingis.
year of our Lord 2023.
So Kristaps Porzingis averaged 23 points, 8 rebounds, 2.7 assists, 1.5 blocks a game in 65 games. So he missed games too, but that's not a big deal.
Well, no, number one, the
Oh,
Wizards.
and the year before that he played 17 games. The year before that he played
I
34 games.
said he was
The year
better
before
than
that he
him
played
this year.
43 games.
I said this year.
So
You keep bringing it to the past.
the funny thing is,
Can we
Dre
get more?
will point
can we-
out
can
how
we get
many
more
games.
offense
How many
from?
games?
What about instead of getting a
Y'all
big
saving
successful
him,
score?
Uncle Freezy?
I'm not saving him.
You
I'm asking.
are, because if
Let him.
we're
Let
talking
him.
about
I
Karl-Anthony
could
Towns,
definitely
he's
rebuttal.
sitting here,
Yeah, you think he cooking? Let him cook. What do you think he cooking? Let him cook.
in the
Let him
graph,
go.
how
Go.
many
Yeah, let him
games
cook. You think he
Karl-Anthony
cooking?
Towns has missed the last 4 years, and then he turns around and say he wants Kristaps Porzingis.
I didn't say I wanted him. I didn't
how
say
many
I wanted him
games
though. Where did I
Kristaps
say that?
Porzingis has
Where did
missed?
I say that? Where
Yo,
did I say I wanted
let
him?
me ask you a
Oh
question. Let me ask you a
my
question.
God.
Hold on. Can
Nick,
I
did
ask
I
you?
say I wanted him?
Hold on. No,
Yes,
no,
you
Drake.
did. You did
Drake.
say he's
Drake. Don't
a
even take
better
it personally,
option
bro.
than Karl-Anthony Towns right now.
This is what I do, right? I like this. I love Hoodie Kev's energy because I can match it, right? Let me ask you a question, Hoodie Kev. Didn't Jimmy Butler play? And I'm taking it back. Let's
Okay, let's take it back.
prospect a
Let's
little
go
bit.
on.
Let's prospect a little bit, right?
Okay.
Let's take it back. You know, like you was prospecting in your article that I just read, right? You know what I mean? Hoping and wishing.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, you know what I mean? A lot of hope in that article. Are you religious?
I like to think that we all are spiritual beings.
All right. I just thought because there was a lot of hope in that article. I just wanted to just ask. But
Hope is all that we have in life.
truthfully and belief, you know, same shit though. But excuse my French. But what I was about to ask you was when Jimmy Butler played with Karl-Anthony Towns, did he think he was a dog?
I'm so glad that you brought this up, and
I'm glad
fell
because it's
into
relevant because Jimmy Butler has succeeded beyond and past these dudes, and these dudes are still matriculating around 8, 9, 10, and stuff like that. And now you try to tell us we need to mess up what we have. A dude, like, even though he might score sometimes, he's not bringing that dog that didn't Jimmy beat him with the third team or something like that. If I recall, I'm just asking, man. These are the type of dudes you want in your squad.
So I'm very glad that you brought that up, because Karl-Anthony Towns just recently on his own podcast came out and told the people the backstory behind the Jimmy Butler
You
incident
mean his
in Minnesota.
perspective, but not the wall perspective.
Because you asked a question.
All right.
Karl-Anthony Towns, basically, the thing about Jimmy Butler, we had to realize.
Have you ever heard Hoodie Kev stumbling and mumbling like this before? Like,
yeah, all the time. The thing
I've never
about
heard
Jimmy
this
Butler
before. What's
is
his name?
Jimmy Butler
Hoodie Kev,
is.
man. Come on, man. It's me, bro. Cut it out.
So I'll continue. Jimmy Butler is a different kind of cat, and I said this the other night. Where Jimmy Butler doesn't get along with almost anybody, right? So Jimmy Butler had a problem with Embiid, who's now the reigning MVP. He's had problems. He just literally had an entire shouting match with Eric Spoelstra, right?
That was last year.
Got on. So Jimmy Butler.
That was last year, though.
Excuse me, last year.
You
Jimmy Butler gets on every. No. Because here's the thing. Jimmy Butler gets on everybody. So it's not like it's just Karl-Anthony Towns. No, Jimmy Butler has a problem with a lot of people.
But my question is, the conclusion that he came to, was it right or was it wrong?
What conclusion did he come to?
Jimmy Butler about Karl-Anthony Towns and then Wiggins at the time before he joined Golden State. Was they dogs or were they not dogs? Is Karl-Anthony Towns a dog by himself?
What is a dog exactly?
A
But what
dog
is La On's
not
definition of a
disappearing, not
dog?
being 6'11", 7 foot, and then having 2-3 rebounds in a basketball game. Staying at the perimeter, trying to shoot the whole time when you know your tail should be on the block, doing something strong. Come on, man.
Let's go back a year. Let's go back a year ago.
I got a lot of questions for you, but this ain't my show.
Let's go back a year ago against a game where Karl-Anthony Towns actually played against the New York Knicks. And the Minnesota Timberwolves were down 108 to 109. Do you remember this game at all? And Karl-Anthony Towns got the ball. Karl-Anthony Towns got the ball at the top of the key.
Keep describing. I'm listening.
Karl-Anthony Towns got the ball at the top of the key. And do you know who was guarding him? Julius Randle was guarding him. And this is just one case. I'm just going to bring this up because, and he took it straight at Julius Randle and got an and one to put the Timberwolves up 110 to 109. And then hit the free throw to basically seal the game at the end. I've also seen him go at Joel Embiid in two different ways. One where he punched Joel Embiid in the face.
So do you
because he was tired of Joel Embiid with all of this right here, and he just up and punched him like Charles Barkley punched Shaq. Actually, I think it was worse of a hit, actually, because he contacted with Joel Embiid. Also, I also seen him take the ball on many occasions at Joel Embiid to beat Philadelphia in a game. So the dog here's the thing. People think a dog is someone like Charles Oakley or I don't know.
You muted yourself. Hoodie Kev.
Sorry, my piece came out. So I just don't understand a dog because the person that called.
But you didn't ask me what player I thought was a dog.
The person who called Anthony Towns
is
a person.
Charles Oakley is a dog. You assumed what player you thought I was a dog before you even asked me.
Who is a dog? Because I asked you.
Well, you partially asked me, but then you assumed what player you thought I thought was a dog.
So who is a dog exactly?
Well,
and what makes them that?
See, that's a better question. What makes a person a dog? Now, let me answer that question first, right? When the moments get toughest, you feel me? They show up whether you win or lose. They're not pouting all the time. They're uplifting their people, and they're showing up physically. You know what I mean? When the moment is at its highest, whether you win or lose, you gotta want to take this shot. You gotta want to make that beautiful pass. You just gotta. And a player that's a dog, an easy player. Rest in peace. Kobe was a dog. You know what I'm saying? He wanted that last shot.
One of the literally probably 5 greatest players of all time. That's great comparison.
But I'm just saying you don't have to be Kobe Bryant because his work ethic and his lineage and all the things that come along with him it's just hard to replicate.
So why would you bring him up as your example then?
My example, because you gotta want to take that shot. You gotta want to.
And didn't I just basically?
You can't shy away in the moment. Is what I'm trying to tell you, Hoodie Kev.
I literally just gave you an example of how Karl-Anthony Towns did exactly just that.
No, you didn't, because he only does that in the regular season sporadically, right? In the playoffs.
I'm so good. You obviously did not watch the beginning of the show. So let me go back. Let me go back to you.
So hold on. So now you're bringing up stuff that's irrelevant, right?
No.
That's irrelevant.
No.
In the beginning of the show is irrelevant. I don't need to know everything you talked about.
Hold on. Because you just said something.
So now you're trying to move the goalpost to something that
I'm not moving the goalpost.
You are. Because
are you going to let me explain? Because you just said something. You literally just said something that I can prove you wrong.
Well, continue. I'm listening.
Because you just said, it only happens in
Hoodie Kev, relax. Don't go for Hoodie Kev, you got that look in your eye. Hoodie Kev, you got that look in your eye. Like you about to go for jugulars.
It's me.
Relax. So last season, when they were playing the number one defense in the
Why
league.
you keep talking about last
Memphis
season? We talking
Grizzlies,
about this season, fam.
the Memphis Grizzlies.
Why you keep referring to stuff that the season didn't go
are you going to let me talk, or are you going to let me explain?
But stop with all that
are
last
you just
season.
going?
Can we
Are you
talk
just
about
going to keep
what happened recently? What have you done for me lately?
If I can't explain to you, if you don't want to have a verbiage, then what's the point? If you want to ask a question, let me answer it.
Hoodie Kev, no, don't answer that question. You got that look in your eye. I think
you're
you're trying to go for juggler. You don't want this one, Hoodie Kev.
When
he's trying to save you, that's what he's doing.
When he went up against the number one defense in the NBA that regular season, the Memphis Grizzlies, with Steven Adams and Jaren Jackson throwing bodies at him, Karl-Anthony Towns in game 4 had 4 points. This team went down 3-1. He had 8 points. He took 4 shots in 32 minutes. Now, his team just went down 3-1. They're going back to Memphis. It should have been over. He had all the critics talking down to him about how he failed, how he couldn't live up to the high expectations. He just was a failure, was trash, was garbage. Heard it all, right? What did he do in game 5? I'll tell you what he did in game 5. He only had 33 points and 14 rebounds and led his team to a victory in game 5.
Then Hoodie Kev froze. Hoodie Kev, you froze. Can you say that again?
I froze?
Yeah, you froze for a second.
I said in game 5, all he did was have 33 points and 14 rebounds while leading his team to a convincing game 5 win. Then in game 6, although his team lost, he still put up 20 plus and 10 rebounds.
I don't like this corporate Kev. I like Hoodie Kev. Corporate
So
Kev.
You can't sit here and say, "Oh, he doesn't want it. He's only good in the regular season." When in the postseason, he has proven he is going to do everything he can to get his team victories. It can't one player, and I don't care how great. And Uncle Freezy said this. I don't care how great the player is. You need the adequate help to.
Everybody need help. I don't care how great you are. Every great player need help. It don't matter how great a player is, right? What is Jason Tatum without Jaylen Brown? What is Jaylen Brown without Jason Tatum? What is Shaq without Kobe? What is Shaq without Penny?
And what was Cat with Andrew Wiggins
and Anthony Edwards
and Jimmy Butler
and Derrick Rose scoring 50 points?
Come on, my guy, Hoodie Kev. You lost your first debate today, my boy.
Do you know how long the Minnesota
accept
Timberwolves?
defeat first, though. You got to accept defeat.
No, I haven't lost anything because the Andrew Wiggins, Karl-Anthony Towns debate, they were both very young, immature, had no leadership.
Was they both first picks in the draft?
Andrew Wiggins was traded before he really even became anything. So you can't sit here and say what?
Was they both first overall picks in the NBA draft, projected and estimated to be better than everybody else in their class? Yes or no, Hoodie Kev?
I guess.
Oh, you guess now. Oh, you guess? Were they drafted 1 or not?
Yeah.
Oh, now you guess. You guess.
They were.
I told you it's me, bro. You guess?
So because
all right, here we go.
Because that's like saying that Kyrie Irving and Anthony Bennett were both drafted number 1. And they did what exactly together?
Well, how
because
long
was Anthony Bennett
in the league?
Anthony Bennett?
How long was Anthony Bennett in the league?
No. You just said you had 2 number 1 picks.
You're trying to correlate things that don't correlate, bro. That's funny, though. That's funny. That's a good misdirection. You can play that on somebody that don't know better.
Anthony Bennett, regardless of what he did, was Anthony Bennett not the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft? I'll wait for an answer. Yes, he was. I'll just give it to you. So Anthony Bennett.
At least I didn't say I guess.
It's Hoodie Kev. It's Hoodie Kev.
Hold on.
Anthony Bennett was a number 1 pick.
Hold on.
Regardless of what you want to say.
I didn't say I guess.
Pick in the draft.
You was making faces and being unsure. Can I get direct? Hold on. Hoodie Kev, if you're gonna play this game, I need direct answers. I don't need faces and hyperbole, player.
And what did Anthony Bennett and Kyrie Irving do when they were on the same team? 2 number 1 picks.
Well, they didn't get the same amount of time that Anthony that
How long did they have? No.
Hold on.
They had the same amount of time.
No.
They had the same amount of time that
Anthony
Andrew
Edwards only
Wiggins
played in the league like 2 or 3 seasons. What you talking about?
Time that Andrew Wiggins and Karl-Anthony Towns had together.
That's not true.
They had the same amount of time.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Look it up.
They both
Just
had
because
2
you yelling
years
and you
together.
you are. Look it up.
How am I wrong?
Because
How long did Karl-Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins play together?
At least like 4 or 5 seasons.
No, the hell they didn't. They played together for 2 years. 2.
It's Hoodie Kev.
2 years they played together. The same amount of time that Kyrie Irving and Anthony Bennett played together. So what did they do? 2 number 1 overall picks.
What are you talking about? Wiggins and Karl Towns played together for 4 years.
When they played together for 4 years?
Bro, they traded Wiggins from day one from the Warriors. I mean, from the Cleveland when they drafted him. They traded for LeBron to get Kevin Love, and they
played together for 4.5 years, bro.
I think Wiggins was on the team before Karl-Anthony Towns.
Where do you make these things up at? Man?
Because he just scream and yell and just think he right, bro. That's what it is. Yeah, I told him to look it up. He just started yelling because I said 4 or 5 years. They said no, they didn't. No, bro. You look it up. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Because that is not true at all.
They definitely did play together for 4.5 years.
Can I get that belt? I killed the champion tonight.
They definitely played together for 4.5.
Just like this. How long?
They definitely you can Google all you want. I'm telling you they played together.
But no, I know. Google it. So it's on paper. It's documented. So because where'd you find this 2 years stuff? Like
what?
He just want to be right, bro. That's it. But he wrong.
Oh, so they did play together for 4 years.
4.5 years.
Look. See how humble he was? It was almost like when I asked him the other question, he was like, I guess so.
Uncle Freely has taught me a lesson.
Like that. We don't want to see that soft stuff.
I can say that I was wrong.
Talk with your chest like you was talking again, man. Stop.
How? Because I was wrong and can admit that I was wrong?
Exactly, man.
Yeah, that's the cool part of it, man. If you wrong, just admit you're wrong, bro.
I'm just saying, man. Can I get the belt because I just roasted your man live on air in front of everybody?
Hoodie Kev, wow. Okay.
So
all right.
Let's put this up.
I told you, I'm smoke dog. I won it. I ain't running from it. I know what I'm talking about.
Wow, and now so it got awkward in here for a second. It's awkward in here now.
Awkward in here when you know what you're talking about and people just think they do, man. That's how I get.
Yeah.
How we get, man. So.
Yeah, I guess the point that Hoodie Kev was saying is that Karl-Anthony Towns didn't have help, but he did. But Andrew Wiggins now is not the player he was when he was in Minnesota. So, and I'm not coming to Hoodie Kev. I'm not coming to Hoodie Kev defense.
I don't need that.
He begged you not to come to another person.
I definitely don't need that because, like I said, I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong about something. I have no problem with admitting that I was wrong. I'm sorry that I got the time wrong. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
No, you can't beat your chest like you know what you're talking about if you unsure. That's
the Karl-Anthony Towns thing is polarizing, though. If this was like a few years ago, like when Dre was saying about the platelet stuff, if it was pre that, I think I might be inclined to kind of, be open to it. When Cat looked like he was on the verge of being 30 and 15. Y'all remember the first few years when Cat looked like and people don't remember it because now everybody's shooting threes. But when Cat started shooting threes, you was like, yo, this dude might average 32 and 17.
Because he went from like 18 to 25 in the second year, and then kind of plateaued from there.
Yeah, and for that reason, I'm like, I don't know. Right? And no disrespect to Hoodie Kev passionate argument, because you know what I'm saying, he's passionate about it. What I'm saying is I don't know if I want to trade everything for damaged goods. And I know Hoodie Kev don't want me to say damaged goods, right? but my deal is, I understand that everybody in the NBA now is doing the maintenance that they feel like they need to do in order to have long, successful careers. But it just makes me nervous when it's a big man doing it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even because of Cat. It's just because I watched Pat Ewing at in game 7 of the NBA Finals, couldn't even roll to the basket, and John Starks shot that. I'm sorry, game 6, where Pat Ewing couldn't even roll to the basket, and John Starks shot that 3, and Olajuwon tipped it. If Pat had some burst and could have got to the free throw line, we would have been looking at a Pat Ewing free throw line jumper to win a championship. And I know people will say, well, you can't change the past and blah, 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 right? What I'm saying is I watched a all-time great in Patrick Ewing, right? I watched him, and I watched his slowly over time, he began to slow down, you know, and lose a step, right? And so do I want to relive that with Karl-Anthony Towns? If I had a preference, no. I would not rather do that. What I would rather do is get a young, spry big with, like for instance, Dre, would you rather trade for Cat or Vic W?
Oh, Victor W.
Right.
Without even blinking, thinking.
Can I ask you a question, Freezy?
You hit a trade package for Cat though?
No, I haven't really.
Yeah.
There's been suggestions on what it might be?
It's not 6 players and 4 picks, though. I tell you.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. What I mean?
Ain't nobody doing that with this new CBA coming up. That price of that price of that cat brick is not what it is.
Right.
If we're gonna talk about players that's a little injury prone, wouldn't you shoot for Joel Embiid over
an actual MVP? An actual MVP?
Or actual player that's gonna play on both sides of the basketball
instead of the 2K? Instead of the 2K MVP? Okay.
No, yeah, exactly. Like a person that's going to play on both sides of the basketball, defend, rebound, give you a little bit for the perimeter, could shoot good free throws.
And he's going to get the star call.
So, like, we talking about Cat? Come on, man. Cat probably could get us a little higher, but to the finish line, I don't see it.
The thing I think is missing in all of this is the offense that we'll run when we get Cat or Embiid. If Tibbs here, Dre, if Tibbs here, what we running?
They got to defend.
Oh man. Well, wait. On which end? Offense or defense?
No, I said offense.
A ton of isolation anyway. We're gonna be running pick and it's not pick and roll, it's pick and get a switch and then ISO. That's what we run ultimately, Freezy. Pick and ISO.
Dre,
there's a lot of standing around in our offense, which is
and is that and to if you see it with Randle and you see it with RJ and you see it with Brunson, what makes us think that Tom Thibodeau has a modern NBA? What makes us think that the Knicks are going to be the Raptors? Like the guy that the Raptors are about to hire, the dude that basically invented the Spanish pick and roll.
Who they hiring?
Oh, I forget his name. I knew you were going. Carlos something. I forget his name. But he, in theory, created the Spanish pick and roll. Whether he did it or not, excuse me, I don't know for sure.
Now I want to ask you, what is the Spanish pick and roll?
All right, so basically what the Spanish pick and roll is a roll man comes up, right? A shooter comes and screens the guy that just got screened and slides away from the pick and roll action, where a defender has to choose between staying with the roll man, I'm staying with the dribbling man, or staying with the shooter, or going to the shooter. Either way, it puts one defender in jeopardy. The defender has to make the choice. The ball handler reads the defense and then takes the offense from there. Right? What that also does is the roll man also now becomes more of a weapon, because the second guy that comes up, right, or the guy that usually in drop coverage, that's dropping to the level of the shooters. And y'all, this is what the drop man does. This is why Mitchell Robinson is basically
I'll drop a clip for you, Freezy, if you want, so you can play it.
Is
I'll drop a
YouTube
clip
on?
for
Is
you.
you?
Nah,
is
it's just a straight MP4. So when you open it, it'll just open it up like just a video, and then you can just side load the tab. It's just a straight video.
Okay. Yeah. So So you're gonna put it in the private chat, right?
Yeah, it's in the private chat.
Okay.
It's right there.
And the reason why Mitch is so good,
It should just play as a video for you.
yeah, but I'm gonna turn the volume down just a little. So
Yeah.
All right. So this, everybody, is what Toronto is doing. That's why when y'all criticize Randle, I say, man, relax and look at what we're doing compared to what others are doing. Right? That's all I'm saying. Relax, man. This is the type of offense. This right here, Hoodie Kev, Smoking Nick, and chat. This is what we want Tom Thibodeau to try to do, right? You see the shooter up top? Bam. There we go. Y'all see that? Y'all saw the roller come up and the shooter. The shooter come.
Play it one more time.
And it puts defenses in jeopardy because you have to pick something.
Can you play it one more time, please?
Yeah, I got it. I'm trying.
Just press the play button again. But you want to loop it.
Or play this.
All right, so there it is. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, I was trying to get it to.
So you got to choose from the picker or the 3-point man.
Yeah.
Both rolling at the same time. That makes sense.
Let me see. I was trying to loop it so I could stay on the screen. I ain't really. But you see how the 3-point shooter get open, right?
Yeah.
But also look at the defender staying with the man. That's what you want to do. Pay attention to this. To the ball handler. Pay attention to the ball handler, right?
You got a decision to make.
Yeah. Everybody got decisions to make. Yeah.
Whoever man that 3-point man was, he got caught ball watching for half a second. And that's why his man screened open, because when Josh Triple J came, he set the screen for him,
right,
which got him open while he was setting the screen for somebody else. So
and if you're too aggressive, you get beat back door by the roller going to the rim.
Right. And what I was gonna say,
play.
And this that Dre just sent, Dre, I appreciate that, man. We need to load up. We need to do more of this stuff right here, man.
I could drop clips like of examples. If you see anything in a play or anything that you want to mention, I'll just pull it up for you real quick.
Okay. So what I wanted to do though is in this offense here, right? The guy that's the big that's in drop coverage, he's taught to drop to the level of the shooters around him, right? And what that means is the guys that's off to his left and right, he has to drop and get to the level of them, because the guy that's coming towards him, right, is going to look to do floater, pass, or kick out to those corners. So that guy right there has multiple responsibilities, right? But in that situation, all it took was for that one defender to see the ball and react to it, and a guy was wide open at the top of the key for a wide open three. And what this does is it puts defenders in multiple conflicts all game long. So even if you don't get the shot there, you still giving defenders information overload. They have too much stuff to think about, right? But in Tom Thibodeau's offense, with one guy with the ball, Julius Randle, ISOing against a set defense, nobody's in jeopardy ever. Not
It,
even
it,
the man
it,
on the ball.
it becomes, is my guy better than your guy? And
Right.
ultimately, it can work in a regular season,
Right.
but when teams are, the Heat were like, okay, I'll just put Bam on him. And Bam is an all defensive player. That's,
Right.
it is what it is.
The last play of our season, Jalen Brunson ISO'd and went to the baseline. You know what Miami did? Miami set a defense and stayed in it. And everybody put their eye on Brunson because they knew Brunson wanted to shoot there. Right? Nobody left their lane. Dre, did you see anybody out of position on that Miami Heat defense?
No. They were
I
all
didn't either.
they were all watching, and then
Right, zoned up.
zoned up, and it was a static offense. And when you have guys standing in one place, it becomes like the rotations just become simple after that. It's elementary at that point when we get to this level of the NBA. I think Freezy had froze.
Yeah, just for a second. I don't know what's going on. It must be that down south internet. But yeah. My point is it don't matter, Hoodie Kev, it don't matter how many offensive players you get. If this is the offense that we're gonna run, you are gonna get the same result. And this is one of the things I'm talking about. Now, if you're talking about bringing in Cat, and then now you're talking about firing Tibbs so that we can get a more creative offense, now we just making too many changes for one player. You know what I'm saying? Now we got to change the coach because he came here, and now we got to go get wing defenders because he done came here.
And how much is our defense going to suffer, and then we're going to start complaining about that?
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why context matters in these conversations.
Yes, they do.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because now it's too much stuff to. Now, if it's one of those things where the front office makes a philosophical adjustment, then okay. But if we just say trade Randle for Cat at the 5.
That's a bad trade, though. For what? RJ to brick it up?
Now you
Around
got
Cat that's going to brick it up?
Now you got to trade Mitch because Cat and Mitch ain't gonna play together. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to go out on now you got to trade Mitch for a specific type player, right? And then now Tom Thibodeau got to make adjustments to his defensive and offensive system. It's just a lot.
Why is that a problem when you just said
it's a problem because it don't fit? When you trying to keep RJ over Randle, bad decision. Number one, you'd be fired day one if I was the owner.
And it's a problem because Cat in Minnesota is not a second round team. So why are you gonna bring him here and think he's gonna take this second round team to the next level? It makes no sense. And he's soft.
That narrative of soft, because
it's not a narrative, bro. We watched it in this playoff series.
What did you watch exactly?
I think he had like 3 points and 4 points and like 0 some rebounds in one of them
I
games.
only throw the soft thing out there to get a rise out of Hoodie Kev. I think
but it's true.
I think it's funny when
that's not true. You don't even know what he had. You just threw some out there. He had 3
My perception of what I see. I don't.
You just said he had 3. So he had 3 this and a rebound.
Basketball players around. That's not what I'm saying. When he gets on the basketball court, he looked like he be getting punked and giving up.
And who has punked him? Who punked Karl-Anthony Towns? Who?
Ish Smith.
Look, man. You need somebody to physically touch him to get punked. When you give up, that means you got punked spiritually, fam.
When did he give up?
Spiritually punked?
You caught that, Drake?
That man went to another realm.
Oh, yeah.
Did he get punked by Jose Alvarado?
I'm trying to keep it light with Hoodie Kev, but Hoodie Kev is,
No, because I'm trying to.
Cat out here getting punked by Kemba Walker.
Yeah, trying to be friendly with everybody. Everybody ain't
your friend. Oh boy, here come your help. Hey, Hoodie Kev, here he comes to the rescue. Rock
Man,
Cleveland is in the building.
Right, what's going on?
Man, what's going on, man?
What's up, man?
Ashy
Yes,
knuckles,
KS in the building. Man, why y'all on Hoodie Kev head
Because
like
I've
that,
been
man?
cooking him. He said he was the champ, so
He
I had to
literally
cook him
has
real quick.
not.
Throw him on
Right,
my
I don't
griddle.
listen.
I had to
Listen.
throw him on my
Y'all
griddle with
Literally,
some
listen.
cilantro,
He
some
didn't even
cheese,
do anything. He
some
literally
tomatoes. You
I
feel me? A
messed
little
up,
taco
and
sauce.
then he
You feel
took
me? I had
credit
to
for
make a
that.
Dorito.
Listen, here's what happens, right? You know how somebody can
This
come
guy.
in
Now
and
you
try
trying
to
to
take a
explain how
playbook
I cooked him.
and try to take a playbook from somebody else. Like we all know, I'm the king of talking over people, right? So it's when someone trying to talk about me, it's like, look, that don't work because I'm the king of doing what you're trying to do.
I hear you,
So,
brother.
so this didn't work out,
So
right?
you saying I'm trying to
So-
emulate or
so
imitate? Is
he-
that what you're saying? I'm emulating and imitating?
You know, they say that imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So with that, I say thank you. But anyways,
You're funny though.
but I made a mistake. Like I made a mistake. And then he went and took it as he actually did something. And it's like, I will give you credit if that's what you want.
No,
But
I don't. Hold on. I don't.
Hey,
I don't
Ron,
need
how
your
do you feel
feeble
about?
credit, Hoodie Kev. Your fake sympathy. I don't need that. What I
I'm
need
just
is
so
saying,
what-
you
you to
know,
understand that I bounced you in, roasted you, and I need that belt. That's what I'm talking about.
you
The
see,
fake man
he wants a belt when he
I
gets
want
something
that
wrong.
So Ron,
How
you
does
feel
that
about
happen?
that, man?
You said you
hold
was
on,
the
y'all.
champ, so I'm
That's
coming for the
called,
champ.
Y'all be in here talking about they in here bragging, man.
that's
About
called envy.
so Ron, how you feel about Karl-Anthony Towns to the
Debate
Knicks?
kings.
Question?
Yeah, how do you feel about Karl-Anthony Towns to the Knicks?
I tell you what, it's better than what we got right now, center offensively. Ain't nobody can deny that. That's what we. You know. I'm gonna tell you. I caught the tail end, and I listened to y'all. I say ain't nobody addressing the elephant in the room. It is the center position. And you might not want Cat, but I tell you what, I don't want to go back in no playoffs with these two cats relying on these two offensively.
Okay.
And evidently the front office feels the same way because they're sniffing around Philadelphia, praying and hoping Joel Embiid gets available. Yeah, that's going on right now as we speak.
Yeah,
See, now
They
we talking.
praying. They got their eyes on Joel Embiid, so they realize we got to upgrade that center position.
But we
in the
talk
modern
about
day
it,
of
and
basketball, and
we
both our
talk about.
centers ain't combined. You can't count on them offensively every night. Let that sink in, man.
Hey
Let that
man,
sink in.
Carl Towns been counted on for like 8 years, and he ain't been that impactful of a player.
I'm
So
trying to
But
tell
I
Hoodie
tell you,
Kev he's not
this.
listening.
Hey, you know what though? Dre,
Julius Randle done led a team
But
further
this
by
the thing.
himself than Carl Towns.
But this the thing. All situations ain't created equal. What he
For
doing
sure.
over in Minnesota, I ain't looking for him to do that with the New York Knicks. I ain't expecting him to be the man. We don't need him for that. You got Brunson over here. He's not gonna be the man. He's gonna be a piece and be a major piece.
Ron,
Okay, I gotta
hold
ask
on,
this
no,
question.
Dre,
I gotta
Dre,
ask this
stop,
question.
Dre, let me get him, Dre.
Okay.
Nah, I gotta stop him right there because that's cap, right? You may not be looking for him to be the man when he comes to the Knicks, but people like Hoodie Kev gonna be looking for him to be the man when he comes to the Knicks.
Now, TSK, I can't disagree with that because you're gonna have some Knicks fans that's gonna look to this dude to be the savior.
Yeah, of course they're gonna pretend that we didn't even have Jalen Brunson, and if we keep Randle or trade him, they're gonna pretend we didn't have these players. And if he have a good month, he's gonna be the best player that we ever had ever.
I tell you
know
like
how
this,
they fans are, man.
I tell you like this. That's them fly by night fickle fans, man. Because I don't throw away what a
75%
person
of our
did for
fan
me,
base.
man. But I tell you like this. I recognize the fact that if that dude came in, he'd be a piece. I'm not looking for him to be the man. If you're looking for him to be the man, you're already wrong. This Jalen Brunson team, man. Period. Point blank. This is Jalen Brunson's team. And what we got to do now is getting pieces in here to complement his game. We can't have no statues in that floor just sitting there taking up space, can't even shoot around the back. Don't even have a jump shot to save their life and been in this league 4 and 5 years. Man, miss me with that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm sick and tired of seeing.
I can agree with that, but What we talking about? Look. Joel Embiid is a different animal completely, and I'm not gonna forego the opportunity at that to get Karl Towns, if that makes sense, Ron.
So
Yeah, it's all about upgrade. We all know we need to upgrade that center position, man. I mean, if you look at all them teams that were still playing in these playoffs, all their centers could score, but ours. And I still stick out to this, man, and I stick my name on it. Had we not drawn Cleveland in that first round and played a center that played just like our centers, we would have been going home more than likely.
Nah, that's cap.
No, they ain't cap. They ain't
That's
cap.
cap, man. I'm calling
They ain't
cap.
cap. We played a center that's just like our center in the first round. That guy for Cleveland plays just like Mitchell Robinson. Mirror image game. Mitchell Robinson a little bit more physical than him, but the game is very similar. Neither one of them got a jump shot to save their life. But
Well,
they
to
can
be
play
honest,
defense and
that's
they
not
can
what they
rebound.
ask them to do. And in the NBA, they ask you to do a specific role because you get a paycheck, and they ask you to do something specific, right?
I hear what you're saying, but I'm of the
That's not
mindset
what
ain't no
that's
coach
not
gonna
what I'm saying.
tell a
That's
center don't
exactly
shoot the ball
what
if you can shoot.
happened.
Ain't no
If
coach
Mitch
telling a
if
center
Mitch
that can
get out
score
there
not to
chucking
shoot.
threes, how fast will he be on the bench, Ron?
Who?
If Mitch get out there chucking threes. Matter of fact, a better example. When Hartenstein wasn't what we talked about him being a 3-point shooter all season, right? Then he missed a couple threes. They let him take threes for like 10 games, and then he was missing them, not making them at the rate they wanted to. Didn't he stop taking them completely?
He missed more than a couple. He wasn't
But
making them.
didn't he hold on? But didn't he stop taking them completely?
And he
You
needed
think
to.
that was a choice,
And
or
he
did
needed
somebody tell him
TSK,
to
he
stop
needed
taking
to.
them?
And that's the problem in this league. There's too many big guys that think they can shoot threes that can't shoot them. That's the problem.
So
The
why
three
we
ball has messed
discuss?
up the
Hold on,
game a
hold
lot
on,
for a lot of
hold
these
on.
players, man.
We can't skip over the fact us discussing that he was going to be a stretch for us in the summertime. We talked about him being a stretch all summer. Now it's a problem that he thought he could shoot when that was the requirement and the expectation. That don't even
It
make
ain't
sense.
a problem that he thought he could shoot. It's a problem that he couldn't shoot when he
No,
was taking
it wasn't. No, you
What
said
was his
he
percentage
thought.
when he was taking
We
them?
also thought as a fan base that he could shoot, and that was the expectation.
Well, I tell you what, I saw enough misses from him to know I didn't want him shooting no more threes. I'd rather him take twos than to go out and shoot them threes.
So, and my last question is, who you think told him to stop shooting them threes when he had them and make different decisions?
The whole coaching staff,
Hold on, you think that made him?
staff
Do you
just
think
told
he
him to
made
stop
that
shooting them
decision
threes.
personally, or did the coaching staff that have to do their job told him maybe you shouldn't shoot those no more?
Man, if you ain't making them, you don't need to be shooting them.
Correct. So even though he was suspected to be a 3-point shooter for us, he didn't produce as quick as we would like, and we told him to stop doing that and do something different. So to pretend that the coaches can't affect how your game goes, and you know what I mean, and you ain't got a role.
No, I ain't pretending that at all. I know the coach got a lot to say, but I can guarantee you, any coach that see a man that can make them, they're gonna tell you keep shooting them. But if you can't, you don't need to keep shooting them. And that's the problem in this league. There's too many guys shooting threes that can't shoot them, and that's
All
the
I'm
problem.
saying is specific players, depending on your whatever, gets roles. You know what I mean? And your green light might not be as green as the next person, and that affects how you play, how you think, the decisions you want to make in the game. If you got a true green light, you might make the best decisions. But if your green light is actually yellow and it's closer to red than it is green,
Hey, you know what you
then
need
that's
to
a
do,
big
TSK?
difference, man.
You know what you needed to do? Play closer to the basket, man. I'm gonna tell you, me personally, I don't care for big men shooting threes. That's why I got shooting guards, point guards, and small forwards to shoot them. I don't like my centers out there jacking up threes like that. Now, if you can make them, that's a difference. Karl-Anthony Towns won a 3-point contest in the history right now. One of the matter of fact, the best big man shooting three right now in this league. Period. In the history. On his resume, he can shoot them. But if you can't shoot a man, stay away from that line, man. Stay away from it. Come on in, there ain't nothing wrong. Man, y'all heard me yelling at RJ about that Freezy. If you Ain't no shame in your game. You can't shoot threes, man. You ain't good at that. Do what you do good. Bullet ball, get to the basket. Stay away from the 3-point line, man. Don't take more. RJ don't need to take no more than 4 games. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, but it got to be upgraded at that center position, man. Both of them guys together offensively is a dud for us, man.
Hoodie
The
Kev
only way
wanted
them
to jump
guys
in
score
here. I know he
offensively
wanted to
was
jump in here.
if it's something coming off the rim, a putback, or somebody throwing a lob to them. That's the only way them guys getting offense. And that's what we hoping happen every time we play.
If there's one thing for certain, 2 things for sure. Hoodie Kev has the utmost respect for Ron Cleveland. I'll cut everybody else off, but I'm gonna let Ron Cleveland talk until he's done.
No, I mean, it just is. I understand, man. Everybody got a difference of opinion, man. One thing, I know this team gonna be different next season. We ain't coming back with the same roster. I don't know how it's gonna change, but it ain't gonna be the same roster. Don't go buy no jerseys just yet, other than Brunson's.
This is how I look at why I believe that Karl-Anthony Towns is the right fit. Is he the most likely person to be available? Like, I don't think that you don't hire, and I had this conversation with Uncle Freezy earlier, you don't hire a championship pedigree coach.
7 straight hours back to back, same topic, no breaks. My man talked for 7 straight hours. I ain't took a breath. I think that man had to use the bathroom. He held his pee for 7 straight hours back to back to talk to me about Karl-Anthony Towns.
You literally don't hire a championship caliber coach like Nick Nurse to come in and then trade away your franchise player. Like, I believe that Nick Nurse came there to coach Joel Embiid. And so I don't think he's available. I think that the best and most logical person that will more than likely be available is Karl-Anthony Towns.
It's actually 2. It's actually 2 centers you can pretty much guess that's going to be available. It's Cat, and it's that cat out there in Phoenix. DeAndre Ayton going to get traded too.
Ayton is a little bit more polished Mitch. Like, if Mitch had an offensive game like anything, he would be DeAndre Ayton.
DeAndre got a wicked mid-range game.
But Karl-Anthony Towns, like I said, will fundamentally change how your team plays, because Karl-Anthony Towns makes everybody else around him much better because of what he does on the court. He opens things up offensively to let RJ play bully ball down low, to open the lanes for Jalen Brunson, to open up the lanes for Obi Toppin. Karl-Anthony Towns' presence alone on the court does that. And
how did that work out in Minnesota? How did that work out in Minnesota?
They don't have the same pieces in Minnesota.
So how do you know Karl-Anthony Towns will make people better then?
And how is RJ playing bully ball when he's playing bully ball with
Uncle Freezy? And I had a conversation where I brought up D'Angelo Russell, and Uncle Freezy laughed so hard. I think if he was eating something, he spit it out because I brought up D'Angelo Russell. And I like to think that Jalen Brunson is a lot better than D'Angelo Russell is.
Ain't even close.
RJ Barrett, to me, listen, you're talking to a person who once had a picture of Kevin Knox and RJ Barrett and Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan. Ron, you remember that picture?
You said Kevin Knox, man. I had to laugh.
I literally had a picture of Kevin Knox and RJ Barrett side by side with Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan.
You're
that's
delusional.
my belief in RJ
no, that's
Barrett.
not belief. That's delusion. Your delusion is real, bro.
TSK, he gave me a good one with that one, man. Kevin Knox.
That's delusions of grandeur. It has a definition.
Listen,
the man with the teeny weeny braids.
The point is, I believe that RJ is a vastly improving player who I think will go into next season. If you bring in Karl-Anthony Towns for the first time in his 5th season,
you still with this, bro? We done debunked it for 2 hours and 35 minutes. You still with this, Hoodie Kev? You ain't let this go yet?
Is this how it sounds like when it's talking to me and having somebody always
So,
interrupt
Brett,
you when
when
you're talking?
you said, hold on.
But
You said
anyway, I'm
earlier
going
that you
to
didn't like
continue what
nonsense,
I
that you
was
didn't like to
saying.
hear. And then
So
you
if you
second
bring
you want me to
in
listen to your
Karl-Anthony
nonsense,
Towns,
not
then
happening, bro.
RJ Barrett, for the
GSK, bro.
first
I
time in
need
his
that belt. Your
5-year
man got
career, will
cooked tonight,
actually
bro.
have a
Straight fire
defined
flame griddle.
role
I need
in
that
what
belt.
he's
Word
doing.
to mother. Look
Because
at him
he's
still
never
talking.
really had that
No,
in
he
his
got cooked. Can't
entire
accept
career.
defeat. You see how
You
people
think
do?
his
Can
first
accept.
season he was a rookie and kind of learning the ropes. His second season was, I think, his first under Tom Thibodeau.
Okay.
Where Julius Randle became the first of his first All NBA selections. Then the wheels fall off the third year. And then this season, I don't think anybody knew how good Jalen Brunson was going to be when we brought him in here. We didn't think Jalen Brunson, when we brought Jalen Brunson here, we knew he was good. We didn't know he was going to be this good as he was in the beginning. I don't think anybody saw that happening. So RJ has never really had a clear defined role. Is he the 1? Is he the 2? Is he the 3? He really didn't know. He's kind of had to learn on the fly as he went where he fit in on the team.
That's cap.
So
he had the role that he was going to start.
That's
That's what
cap.
he had.
Stop it.
That's
That's
the role
cap.
he had.
He got
had
a
the
role
that he
every
was gonna
year,
start.
and he just can't produce at the role he's given every year. That's cap. Stop it.
a 20-point per game scorer?
He ain't 20 no more.
Hold on, last
Oh, excuse
year,
me.
and I'm
He
not
averaged
talking about
19.
Hold on, stop
So
it.
he averaged
Stop
19
it,
points a
Hoodie Kev.
game this
Hold on,
season.
stop it, Hoodie Kev.
I'm sorry. I was off by one point.
Stop it, Hoodie Kev. We don't just want to hear Hoodie Kev. We want to hear back and forth. We're having a conversation.
So RJ Barrett didn't
Right?
average
Hold on,
19
stop
points a
it,
game
Hoodie
this
Kev.
season?
Hoodie Kev, stop it.
RJ Barrett didn't average 19 points a game this season.
Hold on. You said 20-point scorer, and then last year when he averaged 20, they gave him the reins in the last 2 months of the season. And what does efficiency look like, Hoodie Kev?
It's not that he averaged 20 points a game.
Hold on. Matter of fact,
did he average 20 points a game?
In the last game of the year, right? He went 1 for 10. But how many assists he have in that game, Hoodie Kev?
We counting assists? I mean,
are we not counting assists?
Nobody ever said, "Hey, Tracy McGrady, how many assists you have in the game?"
You serious, man?
Did anybody ever say, "Hey, coach,
can't be serious,
how many assists you got?"
He can't be.
No.
You not be serious with
Hey,
that.
Freezy, you're gonna have to set
Yo,
those
Hoodie
boys
Kev,
up,
man.
What are we doing
2023 Hoodie
here?
Kev looking jokey, man.
Is RJ Barrett a point guard now? Or is RJ Barrett supposed to score the ball?
Them two ain't gonna let it go. See, you may have to set up a debate for them two guys right there, man.
He really don't. He don't.
It's gonna have to be a
Don't
debate.
tell me what I want and what I don't want. You don't know me like
he
that, bro.
wants is for me to go in that closet and bring out that hoodie. That's the last thing that he wants. He can even handle me messing up. He can even handle me messing up. He really ain't even on that level for me to go out and get the hoodie.
I tell y'all another situation of need on this team, man. We need a backup. We need a backup bona fide point guard. Backup bona fide point guard.
We got one. He called IQ and McBride.
McBride's still a year or two away. IQ is more of a shooter than he is a willing passer.
He over
Lions, hey, TSK, you know to yourself, you rather see IQ let that thing go than to try to set somebody else up.
I don't want to see him dribble at all.
He gonna dribble that clock up.
I don't want to see him dribble at all. I don't want to see him dribble.
I think.
I don't want to see him dribble.
Yeah, I think
you don't want to see him dribble. You want to see him let that thing go.
Maybe a little bit unfair. The thing is I ain't gonna pound the table for IQ because is his decision making questionable? Yes.
Yeah. His dribbling.
Is his shot inconsistent? Yes. The only thing consistent that he does great at a great level is defense.
Oh, absolutely. Right? Absolutely. But no disputing that.
But here's the thing though. Look, like I mentioned this back in December. Tom Thibodeau's offense is trash. Right? It don't matter when you got Monica McNutt coming on. When Monica McNutt legit is coming on, talk about how bad the offense looked.
Basic training.
Yeah.
But basketball though, you got to give her a credit for it.
Yeah. And then Wally, like 3 weeks later, was like, "This offense is basic."
And Wally's the company man too.
Yeah,
he don't want to admit it.
You know he don't want to say
that.
nothing.
You know he don't. You know what I'm saying?
He might mess his checkup.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nah,
you know
Monica
what I'm
helped
saying?
the feet to the fire hella
But
quick. That's
the
why.
thing about it
Yeah.
is ultimately, in my opinion, it don't matter if you bring Cat or not. Tom Thibodeau is not gonna do certain stuff, and it don't. And if we think, well, if he had Cat, man, he would do. No,
I agree with that too,
Tom
Freezy.
Thibodeau has
He gonna
proven it
force him
over
to
the
play the
years.
game the way he want him to play it.
Right,
And that's the problem with our coach. And
right,
I must admit that.
right.
He's
And
gonna force
If we
people
don't make
to play
changes,
his way
Freezy,
and
should
not
we
playing to
keep
their
Tibbs?
strengths. He's not gonna do that.
So if we don't make changes, should we keep Tibbs? Or if we do make changes, should we get somebody that can expand our offense?
Either
what do you
way,
mean? What do you
either
mean?
Though
way.
our
What
defense
do you
may
mean make
suffer
changes? Because
ever so
what
slightly.
do you mean make changes? Because
Like, yo,
Tom Thibodeau, if you remove Tom Thibodeau, that's a change, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
what
that's a
I'm
major
saying
change.
is, like, if we get a Cat, because you're alluding to that, if we get a Cat, we don't. Tom Thibodeau is not ingenuitive enough to make offensive decisions to put him in the best position. So what I'm saying is, like, who is the best person to replace him is what I'm technically asking. If we get that caliber of player,
It's what you're looking for. It's like you ever took a woman out car shopping. She always says
yeah.
she want one thing, and as soon as she get out there and see other stuff, it turned into a month worth of looking at every car, knowing the man and color.
But I
You know
tell
what
you
I'm
what, Freezy, I'm thankful for the one I got because her mindset just like mine. She don't hey, she knows what she want when she go to the store and that's it. It
saying?
ain't
Right.
no walking around trying to figure out what she gonna buy.
So they do
What you want
exist
the
And I love
what
that.
you want the
I love that
army
for her.
color with the wood paneling
with the wood
there,
paneling
Ron?
and with the
Hey,
fan.
that's how she is, AD. If she whatever
What's
she
up,
wants,
AD, man?
she got her mind fixated. That's what it's gonna be. Ain't gonna be no. Oh, I get there and see something else, and that's what I want. Mm-mm. And
What's
that's
going
what I love
on,
about
fellas?
her. Hey man,
Right.
good to hear your voice, partner. Been a minute.
Right. Smoke. Yeah.
Salute,
Smoke.
salute to you all.
Just to answer what Smoke said, just real quick, man. It depends on. For instance, we all get enamored with the cat's meow, right? People can say what they want to say. They do. It's human nature. If you give people options, the more options you give people, the more options people want, right? That's just what it is, right? When you limit their options and hold them to a certain thing, they have to make a decision, right? So what I'm saying to you is I don't know what kind of offensive guy or defensive guy. I know one thing: the Knicks run an elite, intricate defense, and they run a basic offense. And what will happen in some cases, you may get a guy that runs an elite, intricate offense and run a basic defense.
Mm-hmm.
Every
Yes.
every coach you bring in is going to be flawed.
Yeah, they're gonna have something
Yeah,
that specialized either offensive side or defensive
yeah,
side.
yeah. So
That's why it's all about balance. You got to go find if Tom's
Unless you're
there, you got to
Spoelstra.
go find an offensive
right.
minded
Or
assistant. You got
MA.
to find somebody serious about that offense. You know, it's the same thing Boston going through right now. Same thing. They switched their identity. They lost Idoku. What's however he's pronounced it. I'm
Udoka.
trying to tear
Udoka.
his name up, but y'all know who I mean. That team is not the same team they were when they had it. Same personnel, but the team looked different. They concentrating on shooting threes, shooting 53s a night.
But Ron, they lost 3 coaches in the same year. They lost Will Hardy to the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, you're right, because he was on that staff when
They lost Udoka to the Rockets, and they lost Damon Stoudemire.
yeah, everybody on that staff.
Yeah.
So you know, it is what it is. I'm a proponent. I'm calling the blast.
Nobody gave us no slack when we lost Woodson to Indiana. Nobody gave us no
Kenny
slack
P.
because our offense hasn't looked good since we lost Woodson.
And you know why the offense that looked good? You know what Whitson was running?
Because we lost Woodson.
He was running D'Antoni's offense. Because you remember D'Antoni came here when D'Antoni was here. Then we went and got Woodson. Well, Woodson got D'Antoni. What was it? It was something was going on. We went okay. D'Antoni was here, and then we got Woodson to run the defense. You know what I mean? So
Woodson, when we had Woodson as a head coach, our offense was legit. We might not have won every game, but we competed in every game. And then when he played with Tibbs, we competed and our offense was looked legit. And since he's left and went to Indiana, our offense looked like trash since.
Oh yeah, I agree. It don't look the same. And you know what else was better? The accountability was better too. He was holding people accountable. People was being held accountable.
We need Mike.
Are we having this conversation if RJ hit 40% of his shots in game 6?
Come on, man. What?
No,
hold
we ain't
on,
having that.
AD. Nobody answered me when I said how many assists did he have in that last game?
That's facts.
It don't even matter that he went 1 for 10. What else?
If Julius and RJ gave us 14 points apiece in that game, we win.
What else?
But listen. Their shot diet was not something that you want. Like the whole process, like the thing the whole process was flawed to begin with.
Make an excuse?
That's not an excuse. Am I making an excuse for Randle? And Randle's your man. And Randle played terrible too.
Yeah, he played like
he played terrible, but at least he still gave you 10 assists and like 4
nah, I'm not about to hear that. The whole process. The whole process of us getting offense was way too hard. It was way too difficult. It was way too many isolations. So when we talk about everybody,
the offense that they was running was bad. What I'm saying is that the way they were, I can't even think of the word. The way they were.
The process was
the way they were executing.
It's hard to execute when you're doing difficult things over and over.
You can't just stand around and look. If you know your man trapped, then come help him. That should be natural basketball instinct.
They not guards, bro. They not guards.
Hey, we make the game. We make the game hard, man. The Knicks make the game hard, and that's what we did all season.
You see Brunson running to the corner of the baseline. He underneath the basket. He spin moving on his pivot. Why nobody running to the basketball? Why you just standing there like?
You know why? You know why? Hold on.
Trapped anywhere on the field, man. That don't even make sense.
Lie on. You know why? Because our offense is not based on movement. It's not based on IQ. Tibbs wants you to stay in one spot.
Hold on, because the offense is not based on IQ, you telling me these dudes can't think for themselves and think, oh, my dude is trapped, and in the moment see that your dude is trapped, and then make a minor adjustment and come to the basketball?
Tibbs benched him.
Yeah, to the bench.
Fournier did that. He benched.
And if it ain't to the bench, you know what happens when you ain't been doing something that you ain't used to doing? Turnover.
You already got bad habits.
Turnover.
We got bad habits that's been bred into them from the offense, from training.
Yeah, and just let me throw something out there real quick. So the Knicks are 11th. We're 11th in points per game, right? The Knicks were 12th in shots per game, and the Knicks were 20th in field goal percentage. You know what that tell me? That tells me that two things are consistent and one thing is not like the other. The Knicks can't shoot. That's it. Yeah, they just can't shoot.
We got
can't shoot
because how you hover around 11 or 12 in a lot of categories, and then when it actually comes to shooting the ball, you're 20th.
And it's only with 29.
So was that 2-point makes or 3-point makes or both?
Period.
Yeah.
Shooting. Period.
Yeah.
And there's only 29 teams in the league.
It's historically the only team in the NBA to do something like that and win around in the playoffs was the Grizzlies as of like 2 years ago. So when we talk about these things like being able to shoot, like our shot diet, Tibbs doesn't care about our shot profile besides taking open threes and like layups and shoot stuff at the rim.
If you rebound and play D, you get
Freezer, yo, I'm gonna tell y'all
exactly.
Who would be
but
be perfect on the bench with Tibbs. Y'all know who would be perfect on the bench with Tibbs? Dan Tony. Let him worry about the offense because you know he ain't worrying about defense, and let Tibbs do what he do best, worrying about that defense.
But the thing is, Ron Cleveland. The thing is, if you like pay attention to a fault, our offense is almost a carbon copy of the 2017 Rockets in terms of our shot profile, in terms of so many isolations, and forcing mismatches. But the problem is with that is that offense got figured out with guys at their peak, like peak James Harden. That offense got figured out.
That's why you get a coach that can make it. That's why you go get D'Antoni. D'Antoni is very.
But that was D'Antoni offense, though. That was
D'Antoni at the time.
But guess what, Freezy? You know he's good at in-game adjustments. He will do that. he ain't gonna stick to a script. You know what I mean? He may come up with a plan.
He stuck to that script. He stuck to that script the last game against Golden State. Let's not do that.
He missed
Let's
27
not do
threes in a
that.
row.
Yeah, let's not do that. The man had a lead. Let's not do that. And he doubled down in his press
And they didn't
conference and
tell
said he would not
nobody
do
to
anything
drive.
different.
The
This the same
whole
coach where
third quarter, they didn't tell one player to
they didn't
drive,
have no
not
bigs.
one.
Remember, they didn't have no.
They
bigs.
traded
Everybody
their
was
big.
talking- They went on that run, and everybody was like, "He
Now they had bigs on the bench. They had Tyson Chandler on the bench.
Exactly, and they were still busting people's tails. You know what I mean? The dude is smart offensively. I got to give him his credit, man. He willing to go outside the box, man. He ain't gonna just sit in there and just like what? Hey, everybody knew that was a Knicks fan that the Knicks was not gonna change their roster, their lineup. It was gonna stay the same lineup, even though he was getting killed by Miami. Couldn't do nothing.
I'm gonna say this, Ron. Like the idea of this your turn, my turn offense.
That don't work.
It don't work. Even if you need to have two guys performing at all NBA levels for it to even have a semblance of working. And as you just seen, the Celtics, when it broke down for the Celtics, it became your turn, my turn against the Heat, and it didn't work. Jaylen Brown was horrendous whenever it was his turn. So
and Boston role players were horrendous as well.
So like you need ball movement and man movement ultimately. That's what you need.
San Antonio made it famous, and Miami doing the same thing right now as we speak. Even though they lost tonight,
The Nuggets are doing that. The Nuggets are doing that.
Yeah, the Nuggets doing it too.
The Nuggets are doing it because the Nuggets have two of the best court awareness players in the game right now. Like it don't matter if you put Joker with four other of us. He gonna get us the ball in a spot that's gonna be comfortable, and he's not gonna care when he gets the ball back.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? You guys are missing a little something here. And
but when you say that, AD, but when you say that,
especially Freezy.
Great. Let him
finish. But when you
let him finish.
Go ahead, AD.
All right.
Go ahead, AD.
I think he's done. Okay.
What I was saying is don't worry about it, Drake. What I was saying is, especially you, Freezy, you're constantly the coach can't do everything. A diagram is only something that's in theory. You know, I draw this up, this guy goes here, you go there. It's supposed to work. If you are not hitting shots, if you are not playing to your strong side or to your strong point, Randle, RJ, it doesn't matter. It's gonna break down into a ISO fourth quarter type of game because what else is Brunson supposed to do? Not go out firing?
But this is the thing. Like when we talk about Jokic and their offense, even when Jokic is not passing the stationary targets, them dudes are moving. They are moving. He's hitting them as they're moving.
Yeah,
they're doing back cuts. There's off ball screening.
Like Mike Malone. Let's give some coaches some credit, bro.
Oh yeah,
can we give Mike Malone some credit?
He's on one. He's on one.
I just like to say that.
No. You know what I like Mike Malone when he even coached in SAC and they fired him after like a successful season, and I'm like, this is why y'all constantly lose because y'all fire y'all good coaches just because. Yeah, I'm like, you're a trash franchise.
They fired him and brought in Eric Musselman.
You remember? It was like
and who in the world is Eric Musselman?
It was like 8 or 9.
I was thinking the same thing. I didn't even know who that cat was.
It was like 8 or 9, and I'm like, yo, he had DeMarcus Cousins at IT at the time, and they were actually winning, and he had control over them. I think it was before. I was like right after they had George Karl or something like that, right. And then boom, they fired him, and I'm like, and I'm just a basketball fan, so I was paying attention. I'm like, see, this is why y'all lose. Y'all fire y'all good.
Cousins was a monster, boy. Cousins was a monster.
And Knicks fans do the same thing. We advocate for our good coaches to be fired for no reason because the outcome wasn't what we thought it should be when we not ready yet.
Well, the NBA is an outcome business, though. You know what I'm saying? If you don't get that desired outcome,
but only one team win per season.
And if they feel
Really?
like that you've gotten to the ceiling as a coach with the
I'm
particular
not telling
roster,
you something
they
you
move
don't
you out
know.
the
I'm
way.
just saying.
Here's an interesting fact.
So
3, and I brought this up
29
before.
teams fail and one team win.
I want to bring this up because I said it before. 3 out of the last 4 teams that win the NBA championship have new coaches.
What's that mean?
That means anybody can be fired.
Good point.
3 of the last 4 NBA champions have fired their head coaches.
No, you saying we should do what everybody else does.
No, you make it seem like because
that's exactly.
Oh no, you got to keep your coach. Well, teams that win championships with their coach.
Hold on, are we at that culture where we won a championship to where we could be getting rid of our coach?
So why? Wait a
Or
minute.
should
So
we be
so wait a
moving
minute.
like
If we're
teams
not
that's
at the, if we're not
accomplished
at the
something, and then
point
we gonna
where
move
we're
like,
not good
Hoodie
enough,
Kev, your
if
logic
we're
is
not
not
at the
adding
point where
up,
we're
man.
not good enough, why does teams that win championships feel like they had to change coaches, but we aren't at that championship level? We're just doing stay with the same thing we've been doing.
Hold on. First
What
of all,
sense
we've
does that
only
make?
had Thibodeau
Let's
for 3
say
years. This
we're
is
not
year
at
4.
championship level, like teams that have the aspirations.
So,
Because
all right, let's have a revolving door of players and coaches
teams
and
that
then never
have.
win and then stay
So
in the
your
same
problem
position
is
that
you
we've
don't
been in
listen.
for the last
That's your
15 to
problem right
20
there.
years. That's
Because
what
you
you
can't
want.
sit here
That's
and
exactly what you sound like you want.
and not listen to what someone is
Cap,
saying.
I'm
You have to
listening,
let
but
someone
you ain't
finish
saying
their
nothing.
statement first before you just pop off at the mouth before you say anything.
You ain't saying nothing.
I
But
am
I
saying
think
that. You're not
I
listening to
think
what
it's
I'm
Hoodie
saying.
Kev, y'all. I think it's personnel. I think it's the personnel more so than the coach. We can't shoot. Freezy just said it best. Freezy threw the stat line at us, and we all saw the same thing all season, man. The Knicks can't shoot. We can't shoot, and that's why we went home. 80 told you the same thing. Them games we lost, we couldn't shoot, and it was the same thing during the regular season. We got a little hot streak when we got Josh Harden. He had that ridiculous stat line. Jalen Brunson was hot for a minute. Ridiculous stat line shooting the threes. But as a whole, this team was a bad shooting 3-point team, man. We don't shoot. We don't shoot good.
But
And then the one guy
it
who is
depends
a
on the
professional
type.
shooter
Yeah,
sitting
my
on the
fault.
bench because he can't play defense in Fournier.
But like this is the thing. When we talk about can't shoot, it's the type of threes you taking, man.
It's
And
tough.
from
There's a
who?
lot of tough threes. We take.
Like Emmanuel quickly, his shot diet is tough threes. Brunson was hitting so many tough threes.
Yep.
Randle was taking isolation
Tough
threes.
Tough threes.
Like we're not generating threes coming off of curls, man. We're not generating three. The only time we generate threes off ball movement is that hammer action. That's it. That's
When
it.
the last time you seen them set a pick for somebody for Grimes to come around and let that thing go?
Our threes are generated off of stagnant isolation play and kickouts, driving
running
kicks.
spots.
It's crazy to see somebody get trapped and gotta hit somebody in the corner with a three because it's like,
the one who implements.
But those are simple
players.
rotations too. Those are simple rotations.
Simple for
A
rotation.
good coach puts his players in the best possible situations to succeed. And you have to there are some coaches who acquiesce to the talent, and then there are some coaches who are going to fit that talent into what they want to do. And this isn't Tom Thibodeau's first rodeo.
Freezy, show that quote that I sent you.
Guarantee if we pulled up old Chicago Bulls videos, their offense would be the exact same thing that we're running now.
Did we fail or did we succeed this season?
Did we
overachieved this season?
No. You're not Hoodie Kev, Ron. I'm chill.
I got you.
You said, did we
Did
fail?
we fail or did we succeed this season?
Succeed in what?
Succeed in our season. We wasn't projected to win the championship. So did we fail or did we succeed is the question. I don't need the hyperbole.
I guess a better question, Lions, would be: was it a successful?
You don't want to answer my question. Don't save him. I need.
I mean, are you going to let me answer the question? That's
no. But
every time I begin to talk, you keep talking again.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. The Knicks took another step on their journey to sustain success. That's what they did.
So it was a successful season.
It was a successful season if you feel like they need if
Why
they
you
continue
prefacing
on
it,
this
bro? Was it a
path, then it
success
could
or
be
was
looked
it a
at as
failure,
a
Hoodie Kev?
successful season.
Simple question, bro. We don't need all the
Walking a
prefaces and
dog. Hoodie Kev like walking a dog, bro.
yeah, man.
That's
Stop with
what it
that, bro.
is.
Can you
I
just
tell you
answer my
this,
question
it was
straight up?
definitely a successful
Successful or
season. We need some
failure?
more horses,
Is
though.
my all you gotta say is success or failure. That's my question.
And I said the Knicks took another step in
Multiple
the path,
choice. No, not another step.
in the
Success or failure.
path
Multiple choice. A or B.
All right, hey, so I got a quote
sustained
on the screen.
success.
So Tom Thibodeau was our defensive coordinator the year we won the title in Boston. I will never forget his best advice on adjustments. He said, before we adjust anything, we have to first make sure we are doing it the way we have taught it. His strategy for adjustment was to let the players know that we will have checks before we adjust. First, we needed to do it harder than they do it. So you know what Tom Thibodeau was saying, right?
Yeah.
We ain't adjusting nothing.
We ain't changing nothing. This is who we are.
Yeah.
No, we need to do what we do harder than they do. That's the adjustment. Work harder.
Yeah. How
work,
about that?
We work just
Hey,
as hard
Smoke,
as
yeah,
Miami.
How about that?
I
So-
don't-
We just
smoke,
gonna
is,
do-
smoke is on one
So
thing. How
so
can you
harder,
do-
not smarter.
How
My
can you
bad, my
do-
bad, Freeze.
How can you do what they doing if your offense is playing against their defense? How can we do what they're doing?
You think harder.
Tibbs
you think
is
brighter.
saying-
You open doors in
Tibbs
your
is
brain.
saying we're not making adjustments on defense versus their offense. So we're not going to do what the other team is doing harder because they're doing something different. When we're on offense, they're on defense. And when they're on
He's
defense, they're on
he's
offense.
saying we need to do what we do harder and better.
Right.
That's
what we already
exactly
do.
what I interpreted it as.
Yeah,
Right.
but when you do that, like that's to the detriment. That's lack of flexibility. That's
And
forcing.
players-
That's putting square pegs in round
Hold on,
holes.
we're
And
not-
players
we're
lose
not gonna
faith in the system.
expand on something
When you keep
when we
doing the
don't even
same
do
thing
the
over and
basics,
over and over
bro.
again, and it's not working, players lose faith in the system. Right?
I once
You can look at RJ Barrett on some nights because Tibbs' philosophy, for those that don't know, Tibbs' philosophy is get 2 feet in the paint with the ball and kick out to the open shooter.
Yeah.
That's his
it.
main
Same thing he was doing in
offensive
Chicago.
Offenses,
Right.
right?
Same thing in
Freezy?
Chicago.
How can you give these dudes a complex offense when they can't even handle basic offense, right? Y'all talking about y'all want all these wraparounds, these backdoor cuts. When dudes can't even handle basic offense, you want these dudes to have.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Because that's a lie. Because they get taught that in college. They get taught that in these high level high schools that they go to in prep
And
school.
yeah, man, they don't just
NBA
show up.
league. I'm just saying.
You know
I'm
high
not saying they
school
can
players are
adapt to any
Coach Cal, so-
offense, but
on a
that's
side,
never
on a funny note, and Uncle Freezy can attest because he remembers this very vividly. The most demoralized I've ever seen a player was Marcus Morris. I once saw a coach, and the game was on the line, draw up on a play, on a whiteboard. Marcus Morris said, "Coach, what are we going to run?"
On the ABC nationally televised game against your historic rival, ABC Sunday afternoon.
He had
And
to
the
ask that
coach
question.
wrote on the whiteboard.
Hoodie Kev. What play did David Fizdale write on the whiteboard?
I got to turn the light on. David Fizdale wrote on the clipboard, "Together."
What?
Together.
What the? We need a play. Kevin Knox started the game red hot. In fact, Kevin Knox started the game red hot, roasting Jason Tatum. Right? Jason Tatum went over to the coach. Brad Stevens hugged him. Right? Kevin Knox had just hit 2 shots in a row. That same coach, same game. He walks over to the coach. He think he gonna get a hug from his coach. You know what Fizdale does? Fizdale sees the ABC camera right over his shoulder and cusses Kevin Knox out like a dog. Like a dog. You ain't S rookie. You done hit 2 shots in a row. You a rookie. You better stay in your MF, all this stuff to Kevin Knox. Right? They pan to the other side of the thing. Brad Stevens is coddling Jason Tatum. making sure his young player don't lose confidence. And then at the end of that game, Hoodie Kev is absolutely right. At the end of that game, the Knicks scrapped and clawed all the way back against these Celtics, right? They was down by like 11, clawed all the way back in the game. They down by 1. And this old dirty scoundrel, check stealing ass dude gonna write on the whiteboard together.
And
we go out there and lose the game.
The camera goes to Marcus Morris.
No,
and
I
you
remember
just see everything just drained. He looked the most demoralized I have ever seen a professional athlete. Like all his will got sucked out of his body when David Fizdale wrote together. I mean, it was just like
I remember.
And we talking about coaches.
No, I know. I remember when we got Fizdale.
Yeah.
And they used to be like Fizdale and the Fizz Kids. And I'm like, yo, he's bringing that Miami culture. And I'm like, yo, I've heard him speak and motivate. He's not doing it for me. He seems so fake, right? And then I would watch him coach and I would watch the games and I'm like, he don't know what he's doing. And it's not even funny. He ain't even in the league no more.
Smoke. And you know what? He an executive with the Jazz, the Jazz front office. But you know what though?
He's still an executive?
Yeah,
you have
relationships because he don't know how to coach.
But Dwayne Wade over there too though. So
but it's all about relationships. He ain't behind no clipboard.
Nah, but you know what though? You notice when Fizdale was a coach out of work, Miami didn't hire him back.
Exactly.
He couldn't coach.
Right.
LeBron threw him a lifeline to repair his image a little bit.
But Freezy, I've noticed it because he tried to put RJ Barrett at point guard.
Yeah, and with his handles, oh my goodness. Especially as a young fella at that time.
He could have ruined his confidence.
And that's what happened to Kevin Knox.
You and Hoodie Kev, Uncle Freezy just brought up how he ruined Kevin Knox's confidence. Kevin Knox is bringing players back in the game instead of saying, let's go, keep going, do that shit.
Instead of encouraging, he's
discouraging, talking about,
right.
Yo, you think you that guy? You still, it's like, yo, say, you don't look cool.
He trying to make that dude, trying to give that dude tough skin and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, we're trying to win. And
Knox was a rookie. Right, Knox was a rookie, giving it to Tatum. Tatum was a first-year player,
and who knows what Knox?
And you see, they coddled their first-year player. They second-year player. Knox was a rookie.
If you ignite Knox's fire, who knows how that game goes?
Well, you know what he ultimately did when he ruined him. You know when he really ruined him is that second season when he benched.
Well, that was Tibbs.
Nah, Fizdale was there for the first half of the second.
Oh, you're right.
Fizdale benched him that second season. When this man, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't he
you're right.
On the rookie team, the NBA rookie team?
Yeah, he played for the all rookie rising stars.
And then they brought in full power forwards.
You benched this man the next season for a bunch of journeymen.
Right.
Oh boy, are we really going back there? The man already has a cutout picture of Kevin Knox in his wallet. Are we really going back there?
Oh man, Hoodie Kev. I told Hoodie Kev that was the delusions and grandeur.
Talking about the coaches can make or break a player, and players definitely have gotten coaches fired.
Now, dude's ready to trade Randle and keep Barrett. That's crazy.
My main concern with this team, man, is that center position getting better and give me a backup point guard.
Don't mumble in your breath.
What? I'm sorry, come again?
You mumbling in your breath so we can't hear what you're saying.
I definitely have never had a problem with mumbling under my breath.
It sounds like you
can watch
under your breath.
Many tapes where I have never had a problem with saying what I wanted to say. I have never had a problem with saying what I wanted to say. Ever.
You sound like you're mumbling today, man. I'm sorry.
You might need to go get some
I bring that out of people sometimes, man.
Turn the volume up on your computer or something. I don't know.
It be like that sometimes, man.
I thought he was about to hit a Luther riff a while ago.
So fellas, I got a question for y'all, man. What y'all doing to make this team better next season?
You already know what I'm doing.
Cat.
Kev, wait, I think we're forgetting that. Like, Kev wants to move Julius Randle
For Cat?
and Mitch for Cat. That's
Cat?
like
Mitch and Julius. So
No,
we
Because
we giving up 20 rebounds for 6.
No, stop. You got stop. Because what happens is people put out stuff and they don't want to listen to the whole story. I did not say trade Julius and Mitch for Cat. I did not say that.
No. What I'm insinuating is Cat's best position is center. So
Yeah.
ultimately, we would have to move Julius, and then you would move Mitch to fit players that fit around Cat better. Is
Yes.
what I assumed you meant.
Yes,
So
that is that is what
Bad
I'm saying.
idea, Hoodie
Because
Kev.
those are two different moves. Because you can fetch a wing player and probably another backup point guard for what other teams view what Mitchell Robinson could do for them.
So who's going to be our power forward after?
Obadiah Toppin.
Oh,
my
God,
God!
bro.
What?
Oh,
I'm not
dear
even
God.
gonna
I
tell you.
almost threw
I'm
up
not
a while
even
ago.
gonna tell you.
I thought he said tapioca.
I'm not even going to tell you what you can do with this. See,
I
let's
believe
say
that
tapioca.
Toppin.
If you was on my show, you would have got
I believe
fire
that
blasted and
Obi
roasted, bro.
Toppin
I'm not gonna lie to you. You need
is
to stop it with that Obadiah.
ready
With
to
a name
break
like
out and be the
Obadiah, he
starting
needs to
power
be
forward
sharecropping. You
of
heard?
the New York Knicks.
What's
That's
wrong
the
with
thing
you,
about
bro?
it. Obi Toppin's
Stop
time
it.
has come.
He sound
I think the
honest.
problem that
hold on.
people
Let
get
Kev talk.
with
Let Kev talk.
a lot of people, I think, they have a problem with Obi Toppin because, and I think the main argument for a lot of people is Obi Toppin has not actually gotten the chance to
More cap.
truly show what he can do over a long period of time without constantly having to look over his shoulder for approval from Tom Thibodeau.
Cap.
Obi Toppin's rope is like that long.
Cap.
If he messes up, he knows he's gonna get yanked.
Obi's a bad defender. He don't grab rebounds. He's not
Obi
physical.
Toppin
Ultimate accountable
has
for the things that he
consistently.
don't.
Are
do
you
good.
going to let me talk?
Stop making
Or are you
excuses.
just going
You
to
capping, bro. I don't like this cap. You straight capping. I don't want to hear this cap, bro. You capping. You said you don't like it.
Oh my
You
God.
started this. You started this.
Come on,
He
fellas.
said he don't like things. He don't want to listen to things that he don't feel relevant, right? So now I'm not letting him talk. It's irrelevant nonsense. He don't like his own medicine. See how people be?
Come on.
One at a
Lyle.
time. One at a time.
Come on, Lyle. Let him live. Come
All
on.
right, bro. I'll
Hey,
stop.
Hey, Hoodie Kev,
This is good TV.
Because Smoke has something to say. Go ahead, Smoke.
I didn't even finish what I was saying.
Yeah, he didn't get to finish. He got cut off.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, go ahead, Smoke.
I'm just saying, bro. You ain't saying nothing. You keep making
I
excuses.
can't say nothing
You keep
because every time I
pulling
start
in
to
your
say that, you
diaper,
start
bro. I
talking.
don't know what you want tonight, bro. I don't know what you want
Yeah, so-
tonight.
Go ahead, hey, Hoodie Kev, go ahead. Smoke ain't got nothing. Go ahead, Hoodie Kev.
I start to talk. Every
Hoodie
single
Kev.
time I try to
Hoodie
talk,
Kev.
you interrupt.
Go ahead and say what you got to say. Smoke one. He was just getting natural. He ain't got nothing.
Every single time.
Ooh.
Either you got something or you don't. What you doing?
As I was trying to say,
Okay.
in 3 years, Obi Toppin has done nothing but look over his shoulder because he feels that every chance he'll get yanked at the game. But if the front office, I'm not going to say makes him, but if he is a starting power forward, if he is the number one option moving in, then I think that will breathe a sigh of relief and you actually get to see Obi Toppin flourish next to a player of Karl-Anthony Towns' skill set. He can have, and run the, and I'm not saying that Tom Thibodeau is going to open up the playbook. Here we go again.
You want two dudes in your front court that don't rebound? You asked me what I wanted to say before. He want a soft. You know what he want? He want an Essence magazine front court. You know what I mean?
He want the all Albie Short front line.
And to their point, I was at the game. Where Miles Bridges dunked on RJ Barrett, right? Obi Toppin started screaming at RJ like, "Yo, what are you doing? Why you ain't stop the dunk?" And everybody in my section is like, "Yo, why is y'all weak side shot blocker power forward yelling at a guard for not being a weak side shot blocker?" And we up here talking about we're gonna put that in a lineup next to Karl-Anthony Towns.
Was Karl-Anthony Towns in that position?
So the power forward, Hoodie Kev, the power forward, right? The weak side shot blocker was yelling at RJ Barrett, a perimeter wing player, for not stopping Miles Bridges from dunking. Now, mind you, first of all, look at who RJ Barrett is. Does RJ Barrett look like he can jump like Miles Bridges? Is RJ Barrett tall like Miles Bridges? Obi Toppin was on the perimeter, switched onto the perimeter to guard a dude named Terry Rozier.
Sure.
Now, in my mind, I'm like, first of all, why did Obi switch out on Terry Rozier instead of guarding Miles Bridges?
You know that's a bad night.
Defensive IQ limited.
So
I think he was scared. I think Obi's soft.
So
and then you're gonna put two soft dudes together in the front court.
So let me. I didn't see the play, but I'm going to imagine it in my head.
You gotta imagine that
Obi Toppin was guarding Miles Bridges, and then I don't know, maybe like a screen or something happened.
No, they didn't. They were coming down in transition.
Okay, they're coming down in transition.
They were coming down in transition. Kimber Walker didn't stop the ball.
Bro, how you imagine it is not how it happened.
Yeah. Kimber Walker didn't stop. That's where the first mistake was made. In transition, Kimber Walker didn't stop the ball.
Didn't stop the ball.
Yep, they passed the ball to Miles Bridges coming down the lane, right? RJ Barrett saw the play developing. He runs over to Miles Bridges to try to cut off the paint. But at the same time, Obi was running out to the perimeter.
Why you playing this game with Hoodie Kev, man? We all know Obadiah Toppin soft as cottonelle tissue, man. We ain't playing no games, bruh.
So
he is on the block. He is not. No.
Let me get that straight.
Stop it.
So there was a break.
Stop it right now.
Kimber Walker
is on the block right now, right? Trading block. He is not in the running to get in no starting position.
RJ Barrett
and we're not getting capped. Somebody needs to break these cats' delusion.
Is that correct, Uncle Freezy? That's what happened. That's the play that happened.
Hold on, fellas. Y'all crushing each other. Hold on, fellas. Y'all crushing each other.
Because he keeps talking, and he doesn't.
I know, but y'all crushing each other. We can't.
Realizes. I don't know. AD realizes like he's not even making any sense. He's just want to talk to hear himself talk because I guess he feels like I'm some kind of celebrity.
Hey, Hoodie Kev,
he just wants to come at me for some reason.
Hoodie Kev, we
I
are
guess
trying
he
to.
wants an autograph.
I want that.
We are trying to. Yeah, we are trying
I told you 10 times already. Now you can't pretend again. Like you ain't heard what I said.
He must be like the biggest fanboy right now.
Here we go with this fanboy.
The legend.
Y'all like the 5 heartbeats, yo. Rip each other's suits off and go fight, yo.
I'm the biggest fanboy. I didn't ask you for no. I said I need that belt.
I'm just happy that you on the screen with the legendary Hoodie Kev, and you just feel
First
like
of all, my camera's off, so relax.
So let me try and outdo Hoodie Kev because that's what you're doing.
I'm doing you. I'm glad you admitted it. I appreciate that.
So you can keep this up, whatever it is that you feel in your mind that you have to do. You had to justify yourself against me.
Okay.
Here's the thing. I try to justify myself.
Hold on. For everybody that didn't catch that, we've been on here for 3 hours and 18 minutes, right?
To be on my level.
He was the master debater. Now he's trying to play possum and play
on my level. We don't even know what to talk about right now. Nobody even knows what
Fellas, fellas, ding, ding. Go back into the corner. Ding, 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 ding.
We're not gonna let him play possum when he went. Come on,
hold on,
that
hey,
ain't
Ron,
work.
I got
That
it.
only work on
Hey,
slow
Smoke, y'all relax, man. Y'all relax. We
My
want to
bad.
pass this mic around
My
so
bad.
everybody else can get a chance to rock the
My
mic,
bad.
man. I know Hoodie Kev gonna try to cut him up. Go ahead,
You gotta
Ron.
stop that. Hoodie Kev,
I wish the Knicks had as much fight as y'all two tonight. We'll still be playing right now.
Yeah.
I told you, man, I'm smoke dog. I want all the smoke every time, every day. When I pop up, I'm with it. That's a fact.
So Freezer, I'm more of the mindset, man, that is personnel more than coaching, man. I think that's really where we at, because we look at this team and we lost in that playoff. It was clear, man. It was clear. We had went as far as this Knicks roster was going to take us, man. You know, we got past Cleveland, and we ran into Miami, battle tested. We all know the deal about Miami. Better coaching, nobody can dispute that. But our talent level, man, I ain't one that's gonna buy into that dumb talk where I had people talk, oh, they undrafted players and man, stop that. All them guys came from college programs, man, and played great. And I'm gonna tell y'all about Caleb Martin. That boy played at Nevada, and my son went there to Air Force and played football. He told me, watching that boy play basketball in Nevada, he said that dude was killing people.
Yep.
In college. So
you know who their coach was, right?
Player. He was killing people.
Their coach was Eric Musselman, the dude that the Kings fired.
You know what I mean? So when I hear people talk about, hey, it's about what you do on the court, man. I don't care about all that undrafted mess. The problem is the Knicks got players on this team. Really, we got a lot of redundancy. It's a lot of that.
Ron, I'm gonna ask you a question. If we swap coaches with the Heat, we probably sweep them. I'm not lying to you.
You know what? I wouldn't doubt it. You know why?
No, we don't have.
No, that's a lot of credit. That's a lot of credit, Dre.
I'm gonna keep.
You know why I kind of feel I agree with that
statement? We don't have to shoot it
because you know the one thing about Spo ain't afraid to go down that bench, and even a guy that he might not even played all season, if he see the game turning a certain way and he'll go poke. Man, look how that guy does Duncan Robinson. That dude wasn't playing hard, had done fell out of the rotation. Right. And now look at him. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing though, Ron. Here's the thing with that. They got guys who are hurt. You understand?
That's
so he had to go, all hands on deck. He was going all hands on deck since the play-in game. Everything was they playing with house money. So I can't give him that there.
I'm
but to
say,
I say a lesser coach wouldn't even made the playoffs with that roster.
You know what else?
How many injuries they missed?
Hey, think
okay, that's fair.
Right? Remember what
that's
he did
fair
against Boston. Remember when Kevin Love was playing in the series against us and he carved us up. When
didn't even play against the Celtics.
Series, it was obvious he couldn't guard any of them guys. What did Spo do with him? He put his behind on the bench. You didn't see him again.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about. He ain't afraid to see what he sees, and it ain't working. And
but you could play. But here's the thing, though, Ron. You're skipping some steps here. Okay. You can play Kevin Love when you're going 5-on-4 against the Knicks because you have either one of their centers come in. They're not offensive people, so you can get away with Kevin Love against the Knicks. You couldn't do that in these other series. So
he played against the Bucks though.
And see that,
but he didn't play. But he didn't play. His role wasn't as important as against the Knicks.
But
you see what I'm saying? And even with the Bucks, they got bigs.
Eddie, that's what I'm
and
saying.
He had moments. His role wasn't as big.
If that was Tom Thibodeau after Kevin Love would have lit us up, if he was the coach, and then got to the next series and he saw Kevin Love still struggling, he would have left Kevin Love out there.
Biggest example of that. We saw a lineup that didn't work the entire series with Josh Hart and RJ Barrett. Hold on. No, he didn't. We saw a entire lineup that didn't work against the Heat with Josh Hart and RJ Barrett. And when the most clutch time that we needed to go back to Grimes, he went back to the lineup that he felt was going to help him because it worked in the first round. but it didn't work at all in the second round.
But
And
what?
we
But
died
hold
by
on, hold on here, Dre. Hold on here a second. We're talking about a second year, first year in the playoffs, as if his role was dire. Like
What we
if you
talking
didn't get him back in, like you
Grimes.
could point to that. You could point to Grimes not getting back in the game at that moment in time and said,
I'll
he's a
say this.
first year guy in the playoffs.
He's a first year guy in the playoffs.
Hart
But
was a first year guy in the playoffs. But not first year guy, but
you
first
saw the
playoff.
Heat guarded us completely different when he was on the court as opposed to not being on the court.
Right.
The Heat was able to throw a zone at us. The Heat was able to throw a zone at us in the second half, especially in those fourth quarters when we would throw a center who could not do anything offensively.
Time out. They guarded us completely different whether Mitch was on the court with Grimes on the court. And that's a fact. They didn't guard us the same way. They didn't help over Josh Hart every single time he was in an action. How many times you see a small set of screen for another small, and they run drop coverage on Josh Hart like he's not a guard?
Yeah, they left him wide open. He wouldn't even take the shot.
Right.
They running drop coverage on Josh Hart like he is Mitch Robinson. How are they running drop coverage on two different players on the court at the same time?
Because he missed a couple of shots.
No, not even
and
if
he missed a couple of shots.
Even if he was
and he
making
lost
shots,
his confidence.
Even if he was making shots, they would have lived with that. They would have lived with that. Even if he was making shots, they would have guarded it the same way. Because he made some shots earlier in the series. They made some shots earlier in the series, and they didn't react to it.
Yeah, but at some point in time in a game, in anybody, in any game is playing, the coach is going to live. You're going to live with something. Everybody on the floor is not going to be perfect. It's not going to be the perfect matchup. You're going to live with something. Look at tonight, Denver, Miami. Miami tried to throw Vincent on Gordon. Gordon ate his lunch.
And they stopped
right?
switching.
And they had to stop, right? When the Knicks tried that with RJ,
they made an adjustment.
Okay, hold on. When the Knicks tried that with RJ and Vincent or RJ and Lowry, what did we get out of that for the most part?
Turnovers.
So, they got doubled at the rim because we didn't do anything in terms of trying to artificially create spacing or mismatches. We don't run no high-low. Like, come on, man. Like when they're getting easy looks at the rim,
you want the coach to control every second of the game.
Hold on,
Dre, and that's not basketball.
No, he can't control every second of the game, even though Tibbs really actually tries to. But he cannot. But to a certain extent, you're not maximizing the skill set of the guys that you do have. Like, come on, AD.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. With that point right there, stay right there, right? Okay. Where did the Knicks lose? And this is a two-parter. Where did the Knicks lose that final game? Right? In my eyes, they lost that final game when they were up 12-14, and they had to sit Brunson down for 2 damn minutes. Right?
He said Brunson and Randle at the same. That is coaching malpractice.
Coaching. Fine. Coaching malpractice. They had nobody else to come in and run offense.
Even then, bro, you're not supposed no other team sits both of their top two guns at the same time in the playoffs.
That is not happening.
No other team does that. But for some reason, we do it in an elimination game in a game 6 when we don't do that.
If anything, you play both of them 48 minutes and live with the results.
Not even that. Just take one out.
Yeah, take one out and leave it stagger.
He pulled both of them to let Deuce McBride and Obi Toppin do God knows what.
Guys who've been getting pretty much limited minutes, you asking them to play in a crucial game.
That was like a brain fart. Like, that didn't even make sense. Like, any normal coach staggers. But we're not talking about, like this is... It's one of those things where Tom Thibodeau. I'm not saying Tom Thibodeau is a bad coach because he's definitely a very good coach.
He's a good coach.
Yeah, he's a good coach.
He's a very good coach. But in the margins where games can be won or lost, we lost that game in that 4 to 5 minute span where he took both of them out. That's when we lost.
Can I
He
point
didn't
out
just
one
take
other thing,
one.
though, Drake? Can I point out just one other spot?
Yeah.
When the Knicks tied the game up and we kept going, it was 73-75. I mean, 71-73, then 73-73, 75-73. And then we tied it up again 75. They went ahead 77-75. The two fundamental things I think ended our season, and when it happened, I knew it was over. Obi missing a free throw, no big deal. Everybody misses a free throw. But the look on his face and the body language he was showing the Heat was like, oh, we got him right where we want him. He looked scared, right? You know what I'm saying? Everybody missed free throws, man. Listen, everybody missed free throws. But when Josh Hart gave up that straight-on three to Caleb Martin, a non-shooter, Josh Hart didn't even go out there and put a hand up. He went to the basket to rebound, and that man hit a open gym three to put them up by 4, and we couldn't recover from that the rest of the way. And Josh Hart, if that was Grimes that did that, I'd have been like, y'all better not unseal y'all lips. If that was Grimes, I'd have been on here. Y'all better not unseal y'all lips about Grimes because he's young. This is his first time. But for a dude that's been in the league 7 seasons, you gonna leave a shooter wide open to get a rebound? To me, that's unforgivable. Moments like that is the reason why I'm so hard on Josh Hart and don't say nothing about Grimes. I'm giving Grimes an ultimate pass. Grimes, listen, and when Grimes got hurt in the playoffs, Cleveland guards started going off. Ron, you remember that? Remember Grimes got the shoulder injury?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Darius Garland come to life? You remember that?
Yeah.
Dre, you remember that? You remember when Darius Garland came to life?
So Josh Hart didn't get hurt in the playoffs?
I don't care.
An ankle.
I don't care.
There we go. There we go.
Care.
That's the freezy answer I was expecting. I don't care.
But that series over in Miami, man. The margin for error for us was very slim, man.
Because the decision making, because like people keep telling me about Randle in the playoffs. When I say Randle was hurt, everybody was like, everybody hurt in the playoffs. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I'm not being uneven about any points. What I'm saying is we got to be consistent in the points that we make, right? If Randle is hurt and playing through something, and we're like, we don't care he was out there, and Josh Hart is hurt, then we don't care because he out there, right?
And Grimes was hurt, then we don't care because he was out there. You brought in the injury, so let's keep it all the way.
I did right. I agree with you on that, except for that one part where that man ain't played 100 NBA games yet.
But you know, the Freezy, that game was lost when Tibbs pulled both them guys up. That's when we lost that game. I remember watching that, and I was like, "Oh man."
No, I think we lost it when Josh Hart gave up that three.
I mean that's
when Josh Hart gave up that three under 5 minutes. When they take a 2-possession lead under 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Now you got to coach.
Not when you only down 4. You down 4 under 5 minutes, and that's where the game is lost. Come on, Freezy. You looking for something? You looking for something with Josh Hart?
Really the foundation.
I'm looking for this.
When
the
he
Knicks
pulled those two guys, man. When he pulled those two guys, because up until that point, man, the Knicks was having their way pretty much in that game, man, until right then. And when that happened, when that lead evaporated the way it did, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. We struggled from that point on.
And I want to say it coincided with Josh Hart being put in the game, but I ain't going.
It seemed like everything that could go wrong after that point went wrong.
But it's one of those things where it's not Josh Hart's fault.
Snowball effect.
It's not Josh Hart's fault that he is Josh Hart. Like, he's a limited role player. Not every series is for everybody. And if you got to pick the lesser of two evils. Even if Grimes ain't hitting shots, just him being on the court creates more natural spacing. Just keeping it a buck.
Because you have to count for
him. And they if you saw the way they guarded the Knicks from the games Grimes did play and he didn't play, even if he was hitting shots or not, they stuck a man to him because they honored him and respected him because they know if he got going, then we're in a problem, then we're in trouble. If Josh Hart hits 2 open threes, so be it. They're not going to react to that. They're just going to guard him the same way because he is a flawed player, and his particular skill set isn't going to kill them in this series. And they were right. They were right for that.
Yeah, because his main offensive move is going to the basket with that
And
Euro
they drew
step
charges on that.
and
How many
that's
times?
what trying to bully somebody. That's his main thing.
Yeah, he a 6'4" power forward, bro. This dude he's a 6'4" Anthony Bonner.
I'm wondering about this contract. They better be very careful with this contract they give him.
Now
Oh,
they
boy.
giving him 21 mil.
Oh boy.
21
How much?
mil.
I'll bring him
boy.
back, but it's like to what for what cause? When I'm watching Bruce Brown destroy teams in the finals and he's making $6 million.
I'm gonna tell you a player I'm checking in on. I'm checking in on Austin Reeves if I'm in that front office. Because I listened to what that cat had to say. He said this was his words. It's a business, and he's already behind the 8 ball because of his age, where he ain't got the bag yet.
Man, we ain't got no money for no Austin Reeves, and we paying Josh Hart, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, who would you pay? Who would you rather pay, him or Austin Reeves? I'll pay Austin Reeves before I pay him. Austin Reeves and his skill set.
He can run an offense when Brunson is out the game. So it is what it is. Like his skill set offensively is something that we actually need on this team.
Dre.
And
Dre, 5 for 125.
I don't know about all that though. I don't know about all that, Freezy. That's a lot.
Austin Reeves can play both sides of the ball too, and he got length.
I know who Austin Reeves is.
Austin Reeves made a lot of money for himself.
Yeah,
he did. Well deserved.
Yeah, I know who Austin Reeves is, man. He a really good player, but
and
I'm sorry.
The kid was a point guard in college.
But he not coming here because we got to pay Josh Hart, bro.
Yeah, we got to pay Josh Hart, man. So, and we it's called spade a spade. We gave up 2 firsts for Josh Hart, essentially.
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. So you're gonna have to.
Oh my God, the blasphemy! It continues. Oh,
is that not facts, AD?
80,
oh my God, the way how you can spin doctor a story, yo. The way how you can spin doctor a story. Stop it, man.
80,
Come on, man.
80, what you paying Josh Hart?
He give them 20 mil, and
I
it's
would.
be an all 50.
You know what? He's coming off of what? If he opts out, which is gonna opt out of what? 14 million.
You own the bird rights,
13.
Right? 13. Okay, so you're not asking someone to come back and get paid the same amount of money he just left.
Oh no,
this is where folk. This is where people are like, nowhere. This is where people are like losing it. Like you could point out, Freezy, that one play. Dre, you can point out that Tibbs couldn't wait to overuse him because, these are some of the facts. He hit one of the biggest shots in Cleveland. He hit a big shot that night in Miami. The Knicks, when he came on the Knicks team, the Knicks energy was absolutely immediately changed.
Yeah, you felt his impact. You felt his impact.
You hear me? Immediately, it was changed. The energy.
That's why he making 20.
Come on, you don't have to throw him the bag.
That's why he getting
if that's your best player's man, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my best player upset. I'm not gonna try and keep Josh Hart. I'm gonna forget about the trajectory that the team was on when he got here. Come on now, let's do better than that. Come on now.
Yeah, that's why we giving him 4-5 for 125. That sounds fair because all that stuff you said.
No, I think he may sign for about 55 million to
60. What 2 years, 55?
It might be 60 at max.
He's a better rebounder than your starting center who's getting 60 mil. How about that?
So give him the same contract, right? 2 years, 60.
If he would take that 60 mil that we gave Mitch, I would run. I would run to sign him.
You can say these things, right?
That'd be a great deal for the Knicks.
But if Mitchell Robinson was not out there, Miami Heat would score 125 points per game, and I'm being dead serious.
Oh Lord, here we go with Mitch.
You can old lord it all you want, man.
Here we
Like
go with Mitch. No, Bam wanted to see him some more. Bam wanted him to play some more.
Bam was guarding.
Bam had a few
Bam
more
was
bumps.
guarding
He had a
Julius
few
Randle.
more. He had a few more rib shots to give
I tell you,
Mitch.
truth be told, Mitchell Robinson went on vacation in that Miami series.
All I'm gonna say is, anytime I see a Knicks player wearing number 3, I get nervous.
John Starks number.
Nerlens Noel number.
You ain't got to say
Stephon
no more.
Marbury?
Soon as you say that,
Penny
soon as
Hardaway?
you say that,
Penny wore one.
flashbacks.
I mean,
Yeah,
not Penny. Not Penny. Not Penny. The other
What was
dude.
franchise? Was franchise?
Tracy
Steve
McGrady.
Francis. Tracy McGrady wore too.
Tracy McGrady. Yeah.
What was
The
Steve Francis? What number
disrespect.
Francis wore?
I mean, Nerlens Noel wore
What do
number
you
3.
want? Yeah, Nerlens Noel
The
did.
disrespect.
I can't remember, Ron. Every time I see the number 3, I'm like,
Tim Hardaway Jr.
oh yeah.
I'm gonna
That,
tell
oh,
you
that,
what, man. Tim Hardaway Jr. wasn't a bad player for us. He just came at the wrong time.
yeah.
Wrong time.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Tim
Mavericks
Hardaway-
trying to get rid of
Hardaway
him. So
Is a good piece, a good piece to the puzzle. But that dude Mills went and paid him like
He paid
We
him
all
like we
know
were
Mills
like
did.
we were pay Josh Hart
Mills.
because of these same narratives. These same narratives is why we
Mills
gave-
got happy.
but these same narratives is why Hardaway got the bag.
So,
And now
Freezy,
and Hart hearing it, we hearing these same narratives about Hart. We
so
about to
was
give
sick, man.
what's your priority in the offseason to sign? What position you filling first?
Josh Hart 4 for 120.
oh
You're
god,
a sick man.
Freezer style. I know if Freezer doing that.
Why y'all being so mean,
He can't.
man?
He can't help.
It
He
ain't
can't
even
help himself.
it ain't even Christmas time. Y'all being this mean.
Hey,
You're a sick man.
Josh Hart. I
You're
like
a
his
mean
game.
one, Mr.
I like his
Prince.
game. I wish. And I said it. I think he's a little too unselfish. Like, man, hey, shoot the ball. Him and Grimes, they like carbon copies. They really
Wait a
are
minute,
like
you talking about?
carbon
Wait a minute,
copies
you talking about? We got shooting guards that don't shoot.
that don't want to shoot.
Josh
Oh, you
Hart
got
at
it.
Josh Hart at the 3-point line looking for a dribble handoff like he Mitch Robinson.
And,
Yeah, he out here.
and Grimes when he get there and the closeout come, he get to the basket. He at the basket where he can do a layup. He trying to dump it off to somebody.
Josh Hart is a 6'4" Sam Bowie.
Oh my
Oh
goodness!
my god.
No, you didn't say Sam Bowie.
With hair,
Oh,
curly
my
hair and
God.
all, light skinned dude and all.
It's
He
a
is
light skin thing. You know
6'4"
what it is?
Sam
You know
Bowie.
what it is? Y'all, you can go ahead. You can have your war. Them's your peoples. You can go ahead. You can have your war. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That you can,
Bright
you can
on
have your,
bright,
you can have your
bright on
thing. Go
bright.
right on ahead. Yep.
Free that.
He can have one. You know, he got all rights to that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go right on ahead. Y'all go right on ahead with
You
that.
starting to bother Josh like you used to bother Frank Ntilikina.
Oh my god, man! Josh Hart is a 6'4" Yinkadare.
Oh,
Hey, speaking of a player, you know we talking about that backup point guard role, man. What's up with Joker Body?
I don't know.
He's over there. He's not coming. He's not coming.
What's up with him? Because we could use him.
We gonna trade his rights, Ron Cleveland.
Draft
And then
night,
you
I
know
think
what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen when we trade him?
San Antonio gonna turn him into a star.
And we're gonna say, you know, another one the Knicks had that we let get away.
But we gonna say we couldn't afford him because we re-signed Josh Hart.
Oh,
mm.
Freezy, you on one tonight, boy. Oh,
Bro,
man.
we love Josh
It must
Hart,
be
bro.
really cold in that room, yo.
It burnt, yo.
Like, seriously.
It burned me in my chest when I'm watching Bruce Brown take no hesitation threes.
Yes.
like he catching the ball and just letting it go, even if
Letting
someone
it
in his
go.
face.
Right.
we begging and pleading Josh Hart to take open threes.
Hey, DSJ said the same numbers we give Hardaway Jr., we gave to Fournier, and we're about to give Hart, and wonder why we're the laughing stock of sports media.
Bro, we about to give Hart the bag, bro. See,
Back up the bricks.
because Fournier wasn't nobody's best friend. See, when your best friend is involved, bro, you get that extra bag. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know how you
How
You
soon
said
you
Jalen
forget.
Brunson is insulation, huh?
Yeah. It's like when you go to the fast food place, man, and you realize you got a fish sandwich in the bag too. You're like, oh, okay. Somebody back there must
How
like me
so-
or something.
I mean,
How
I mean,
soon we forget?
80,
How soon
80.
we forget this man's play in this Knickerbocker uniform when we
Oh, he
done
played
seen.
good. 80,
You
he
know how
played
many
good.
guys we done seen put on
On
this
Joseph's
uniform that They just wilted immediately like old lettuce from Chipotle.
He's a
You
6'4"
can't
Charles
be
Smith to me.
serious.
He's a 6'4" Charles Smith to me, bro.
But he wilted in 5 out of the 6 games against
Like,
Miami.
what are we talking about? Yeah, what are we talking about?
He showed up against Cleveland, but that Miami series, it was like
They schemed him out. They schemed anything he liked to do. They schemed that up out of the game. Like,
man. Hey, now you know I got a bigger question for y'all. What y'all doing about Emmanuel Quickly?
ooh,
I got to get him out of here so I can re-sign Josh Hart, bro. Quickly got to go.
you know them aprons and all that. Like
That's the only reason why you gonna get rid of Quickly?
The only
Dude,
reason.
I'm a Spider Rico, yo, for real.
Spider Rico was a working class professional, bro. He was a working class professional. He probably got broken eye sockets like a lot of dudes that did that profession.
See, this
You know
conversation
So you
changed
say he
once
was a
Dre
plumber or
changed his
electrician?
emoji to Fizdale. That's when this conversation changed.
Yeah. We started bringing up that dude. Eddie, what you doing with IQ, man?
I'm not paying him that money. There's no way in heck I'm paying a fringe player that kind of dough.
So
to come sit on the bench? No, he's got to go he's got to go in a larger deal. He's got to go in something else. You're gonna pay
Karl-Anthony Towns.
Gonna pay a guy $90 million to be the 6th man of the year who can't get the team in offense when you need him to.
But we about to pay Josh Hart that to be our 6th man.
Yeah,
you're not about to pay Josh Hart no crazy amount of money. Josh Hart's gonna get like a 4-year, $65 million deal and be good with that.
Who's he, Joe Biden?
Yeah.
It might be a 3-year deal.
Man, we ain't giving you don't give no energy. You don't get no 4-year deal to no energy guy, bro. He probably gonna get
or
2
whatever
1.
3-year. I'm fine. I'm fine with, because you know what
55.
That energy I can count on every game.
Energy don't put the ball in the hole though.
But here's the thing though. Quickly wasn't putting the ball in the hole neither until he got up to when he got hurt. Look at his numbers. He was hideous. Did you forget that? You see, I didn't want to play the petty game with you when you Quickly went, well, Josh Hart was bad 5 out of 6 games. How good was Quickly in both series up until he got hurt?
Man, Quickly was on vacation the minute they said playoffs. This
Okay.
is the captain speaking.
Okay.
Put your train in the upright position. Prepare for takeoff.
Where was that mopsy flopsy hair dance that he loved doing the whole season? Huh? Where was all of that? Huh? Where was all of that? Huh?
I agree. Where was it? I agree.
Freezy, that boy disappeared better than Casper the Ghost, man.
Yeah, man.
He straight up. I'm more disappointed with Quickly in these playoffs, I think, than anybody else. And I ain't even joking.
I'm not about to lie to you. I've been disappointed in Randle.
He's my biggest disappointment, and the reason why I say it, because to me it seemed like I was giving fool's gold. Like, hey, this dude showed out in the regular season, was in the running for 6th man of the year, and then he was nowhere to be found come the playoffs. Looked like he just stepped on the floor in the NBA in the playoffs. That's how bad he was.
And Ron, that can happen, and I'm not knocking him for that. I'm not killing him for that. Yeah, these things can happen. They happen to a plethora of players throughout the years. I'm talking about the money you're gonna have to assign this guy to be the backup 6th man. Logistically, that just doesn't work.
Right. And Eddie, I'm with you. And see, I can't take out of my mind what I saw in the playoffs too for what you just said. I can't take that out of my mind because guess what? By all intents and purposes, the Knicks going back to the playoffs again this year. Am I confident that Emmanuel Quickly going to show up in the playoffs again? In the next playoffs? Because he sure enough didn't show up in the last one.
Is that the reason why we got to go get Cat? That's why we should go get Cat? I'm asking.
I need me to upgrade at that center position.
Okay.
That's what I need.
We gonna get that upgrade at that center position, and we about to see Karl Towns shoot career lows from the field.
You ain't gotta worry about Cat. I don't think they're as high as on
You know,
Cat.
with Dre, I didn't
No. It's not.
with
He's not
Dre,
gonna
I
shoot
didn't
career
heard
lows because he's
everything.
bad. No,
I
Kev, hold
didn't
on. I'm not
heard
saying that because he's
everything
bad. I'm saying
from-
he's gonna be misused. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
So
been the
let's be clear that he has played with Tom Thibodeau before and
right.
posted
Yeah, he
some of
does know
the
the
best
offense.
seasons he's had as a pro. So to say he's misused because he's going to a place or under a coach in a system he's never been in is false and
It's
misleading.
first off, they don't even run the
because he
same
has
offense as of 6-7 years ago. That's what you're talking about. Like
who
their
doesn't
offense, that Minnesota Timberwolves offense is not the same thing that we're running now.
Well, I will say it would
is
be
not.
Does
intriguing.
Tom
It is
Thibodeau know how to
definitely not.
use? So are you trying to say that
Tom Thibodeau knew how to use Joakim Noah in triangle actions, and then we get a big that can pass and we don't see it.
And we don't even.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that.
but you've seen
I want to hear
I hear
it.
you, Dre. I hear you.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You've seen Tom Thibodeau coach Karl-Anthony Towns.
And
Like,
I've
this has
seen
happened.
Tom Thibodeau coach other players to their skill set, and then he gets players with specific skill sets, and he completely forgets how to use them.
But
Right.
that's different from saying you've seen him use this particular player before.
How you feel about DeAndre Ayton?
Hell no.
Hey, I tell you who I would trade for right
KP.
now. Well, what I would do is I would trade Obi and quickly for Devin Vassell.
Oh boy, that boy
And
tough, man.
and that solved all of that stuff
That boy
that we talking about. Devin Vassell.
Oh, that's his finest.
Yeah, man. Devin Vassell, bro.
He's tough.
You get him all this stuff that we saying, him and Hart paying Hart $19 million, all of that stuff go out the window. You bring Devin Vassell in here, now you get Josh Hart to do like real stuff, like just be the energy guy.
Take out the trash?
Yeah, basically.
No, literally. That's what
you
you
doing
need
with
to do at the Garden, man. You need to take out the trash.
Basically.
You
Yeah.
need to
Because
you know
you'll
what I'm
put
saying?
Grimes, you move
Buffer the
Grimes
floors
yes.
on the Chase Bridge.
Such disrespect.
But
I
you
tell
move Grimes to the bench. But if you move Grimes to the bench, now you move Grimes to the bench. What do you need Josh Hart for?
Mm.
Right?
Morale,
Josh Hart-
man.
But
To
Josh
be-
Hart
to be
can't
a
be on
best
the bench
friend.
too.
He can be
No.
an $18 million best friend. That's what he can be.
Don't we have enough $18 million dudes on the bench? Not,
But then
not playing?
they're not best friends.
He's gonna he's gonna replace
Oh, yeah,
that
that's
one.
$21 million on the bench. Go ahead, AD.
He's actually gonna play.
Okay. Right.
What you doing with RJ? You letting RJ play the 2 or the 3 next year?
The 3. If I get Devin Vassell, if we get Devin Vassell, I think the RJ thing, the RJ Randle Brunson thing, all work themselves out because you have a shooting guard that guess what that shooting guard does?
Shoots.
He shoots and he guards. Right? You're talking about an elite level defender, kind of working his way towards being an elite level defender, and then somebody that's going to shoot about 38% from 3. Now you're talking about
high volume.
Yes. And you're talking about somebody that's you can get somebody for cheap, right? Because San Antonio already has a guy. Yeah, remember Malachi Branham? No, nobody ever heard of him, right?
Oh yeah, I remember him.
They're
The
letting him
shooter from
they're not
Ohio
keeping
State.
Yeah,
They
I remember
already
him.
working him,
He was good.
And so they already have a young core they trying to work on right now, right? All they need is them.
Don't
point
forget
guard
Keldon
future.
Johnson.
Yeah, and Keldon Johnson. Yeah.
They got
Man.
something. They got one of the Jones brother.
Yep.
Ty,
I
or
mean,
is it Trey or is it Trey?
Freezer, y'all
in
on-
San Antonio, Tyus and Memphis.
Yeah, Trey. They got Trey. They got.
But Ryan
Keldon.
asked me. Let me add to this though, just to finish what Ryan asked me. Ryan, you know what else? You know what my finishing move would be?
What's that?
Go get Herb Jones.
You've been yelling that boy name for a while.
Him and Trey Murphy. I think if you because not only would I get Vassell and Herb Jones, I would also sign Matisse Thybulle in free agency, right? And now all these veterans. Now I'm getting dudes that is on second year contracts or on first year contracts about to get extended or whatever. And Matisse Thybulle, I feel like I can get him 3 years for $18 million. Right, that's
I'll
a
take-
fraction. That's a fraction of it. That his 3 year contract will be less than Josh Hart's 1 year deal. Than Josh Hart making 1 year.
I'll tell you this. I think if the Knicks, from what all reports being said.
But Ron, let me ask you this. What do you think? How do you like Matisse Thybulle's defense?
I ain't got to even comment to that one. You know I'm a defense guy.
Yeah,
I love the way he plays. And he's long.
You talking about him and Vassell together? Grimes might be the third best 6'5" defender on our team when them two get here.
Matisse Thybulle, man, that dude. That truth be told, that's what messed Philly up when they let him get up the door.
Yeah, bro.
That messed him up.
Yep, I'm telling you, man. You don't have to build a team with all stars. You can just fix up around the fringes because Jalen Brunson's a good player. You don't need somebody better than Brunson. Brunson done told you in the play. He done showed you against an elite defense. He can average 30 a game.
On a bad ankle.
On a bad ankle and no shooters around him. He can do that.
Against a Spoelstra coach team.
Right. So you don't need
Spoelstra was like, why he ain't make no all-NBA? What is this?
Yeah,
like, what's going
on? He basically threw an indictment on the whole process. Like basically telling you this guy wasn't voted. How you gonna have even all stuff selection? Right. You didn't vote this guy.
And you know what? And I might get frisky. I might just get frisky and change up the center position and go get 2 cheap dudes instead of paying bread. Go get two cheap dudes. Go get Isaiah Stewart and Naz Reid and have that be my center rotation. If we really talk about getting frisky. Now I know people don't trade Mitch, man. I love Mitchell Robinson. Naz Reid is that dude, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a center that ain't nobody been talking about that's probably available too. Nurkic.
Yeah. I don't want no parts of that.
No, I don't want no part of Nurkic.
No, his contract is bad and he's hurt.
What a contract looking like, Dre? What that money looking like?
He's making there $20 million a year, and he's been
no
hurt.
part of Nurkic.
He's been hurt.
No part of Nurkic.
He stayed hurt more than Mitch stayed hurt.
Hey, how do y'all like this though? How do y'all like Isaiah Stewart?
If you came back with Isaiah Stewart and Naz Reid, you've made a significant upgrade.
Isaiah Stewart ain't nothing to be played with.
No,
he is nothing to be played. A junkyard dog.
Right. And what I'm saying is ultimately if you bring those type of players, because the thing is, I want the roster to be deep 1 through 12. So if Jalen Brunson need a night off, bro, if Jalen Brunson fall and hurt his hip like he did in Chicago, we ain't worried about what's going to happen if he missed 2 or 3 games. You know what I'm saying? We'll have depth. You know what I'm saying? Our deal is the reason why we was the 5th seed and not the 3rd seed was not that the 3rd seed Philadelphia was better than us. We kept getting tripped up, but we get injuries at the wrong time, and then we mess around and losing games to Orlando. We losing to Toronto on MLK Day.
I'm gonna say this. I like Naz Reid. I like that Bruce Stu's not soft, but he's ultimately Freezy. He's still like a 6'8" center.
Okay. We play in a 6'8" center NBA, bro.
We do, but Tibbs doesn't play in that. Tibbs doesn't believe in that.
And he's tough.
He's tough.
Yeah, he's above the rim, dude.
But just because you're not Mutombo don't mean you can't be Ben Wallace.
But that's fine. That's fine. He's tough. That's fine, but he is not Ben Wallace.
I know.
That's fine.
But Ben could never play offensively like
Mitch is not
Mutombo. This kid can play.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
this kid offensively this kid offensively. Naz Reid, I like
Naz Reid. I like
the
Naz
surface
Reid way more than Isaiah Stewart. I like Naz Reid because he's almost 7 feet, legit almost 7 feet, and he got an offensive game.
And he can handle. His handle was nice. in my opinion.
Freezy, you know who you
And
gonna
his
end up
defense is pretty underrated.
Yeah.
Freezy,
well.
you know who you gonna end up with? You gonna end up with Miles Turner.
I take that.
You gonna
I
end up
take
with Miles
that.
Turner. And you know who else you gonna end up with?
I take that.
Somebody else off of Indiana, who the Knicks was linked to in the
Buddy Hill.
No, not Buddy. The Dominican.
Duarte.
If they do that, bro,
Duarte and Miles Turner.
Duarte ain't nothing. Miles Turner ain't nothing.
Why would you get Duarte? Why would you get Duarte
So
when Grimes is a better version of him?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, it would make sense for Tibbs because Tibbs love him some 6'4" shooting guards.
Right.
And he wanted Duarte.
Of course, he wanted him. He's 6'4".
He wanted him.
Hey, you know what I should say to the Ron? You know what I should say, just to your point? Has Tom Thibodeau ever proven to y'all that he could pick personnel?
No.
Because we give him a lot of credit for being the GM in Minnesota, right?
Trash.
But this dude traded.
He did trade for Jimmy though.
This dude, I just about to say,
that was a known commodity.
But here's the thing, he traded for Jimmy, right? But guess what he traded? Zach LaVine and Lauri Markkanen, and a first-round pick.
And look at both of them.
It was worth it. That's worth it.
Yeah,
That's worth it.
It might have been worth it at the time, but
if you only getting a year and a half out of Jimmy Butler, it's not worth it.
Right.
But we didn't know that. But they only got a year and a half out of it.
Right. And then they only got a year and a half out of him, right? And then guess what they got in return for Jimmy Butler on the trade market?
I forgot already.
Robert Covington and Dario Saric.
Trash.
So in theory, you traded Zach LaVine, Lauri Markkanen, and a first-round pick for a rental Jimmy Butler, Robert Covington, and Dario Saric. Do I respect Tom Thibodeau picking personnel? No.
Let him stick to what he do best, coach.
But they ousted him though, Freezy. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's fair that his picking personnel is incomplete at best because he was only on the job for like a year and a half, 2 years, I think. If I'm mistaken, them getting rid of Butler is because Butler comes in and he's destroying Cat and he's destroying Wiggins every day.
But AD, what if your roster looked like this? Zach LaVine, Andrew Wiggins,
Cat,
Lauri Markkanen, Karl-Anthony Towns.
At that time, Markkanen and Wiggins aren't the players that they are today.
They had
to find new pasture. They had to find new pasture in order to have for their careers to take off.
But what better place to develop young players than in a small market away from everybody where
Jimmy Butler at that time is 25 years old, 24 years old, Freeze. 24, 25 years old.
Yeah, 28 years old. Yeah, I get what you're saying, right?
But this is
I take Lauri Markkanen right now in this team.
The mentality of Tibbs is I don't care about next year. I don't care about the year after that. As soon as he got here, he wanted to trade RJ. We need to know what RJ.
He's immediately in win now mode.
Yeah.
He ain't trying
He's 60 something years old. You expect him to play that long game?
No, absolutely not.
But he wasn't 60. He wasn't 60 something when that happened.
Like 50,
like 59, 58, 59, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, as for some people, it's the same thing, but when you get in your 50s, it's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Could y'all imagine what that Minnesota team would have been right now? We're getting Ant-Man.
If Tibbs wouldn't have done nothing,
they wouldn't. First off, they wouldn't have been able to get Ant-Man.
They might have been a better.
They would have got him. They probably would have got somebody like Melo or Tyrese Halliburton. That's probably who they would have.
Yeah,
I like Halliburton, man. I like that dude, man. I like him.
If they had like a developmental coach, like if they had Kenny Atkinson in that embryonic stage,
yeah,
they would have been barring injury, they would have been like bare minimum, like second round playoff teams looking to get to that conference finals every single year, barring health, in my opinion. But they kind of rush the process and the development of the guys.
But you know, though,
Kept them out of it.
this goes back to what Hoodie Kev was saying earlier. You know, sometimes front offices have the foresight to look at not right now but down the road, and sometimes they pull the trigger and move a coach out of the way. You know, it happens. The front office feel like, hey, we going as far as we gonna go with you. Because I'm gonna tell you, I feel like we pretty much done maxed out with Tibbs. That's just me personally. I think he's a good coach.
Yeah.
I don't think we win in a championship with him, and that's my personal opinion. And I won't. Nobody will change my mind.
I knew we weren't going to win a championship.
I don't
I
think we
knew we
win
were
in
going to win a championship with Tom Thibodeau when we signed Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, he's
I
a
knew it
table
wasn't going
setter.
to work.
He's a
I
very
knew
good
that Tom
table setter.
Thibodeau was the kind of coach. I knew he was a good player. Take off all the this and
Hey, Hoodie Kev, you
that,
sound like
and-
T-Pain, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Son, computer love.
Computer love.
Yeah, Hoodie Kid,
Yeah, hold on, I gotta-
it is what it is, man. Is the reality of the situation is Tom Thibodeau did exactly what we needed him to do. The Knicks were no longer a laughing stock once Tom came here.
Right.
That went the minute Tom came here.
Yeah, he
one,
brings
coach of the year.
legitimacy.
Yeah,
Immediately.
he brought exactly, and that's something the Knicks hadn't had in years, and I'm grateful for it because, man, we suffered a long time, but I'm not delusional to think even if you give this guy all the right pieces, that he's gonna push the right buttons to win a championship. Because
Can I answer a question in the chat, man? Like
yeah,
a statement in the chat. It's not a like Tibbs is a legitimate coach. He is a very good coach, but
absolutely.
it's not a battle of who's the tallest midget. Like at a certain point, there's about as far as you can go with a certain guy, and that's not an indictment on him. That's just who he is. Like the only way you gonna win a title with Tom Thibodeau is if you have essentially two All NBA guys playing at the peak of their powers that can run orchestrate an offense without him interfering. Like you need a Jokic type, and even then, I don't know.
You know what Van Gundy, Jack Layman, Doc Rivers all have in common? All of them had Tom Thibodeau on their coaching staff. And aside from that, all of them were second round exits. Occasionally they would get lucky and make the finals or win a championship. But for the most part, Jack Layman is a second round coach. Right?
So disrespectful.
Tibbs is in that group, bro.
It's so disrespectful.
What that his resume is what it is, bro. He is what he is.
He's a great foundational coach.
Yeah, he's a 50-win second round exit coach.
He builds a foundation.
Yeah, but he never had the guns. Like, look at him in Chicago going up against those Miami teams.
It's just wrong time. He just if Miami wasn't there, Chicago would have been going to them championships.
Yeah.
That's
I'm saying that's not his fault. He's going up against he's going up against two of the greatest ball players to ever play.
Who on that Jack Layman staff talking about the Larry Bird Celtics?
I'll say this though. If he gets to any of those finals, he's getting washed up by the Spurs. You can't tell me nothing else. Nothing. He's getting washed up by the Spurs.
The Spurs
are going to win it.
And the only reason that the Heat beat the Spurs is because LeBron is that great and they had Hall of Famers on their team.
But look how unfair the argument is, right? We'll look at Spoelstra playing with less, and somehow, some way, in the back of our minds, we think that Spoelstra is gonna find the way to get a couple of wins here against because it's the all power of Spoelstra and Riley. It's not fair, dude. That's just not fair. You're gonna lose.
We used to think about
He's
that. He's
never been given the talent. He's never been given that talent to totally win.
What if I
Yeah.
told you that talent doesn't want to
That's a
play for you?
legit. That's a
So you
legit
do know
argument.
that Tom Thibodeau has had a league MVP and a league defensive player of the year at the same exact time.
Joakim Noah and Derrick Rose.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, also
And,
having
Okay.
and
one
one
of
of
the
the
most
best,
all around,
and
and
one
you
of the
know
best wing defenders
also having
at
one
the
of the
time
most
in Luau
complete
Deng.
players in Luau Deng, and
Luau
a very
Deng.
Chicago was
seasoned
not a
vet.
that Chicago team was not that Chicago team was not a better team than that Miami team.
No,
That
you
Miami
just
No,
said
era.
they
he's
No.
weren't.
never.
They
You
weren't
just
because of
said.
LeBron.
Hold on. You just said he never had the guns when he has had a league MVP.
He's had a couple of
and
nice
a
pieces.
defensive.
Yeah,
MVP
but
is a nice piece.
he had some
That's a nice
he
piece.
had some nice pieces. Don't get me wrong. He had some nice pieces because you're not gonna win 50 plus games to 60 games with trash. See what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm saying he didn't coach LeBron and Wade. He coached D Rose and a very good power forward center that was serviceable.
Did he have Boozer?
Dang, a good wing.
Boozer, Dang, Heinrich.
Boozer and
I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. That Miami Heat team you see over there right now, is Tibbs making that run to the
No.
finals?
No.
With
No.
that roster, with those
No.
injuries,
Absolutely
what they
not.
stumbled into the playoffs with?
They might not even make the playoffs.
No, I think I think they can make the playoffs because he believes in defense, and if you get a team that buys in on defense more times than not, you're gonna make the playoffs. I'm not calling him as good a coach as Spoelstra. No, he's not. But I'm not saying that his door here with the Knicks is necessarily finished until I see them give him a couple things else.
We agree.
Let me
I
see
agree.
them give him a couple more pieces this off season.
Okay.
And to be fair,
How many
Eddie,
more
this the
pieces
problem.
do you need for a 66-year-old coach, man?
But Eddie, you know what the problem is too with this? The same thing we talked about with Josh Hart is like, you got to give Tibbs a contract. Tibbs on the last year of his deal.
Hey, look, man, he can go into that front office.
He a lame duck coach.
He can go into that front office, man.
He going into the last year.
Hey,
of
look,
that
he
deal,
could.
right,
They could get him a nice corner office with a nice window view and everything. Put him right in the corner. MSG. I don't care. Just get him off that
The
bench.
Knicks gonna give him a 4-year
5-year
extension,
deal,
bro.
4 or 5-year deal.
They're gonna give him a 4-year extension. Yeah.
Yeah, so he got to be. The Knicks got to figure out what they're gonna do with him.
Tibbs gonna be on the bench for Alzheimer's, man. Don't.
Think about it.
We
If he
still
got a
paying
5-year
Jeff
deal,
Hornacek right now. I ain't worried about no
you got 1 year
extension.
left.
You
Going
think
Exactly.
I care? You think I care about giving Tom Dillon an extension? We paying Jeff Hornacek, Derek Fisher.
Fizdale on the beach right now
We
with our money.
still might be
Fizdale.
paying. We still might be paying Don Chaney.
Oh my goodness.
Probably.
We still paying Larry Brown pension right now.
I'm not worried about no extension. Like we can't fire Tom Thibodeau after we give him
Hey,
an
no,
extension.
that ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I'm saying. I mean, what? Hey, think about it. What are you gonna give this guy, man? You got to figure out what you're gonna do with him.
Matters not. It doesn't count against the cap. I could care less.
Oh no, that ain't what I'm saying. You got to figure out what you're gonna do with him.
I'm not
Is he
gonna
gonna
lie.
be your coach? Are you gonna commit to him for 3 to 4 more years?
We gonna commit
He's
to
your
him.
He's your coach for the next
Because
two.
think about
At
think
least
about this
one.
now. Think
We
about
gonna-
this, fellas.
We gonna
When
commit
you
to
go get
him.
somebody, right? We talking about getting somebody to be a piece next to Brunson. We talking about somebody coming here for the next 3 or 4 years.
You need more than a
Who gonna be
piece.
the coach?
You don't need more than a piece when you're dealing with Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, but who gonna be the coach, Dre?
It's
I'm
him.
a lame duck.
Like Tom Thibodeau can get an extension, right? And then you're gonna hear mysterious reports and sources that so and so player does not want to play for the Knicks, and then you're gonna know why.
There's been
gonna
reports
let you know right
that
there.
star players do not want to play with Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah,
Like
they
that
did
is
a poll- they did a poll on that.
That's a known thing that superstar players aren't lining up not to come play with the Knicks, but to play for Tom Thibodeau.
So what you gonna do? What you gonna do, GM Hoodie Kev? With Tom Thibodeau, you gonna give him that extension? Because he earned it. Now let's be real. 2 out of 3 years in the playoffs, 2 years. Hey, come on, man.
Listen,
You're not gonna have the kind of coaching talent that's already been fired and rehired this off season and think you're not going to give Tom Thibodeau an extension, where are you going to go?
You're gonna have to do something.
Where would you go? You're
Here's
not
my
going to
thing.
hire a first-time coach to come in here and coach Brunson. I may not be a Randle fan, but am I hiring a first-year coach to come in here with Randle with 25 and 10?
Not for no Randle. Randle be ready to fight the coach.
He gonna eat him up.
You can hire if you can hire a first-year coach to coach LeBron. Then I'm pretty sure you can hire a first-year coach to coach Julius Randle.
What about a first-year coach coaching Tatum and Brown?
Exactly. You don't. Julius Randle.
They did that
that
twice.
level.
Actually,
They did that twice, by the way. Yeah, that's all.
You got a first-year coach coaching Giannis. You ain't. Let's not pretend like Julius Randle is like Michael Jordan, where you got to have like the man to coach Julius Randle. He ain't on that level.
No. I'm talking about like how you mentioned earlier about his spirit. I'm talking about his head for the game.
Yeah. That's what you're talking about.
I'm talking about his head for the game. Like you're gonna have a young guy come in here and to keep him all together all the time.
But this is the thing. Tibbs let him do whatever he wanted to do, and his head's still not together. So what that means?
Hold on. Darvin Ham is a first-time head coach, but Darvin Ham is respected around the league.
11 years as an assistant.
So
I mean, but that's the case for a lot of assistants.
You like who's the guy? I can't think of his name. The new coach in Milwaukee.
Adrian Griffin.
Adrian Griffin.
Who is that?
Respected around the league. So you can have a first-year head coach that
Giannis wanted him, by the way.
Where did he come from?
Raptors.
Okay. The Raptors. You can have
his son is the Griffin kid on
in Atlanta.
AJ Griffin.
Okay.
Hey, but Hoodie Kev,
that's very respected.
Hoodie Kev, this first year head coach you talking about didn't even get interviews around the league, bro. Johnny Bryant didn't interview for none of these job openings.
But when you have LeBron on your team, you're not exactly the head coach. You're like the assistant to LeBron.
Darvin Ham could have got.
LeBron got David Blatt fired just so you can
anyway.
I tell you what, Darvin Ham was coaching because he was the one who got Russell Westbrook to do something that nobody thought he would have even done, acquiesce and go into that bench role. And that team got better because of it before they got rid of him, before they traded him.
You ain't got to be Phil Jackson out there.
Phil Jackson was a rookie coach.
But I tell you this, though, you got to give Tom Thibodeau an extension, man.
Who coached?
You got to give Tom.
You talking about the good things? How about the bad coaches, the bad rookie coaches? What about the Steve Nashes? What about the Steve Nashes?
Them been a lot of them too now.
Jason Kidd been a bad coach for a minute, so
Jason Kidd living off his his playing years.
And Chauncey Billups.
Oh yeah, Chauncey trash.
Yeah, Chauncey Billups another one.
There's
First
coaches.
year? Second year.
I've never even heard of that gets head coaching jobs, and it's like, who is this person?
Man, when
ultimately,
gonna get a job?
And I'm gonna keep it real. Ultimately, a guy could just be a good coach, and don't even matter what years it is. Like, did y'all think Brad Stevens would hit the ground running when he came to the league?
I thought he would. I did. Because of what he did at Butler.
I did not think he was going to hit the ground.
Because there's been so many college coaches that's failed. John Beilein came in and was trash.
Dre, the reason why I said that with him because Butler wasn't getting that kind of talent like that, and that team was. We're
not about to. But still, to say Gordon Hayward wasn't talented.
But Brad Stevens was hired.
In comparison to the powerhouses
Okay.
Butler, he made Butler.
He was
Right,
coaching the
but
defense.
Brad Stevens wasn't hired. Brad Stevens was hired for that whiteboard. Brad
Yeah,
Stevens,
he knew them X's and
Brad
O's.
Stevens was getting cats open shots, and you gave Brad Stevens 30 seconds. He'll pull out that whiteboard, and I don't care who was on the other side.
He knew the X's and O's.
Is he going to write together?
Yes, no. Brad Stevens was the whiteboard king, and he came in the NBA probably top 3 on that whiteboard as a rookie head coach. That's the reason why people got him, because as soon as he come in, he'll see what you're doing right now and break you down like a shotgun, right? And get players open shots and call sets and call plays from the sidelines. That's why, because Brad Stevens is what you call a coach and not a administrator. Because I think what Hoodie Kev was alluding to is these cats are so good that all you need is a figurehead on the bench. And then sometimes Hoodie Kev might be right. But Brad Stevens came into the game, came to the league. First thing he was like, "Oh, Jason, you giving me Brown and Tatum?" Okay. First of all, Boston's a pretty tough city. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna nurture them and take bullets for them. Every time
was there before that.
Right.
Yeah, Marcus Smart and Isaiah Thomas.
And Terry Rozier.
Had them boys playing good.
That's right.
Them playing good.
Right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. So my point is if you're going out and getting a coach, you got to understand the environment you in. You got to understand the roster. You got to understand the front office. You got to understand the fans. You got to understand your division. You got to be aware of your surroundings and all these type of things. I think Tom Thibodeau has tunnel vision. Right. I think he is laser focused on process and everything that goes with it. He does it. Like in the press conferences, he's good at it because he's been in the game for a long time. But you could tell he don't want to be up there talking to nobody.
You know what it is,
Freezy? Information.
You know what it is? Is he got a game plan and he don't have no contingency.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like going into battle, and you got that blueprint of what you're gonna do. But you know you got to always have that contingency plan because things ain't always gonna go to
right. He the leader that always be like, well, if stuff go down, man.
We gonna still do it this week.
Fix bayonets, cold steel, Charlie.
We gonna still do it this week.
Yeah. Just harder.
You see, you know what Freezy does at this moment in time? You know what Freezy does at this moment in time when the kitchen gets too hot for Randle? He starts bringing up names of power forwards before Randle. You want to bring up the names of coaches before Tom Thibodeau?
Oh man, please don't do that. Don't do that.
You want to do that?
You don't make me cry, man.
Can we have higher standards
finally
than Tom
have
Thibodeau,
some
though?
stability. You cannot.
You
can. The Knicks are not in a position to just up and be like, you know what, Tibbs, we're too good for you now. You know, thanks, but no thanks.
AD, you
We're
got
too good for you.
AD, you got
Hold on,
PTSD.
AD just lied on my name. I did not say fire Tibbs. When did I say
No,
fire
I didn't
Tibbs?
say that. I'm saying.
I'm just saying. When did
I
say
said
fire
what
Tibbs?
you do is when the kitchen gets too hot for Randle, you remind us all of the power forwards that was here before Randle. So I need to remind you all of the coaches that was here before Thibodeau.
You ain't gotta remind me the last good one we had was
just because Tom Thibodeau came in after the Fizdales and the Fishers and the Hornacek and
Mike
all
Miller
those doesn't mean that Tom Thibodeau is on the Mount Rushmore of coaches, right? Like we got a good
Never
coach.
said that.
That's not saying
I think the man earned an extension though. I think that
like me, case in point, as soon as Phoenix fired Monty Williams, we got to get rid of Tibbs and go get him. We got to get Monty Williams, and that didn't.
You know, Leon wasn't going to do that to his homie.
I saw that Monty Williams part. I'm like, do y'all even know who this man is? Like,
and that's like Monty Williams is the kind of coach I think would thrive in New York. Like he would thrive with anybody. Like he relates to his players. He's a former player. You know, we all know the tragedy that, you know, he went through personally.
Man. He ain't no player. Who drafted him?
What?
He was a Knicks. He was a Knicks.
Not Monty Williams ain't no player.
He was drafted by the Knicks. He was a good role player.
We killing Tibbs. We killing Tibbs for Miami. But how soon we forget about Monty Williams in the finals?
But
he was up 2-0
How soon
and
we
he
forget
collapsed.
how Monty choked away the championship.
But hey,
2-0.
I can say this: he got there.
I can't even blame Monty for that, man.
He got there. Tom Thibodeau choking the finals.
And how you say he a player's coach when he was off speaking terms with Campaign and DeAndre Ayton?
Yeah. That's. I think that might have got him out of town.
That's what got him
that
fired.
thing got toxic. That thing got toxic. And don't forget, he sent Crowder home. He alienated Crowder too.
I think that might have been something else. Like I don't know if that's a.
I don't care about that part. I'm
on
talking
the
about your
Crowder
point. The
part.
point that you made.
I think
The
Monty
point
Williams
that
is
you made.
overrated personally, but
Let's not forget the man left DeAndre Ayton on Greek Freak, mano y mano. For what reason? What point was he trying to? What point was he
ain't
trying
that
to
man alive for 50?
He destroyed Ayton.
And you know
But
what
a
that
bad
did?
leg.
You know what that did? That destroyed that young man confidence. Coaches like that, you got to be. You teaching somebody a lesson in the game. Yeah, I know. I'll pass.
Freezy, he left him on Jokic this playoffs, and Jokic got 53 on his head.
Yeah,
you know that.
One-on-one.
You know, I was laughing to myself. You know who Jokic remind me of? Remember Brian Reeves for the Grizzlies?
Stop it! Oh my God, you're so disrespectful.
Hey, listen, Eddie. I'm telling you, I'm telling you who his body type remind me of. Not his game. Let me make that very clear.
Okay.
His body type. I was looking at it. I was like, hot dog. He remind me every bit of Bryant Reeves. How he moved is very similar, but his game is nowhere no Bryant Reeves.
The closest thing to his game is that year and a half of Bill Walton before he got hurt.
Yeah, or the name I keep bringing up because I'm a basketball head. I can't help it.
Sabonis?
No, Jeff Rulin from the Washington.
Stop it!
Jeff Rulin. Man, I just watched the game because y'all know I'm a nerd, right? I legit was up 6 o'clock in the morning watching the Washington Bullets and the Philadelphia 76ers. And Jeff Rulin was giving the old Moses Malone the business. He was Jeff Rulin was that dude.
I'm gonna say, like, with the way Jokic plays, like, people can say, oh, there's guys that revolutionize the game. Ain't nobody playing like Jokic.
No, you ain't gonna see that.
So he's not gonna revolutionize the game. You're not gonna see no lumbering 7-footer with touch like that, with vision like that, with skill like that, that can rebound like that. That is shooting 60%, getting 10 boards, getting 15 boards with 25 points.
Dre, all
them triple doubles in the playoffs.
Just be careful about that because
I don't think
there was once a time when people said that nobody is gonna want no 6'2" slight point guard that be trying to shoot 3-pointers from 30 feet away. Right?
Well, are you talking about Trae Young?
Yeah. I'm saying basketball evolves, bro. Basketball evolves in ways.
Yeah, but
I'm saying this is what I'm saying.
Joker takes the game back to the art of the mid-range, the art of 10, 15 and down. You can't. When they tried to they had Bam on him at one point, and Joker hit him with the boom body. By the time the double came,
they say that's what George Mikan used to play like.
Yeah,
they was like that's why George Mikan was so fun to play with is because Jokic played kind of like him. Like he didn't want to dominate. He could score 50 if he wanted to. He could have scored 50 if he wanted to, but he didn't want to do that. He wanted to get everybody involved. That was fun for him.
Jokic is like the original Sabonis, man. On another level.
Yeah.
That's and look how long it was before we seen, since Sabonis played. I ain't talking about the Sun.
But like the original Sabonis was like a much better athlete than this guy. Like,
Oh, he's a much better athlete, but just his
Skilled.
Joker's
He was very
court presence is something different. It just Lord.
And you can't speed him up. That dude.
No.
That dude is a point center.
He'll take
when
you
people say,
anywhere
like,
on the court.
legitimately, he's one of the greatest passers to ever play the game. Period.
Oh man.
Period. Any position.
Just like I said, him is players that you get a chance to see, man, and they ain't gonna come along often. And I doubt we ever see another one like him. And I doubt we'll see another LeBron.
That's why I say, like, I
don't think we ever see that again.
When I say, like, we won't, like, some guys revolutionize the game. Like, guys can take a bunch of shots like Steph Curry. Don't mean they gonna shoot like Steph Curry, but they can take those shots. Guys cannot play like Jokic.
No,
like there's nobody in the league that's an imitation Jokic. Like we see bootleg Stephs all the time. We see bootleg Michael Jordans.
Yeah, because because as the game evolved, bigs want to move further and further away from the middle.
But he can do that too.
But and he can do that too. But when the beauty with Joker is that you don't have to, you don't have to tell Joker, yo, you took 5 threes, get your head back under the rim. He gonna look at you like, of course, stupid, I know that. And he's not gonna take 5 threes. You see what I'm saying? He's not gonna take 5 consistent threes. He's not gonna try and do a Euro 1-2 and then back off. That's the difference between him and Embiid.
And
Embiid has all that talent. Embiid could do what Joker's doing, chooses not to.
He can't think the game like Jokic.
You know another thing about
you're right.
That's instinct. Some of that is just straight instinct.
But he ain't been playing basketball long enough.
True.
You think about it in today's game, man, where players rely on speed, athleticism to beat their man and stuff, man. This dude, he ain't worrying about being fast. He outthinks you. He waits for you to make a mistake defensively and punish you.
Right.
He's not in a hurry. You can't hurry him up.
Another thing, like, his IQ is so high. As soon as he get the rebound, he's kicking it. He's gone.
He's looking for the open man. Looking for him.
I remember it was a play. Like, he got the rebound. His head was on a swivel before he even got the rebound to move it so he can get an easy bucket in transition.
Because
he don't even care if it's coming off of him.
I think I saw that play. What you talking about, Dre? He saw the defender was like right there at his waist, and if he brought the ball down 6 inches, the defender would have been able to knock it away. And he just quickly flicked it. He didn't even bring it down. It was like, check, get it out the way, get it out of here.
Hey, Ron, you know what they're talking about? They're talking about basic big man stuff. You remember when
that's
big
not
man
basic?
Yes, it is.
That's not basic for a big man.
Yes, it is. It's not basic for
your
today's.
Not basic for
yes,
a big
it is.
man.
It's not basic for your today's big man. That's 6'11", shooting step back threes off 1 foot. But when we were in high school, that same thing that you just mentioned, we were taught that a big man would have to run laps if he didn't do stuff like that, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Is what we saw in the 80s, man. That's those think about them bigs back in the days, man. Like I remember even watching like Rick Smits, man. I'm like, man, this dude was a problem. And I think people don't even talk about him, how good he was. That dude was a problem. Remember old Kevin Duckworth?
Yep.
Big, burly type. He wasn't going to out jump you.
He set the best screens. He was the best screen setting big I've ever seen, bro.
And he was going to footwork you to death.
Him and Chris Dudley. You remember Chris Dudley?
Yeah.
And them illegal screens. I used to want to jump through the TV, bro.
Look at Bill Laimbeer. Skilled, very good passer. Could shoot.
Yeah, but they're not this.
No, but exactly.
They're not the level.
And that's something to be. Hey, that's something. AD, think about it.
This dude is like a wave.
With skill, but this dude here is on a whole nother level from them dudes.
Yeah, and he just keeps coming. He just keeps coming.
And it's crazy that this dude was a 2nd round pick.
Yep.
And you know what? If he would have went to the wrong coach, he might not have became who he is.
Yeah. If he's in the wrong environment, because he talked about the cats that mentored his game.
Yep. Yep.
and help him to
Jameer
be a
Nelson.
professional. And he knew what he needed to do, which was he needed to get in better condition. And I say that all the time, where about guys like Cat, down there in Dallas, who's like a burger away from losing it. Like, you have to, in order to be on the top level of the top 1, 3, 5, you have to be in the best condition.
Yes.
You just have to, because the superstar has to come like a tsunami. I'm gonna keep coming. Why? Because I'm not tired yet.
Right.
I'm an indestructible force.
But Gilbert Arenas was talking about that, man. He was saying how he said why so much injuries and stuff like that, and these guys like looking at their practice now, it's nothing like how it was when he came through.
They don't practice.
He said they don't practice the way they did. And then you ask them guys to go 100 miles an hour, non-stop, night in and night out. Come on, man.
Yeah, and the thing with Jokic though is one of the most basic things in basketball. The ball is faster than a man.
Oh man, say that. Oh man, please go tell the Knicks that. Please tell them that.
These are the type of things what happen nowadays, bro. I think, and I don't think that jumping high killed the game. I'm gonna say this. This is my first time actually saying this on the joint, and I know y'all gonna laugh at me.
ESPN.
But I think one killed the NBA. Right? You remember how dudes? Remember Hot Sauce and them?
Hot Sauce. And
all them dudes. They doing all these dribble tapes and everybody doing all these things.
Ali Mo and all them guys.
Yeah.
People wanted to shun people. Hey, and that's the other thing. I mean, think about it. The big guys nowadays want to be two guards, and they ain't being big guys no more.
Right.
So when you see a big guy like that, that's another thing that Joker got to his advantage. He plays the game like a big. That's another thing that Joel Embiid got. Why these two guys are talked about as the two top centers in the league.
Right.
Because you could have took them guys out of this era and threw them in any of those eras back then, and they would have been able to play good in them.
Right.
I think part of the, like, I want to say this. I think part of the reason why, like, a lot of the foreigner bigs kind of surpassed American bigs, they separated bigs from smalls, like in training camps and all these things as they grow up. So their skill developed differently. Jokic was doing the same drills point guards were doing over there in his country. Like they don't separate players by position. They don't tell bigs you just gonna work on the big stuff, and you're not bolstering your IQ as far as a playmaker, because everybody out there can pass, dribble, shoot, no matter what position you play. But up here, we're like more specialized. Like if you're a point guard, you don't like if you're a point guard. The way Brunson plays, guards don't do that anymore. They're not posting up other guards.
No, that's a lost art.
Like these things, like they specialize and train particular players to be one particular role, which is why you see more Mitch Robinsons than you see Jokic's or just centers that can pass, dribble, and shoot. It's kind of to a detriment, and like ultimately you need to be talented to make it to this level. But the feel that Jokic has and his IQ, it didn't just come from nowhere. That was developed at home by the time he was young.
There's years of playing the game.
Well, there's no sorry for it. It's to their detriment, because a lot of those bigs like Mitch, the Tyson Chandlers that are not offensively gifted. A coach said, you know what? We can use your uber athleticism in other places, because the games is we really want the game in our point guard, shooting guard hand anyway, or if we got a dynamic wing. You understand?
And that's why those guys become expendable.
Yeah, because a guy like those two centers I just mentioned, in the Don Nelson era, he would love them because they're not posting up. He only needs them to pick and dive and play defense. And as the game started going on, a lot of these bigs that who had that same kind of that skill set that don't want to bang, that don't want to post up, that don't want to face up. The coach ain't giving it to them that there anyway. So you know what? I don't need to work on that.
I tell y'all another center, man, that he had a run, and if it wasn't for the doggone injuries, he wasn't loved by the media. DeMarcus Cousins.
I thought you were going to say Ralph Sampson.
Remember DeMarcus Cousins' run before them injuries? DeMarcus Cousins, remember, DeMarcus Cousins was a nasty passer too now.
A bully.
And a bully.
What if I tell you Mike Malone was his coach before?
Oh wow. It's similarities. It's similarities between his game. It's funny you said that, Dre, because when I said DeMarcus Cousins, when I started thinking about him, I said, man, the similarities between his game at his peak and Joker's game.
It's just Jokic's IQ is insanely higher, but
Joker will bully you too. Because I saw what he did to Bam tonight. I was like, oh.
He was playing with him like he was one of his little kids, man.
I was like,
man.
oh.
Yeah. Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Miami is dirty. Bam and Lowry, they will hurt Joker. I think you're right too, bro. They do play dirty.
Oh yeah.
If they do play dirty, Jokic doesn't like that.
I don't think they want no part of Joker.
You saw what they did to one of the Morris twins on the Heat. They saw firsthand,
and they crazy, bro.
Yeah, and the other brother let him know whatever you want. There's another 7-footer over here somewhere. Like whatever you want. Like Joker is no. He
ain't gonna back down.
No. But he's smart enough, though, or he should be smart enough that they come with those tactics, not to get himself entangled enough to get.
Matter of fact, that's where he go talk to the refs and be like, "Hey, you know who I am, right?
Yeah.
Watch this guy, man. Watch what he's doing. Watching the stuff. Watch
he should. He's at that stage.
Yeah.
He's at that stage of his career. Like, look, I'm 2-time MVP. Look what this dude is doing.
He'll get that whistle. He deserved the whistle.
Mm-hmm.
He'll deserve the whistle.
Matter of fact, he'll get that flagrant whistle.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, I gotta run. I gotta get out of here so I can get some stuff done. Bright and
early
y'all. In the morning. 8 o'clock. Man, 8 o'clock.
Pleasure rolling out with y'all again.
Yeah,
all
man,
right, y'all.
AD, man, good to hear your voice, man.
AD, Sugar Ray ain't top 50, bro.
I'm not even gonna.
He's not top 50. He's not top 50.
You're just ridiculous.
He not.
You're just ridiculous.
You don't want to give credit to the dudes that lived before him.
You don't want to dude. The man texted me earlier tonight. Yo, Floyd would have beat Hearns. Okay,
yes.
I'm done. I'm done with you.
Hitman.
Get Hitman.
I'm done. I'm done with you.
Hitman, man. I don't know, but that one fix it.
Yeah, hey. I'm talking about Pretty Boy Floyd. I'm not talking about Money Mayweather. I'm talking about Pretty Boy Floyd before he hurt all his knuckles.
How about Tommy beats them both? How about that?
With Marvin Hagler
at the same time.
With Hagler.
AD don't want him in the top 50 because trying to put 1,000 dudes in the top 50.
With Hagler.
Yeah. Of course Hagler's in my top 50, but he wanted to put, what's my guy that fought oh my God, Alexis Arguello in the top 50. He wants to throw everybody in the top 50. I want to take Sugar Ray out the top 50.
No. What I'm saying is if you're gonna have a top 50 like that, them dudes deserve to be there too. Alexis Arguello was an excellent fighter. Wilfredo Benitez.
Red Boom Boom Mancini.
Oh no, you cannot. Would you stop it? Red Boom Mancini's not in the top 50
come on, man.
fighters.
Benitez, come on, bro.
Wilfredo Benitez is not in the top 50.
Hey, on that note, good night, everybody. We will holler at y'all.
Good night.
All right.